What's up, everybody? And welcome to the Atheist Roundtable. And it's another ultimate debate live night. As always, Oz, and I got an awesome special guest host with us tonight. Godless Engineer, how you feeling, man? What's going on?
I'm doing really good. I'm really excited for this debate. I love the resurrection debates and the historicity debates, and because all of it concerns history, and those are always interesting conversations.
Yeah, when you first of all, thanks for kind of last minute jumping in and hanging out with us tonight. But when you agreed, I was like, sweet. I can't think of too many people better than to have for this particular topic and debate than you. So thanks for coming on last second. And have you heard anything about what's going on next Saturday? There's a certain little tournament going on.
No. I guess I'm generally off of social media unless I'm fighting with somebody. So I'm sorry if I've missed it.
No, you're good. You're good. I don't expect everybody to know about it. So next week we have our first. It's kind of where the new branding came from. The Ultimate Debate Championship Tournament. It's a 16 person debate tournament, and we have the little nice championship belt back here, the custom made one. I'll bring a little closer to the camera later, and then we are officially at. I know the Christians might not like this, but it's just happened. The winner will get $666 US, 666 bones. So a big purse to take home. So it's gonna be awesome. We put a lot of work into it, and I'm excited. And then we have Dr. Josh for the championship. We have Dr. Josh will be the ref, and then David C. Smalley will be there as the guest judge for that. So it'll be fun, and should be a great evening. So what we'll do here, well, real quick, GE, before we bring them on there, is there anything that you have coming up that you want to plug or share before we bring the debaters on screen?
I don't have like any debates or anything like that coming up, although I am very open to anybody that wants to debate me. I do have my regular videos that post over on my channel on Godless Engineer. So we have that coming up, and it's always a good time over on the GE channel.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Cool. Well, let's get these crazy folks on the screen here. All right, everybody, what's going on?
Hey.
Wow, I always love the intros on the debates. Hey, guys. All the energy guys.
Who's excited to be here? Let's make some noise. They're making plenty of noise for us in the comments.
Oh, shucks, we're here. No, it's good to have everybody. And Dr. Josh joining us again as our referee tonight. So, Josh, I'll let you start it off. Plug away. What do you guys have going on?
That's good. Putting the finishing touches on the new book, the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament. So I'm just going back through and working through the Hebrew translations now, and Megan's reading through to edit my writing to make it sound even better. So that should be coming out here by the summer, hopefully. So yeah, we're excited.
Awesome. And then CaptainDadpool.
Yes.
You just had your first YouTube live stream about a week ago, but tell everybody what you got going on.
Yeah, I started a YouTube live stream with Crimson Barrel. If anyone knows who he is, he's a friend of mine from TikTok. And we do a guided discussion with different guests. We had a first guest on who was a friend from my Christian days, and I think this week we have Jagazes. And I think next week after we have Biddy Buddha. And I'm hoping to have Dave Warnock on the next one, but we'll see. But yeah.
All those are great guests, and Dave Warnock is always a great time. So I'll definitely make sure I'm tuned in for that one too. That's awesome. And then Bram.
Hey.
What you got going on, man?
Not much. Just I'm a high schooler, so I'm doing homework in the meantime. While I've been preparing for this debate for the past 2 weeks. That's about it.
Okay, you got that's a lot of craziness going on. No, studying for school, you're doing what I never did my entire life. So, good for you.
Thank you.
So for everybody watching, so you kind of know if you've never watched a debate here at the Atheist Roundtable, we do have, as far as the format, that's pretty typical. But you'll see that we do have our own kind of unique nuance to it as we go along. But the format is 10-minute opening statements, then 10-minute cross-examination, then we'll have a 40-minute open dialogue, and then 10 minutes per debater on or further closing arguments, and then we'll have a questions and answers section. So, guys, I'm going to take GE and I off of here. That way you guys can get down to business. How's that sound?
Sounds
Do
good.
it.
All right.
All right. Well, Bram, you're taking the positive position here. So you can go ahead and start us off whenever you're ready. Clock will start.
All right. Ready? Here we go. So the question of whether Jesus was raised or not is where the task of the historian and the task of the philosopher intersect. Before we can examine the evidence historically, we must answer important philosophical questions first. So here is where I'll start. We must first dispel the notion that miracles are impossible. According to the laws of nature alone, this is true. But if God exists, and I use the term God as short for any supernatural agent, then he can suspend the laws of nature, so the possibility of God existing entails the possibility of miracles. If Rick wants to claim that miracles are impossible, then he must show that the existence of God is impossible, and accepting the mere possibility of God's existence, not his existence in fact, should be the default position. There are, of course, more philosophical questions to be raised, but because of my limited time, we're going to have to save those for later. Now to the historical question. Whenever we approach a miracle claim, we have three options available to us. First, that the person making the claim is deceived. Second, that he or she is a deceiver. Third, that he or she is telling the truth. My argument is very simple. The people who first claimed to have seen Jesus alive after his death were not deceived, nor were they deceivers. Therefore, they were telling the truth. The logic is airtight, but it's the truth of each premise that needs to be established. Let's start with a simple fact regarded as true by even the most skeptical New Testament scholars. Many of Jesus' followers sincerely believed that they had seen the risen Jesus. Notice I didn't say that most New Testament scholars agree that they actually saw Jesus, only that they believed they did. The best evidence for this comes from a source that predates the Gospels and Paul's letters, the creed or the creeds that Paul quotes in 1 Corinthians 15, 3-8. This creed lists the following eyewitnesses: Cephas or Peter, the 12, 500 brothers at one time, James, all the apostles, and lastly, Paul himself. This creed is reliable evidence for two reasons. First, is extremely early. That Paul is quoting earlier tradition is evident from the use of non-Pauline language, such as the 12 and according to the scriptures, parallelism common to oral traditions meant to be easily memorized, and Paul's own statement that he was handing on what he in turn received. So where and when did he receive it? Paul's first letter to the Corinthians was written in the 50s, so if we lay out a chronology of Paul's life from AD 30 or 33, when Jesus was crucified, in the 50s, by far the best candidate for where Paul received this is in Jerusalem when he visited Peter and James around 5 years after the cross. This means that the formulation of the creed is earlier and was probably formulated within months of the cross, as James D.G. Dunn points out. This leads me to my second point on why this creed is reliable. Paul most likely got this creed from Peter and or James, two of the eyewitnesses listed in the creed. That Paul saw the Jerusalem church as the authoritative judge of what traditions were authentic further supports this. One more point to make about this creed. It is best understood as a summary of the traditions about Jesus. As the renowned New Testament scholar Martin Hengel writes, a Jew or Gentile God-fearer hearing this formal, extremely abbreviated report for the first time would have difficulty understanding it. At least a number of questions would certainly occur to him, which Paul could only answer through narration and explanation of events. Without clarifying delineation, the whole thing would surely sound enigmatic to ancient ears, even absurd. And when we compare the structure of this creed with other charismatic summaries, we see a remarkable correspondence of independent traditions. 1 Corinthians 15, 3-8 is the most concise of these. Let's continue with another fact that is granted by the strong majority of New Testament scholars, that Jesus' tomb was found empty. In support of this, let me give four arguments. First, we have evidence that the enemies of Christianity granted that the tomb was empty. We find this evidence in Matthew 28, 11-15. Here we see a Matthean polemic against the chief priests who supposedly paid the guards at the tomb to say that Jesus' body was stolen. Now, whether or not we grant the historicity of this event is beside the point. The point is that Matthew was most likely responding, I had a bad voice crack there, to a rumor circulating that Jesus' body was stolen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reason to invent this objection and put it in his readers' heads. Whether or not this is a decent explanation for the empty tomb, we will address later. But for now, we need to note that this rumor presupposes the tomb is empty. The second argument for the empty tomb is that it is women who were the first to witness it. The testimony of women in the first century was valued less than the testimony of men. Take, for example, the words of Josephus, who writes, "From women let no evidence be accepted because of the levity and temerity of their sex." That Josephus adds these two descriptions to the Mosaic Law and attributes them to the entire female sex clearly reflects a cultural understanding of women, not limited to the Jewish law court. Or take it from this Jewish text. Until now, what I have heard was from a woman, and women are not qualified to give directions, nor are their words to be relied upon. But now let that word come. I wish to hear from your own mouth, because I do not rely upon her words. She may have changed something while speaking, or omitted, or added something. There's more evidence to cite, such as that from the Mishnah, Celsus, Pseudo-Philo, and even Paul. But for now, this will suffice, given my time limit. And let me make this clear. The point is not that women weren't ever trusted. The point is that women's testimony was valued less than a man's. Thus, any conceivable eyewitness role filled by women in the empty tomb narrative would have been better filled by men for evangelistic purposes. So we can see why a second century gospel like the Gospel of Peter would make men the first to discover the tomb. Furthermore, Mary Magdalene, who is in every gospel, was known as a demoniac. The third argument for the empty tomb is that even though the tomb location was known to both Jew and Christian alike, the message of Christ Christ risen flourished in Jerusalem, the same city where he was crucified and buried. Enemies of Jesus could have checked the tomb at any time they liked and shut down the movement by even showing some mere leftovers of a body. Yet no body or bone was ever produced. The best evidence that the tomb was known to Jew and Christian alike comes from the reliability of the burial story. First, Joseph of Arimathea, being a Jew, a Sanhedrin Jew that is unlikely to have been a Christian invention. As Raymond Brown points out, that the burial was done by Joseph of Arimathea is very probable, since a Christian fictional creation from nothing of a Jewish Sanhedrinist who does what is right is almost inexplicable, granted the hostility in early Christian writings toward Jewish authorities responsible for the death of Jesus. We see further confirmation of this in the gradual ennoblement of Joseph as time passes on, eventually wiping out his Sanhedrinist past. Another point to be briefly mentioned is how radical the concept of a crucified and risen Messiah was. When we read pseudepigraphical texts like Psalms of Solomon, we see a picture of a Messiah who is coming to liberate the Jews from pagan captivity. Yet the earliest Christians proclaimed that the same man who had been crucified by these people was in fact the Messiah. Why didn't messianic movements like those of Simon Bar Giora or Bar Kokhba generate any post-mortem following? Precisely because a Messiah being killed by the Romans was proof that he was a fraud. There is one more contention I'd like to defend, that Jesus predicted his death and resurrection. Jesus' passion predictions are unlikely to be the early church's back projections onto Jesus for a few reasons. First, in these predictions, Jesus calls himself the Son of Man. This is a phrase that appears frequently but almost exclusively in the Gospels and nowhere else in the New Testament. The early church frequently called Jesus Lord and Christ, but almost never Son of Man. This shows the church is concerned for preserving the true history of Jesus apart from any practical role it served various Christian communities. Second, many of these passion predictions put important figures in the church in an embarrassing light. Take, for instance, the example of Jesus rebuking Peter as Satan after predicting that he must suffer and be raised. Lastly, some of these sayings are attested earlier than and independent of the Gospels. Paul explicitly quotes the words of Jesus at the Last Supper in 1 Corinthians 11, "This is my body, and this cup is the new covenant in my blood." This aligns very well with Luke's wording of the phrase, and Luke shows no knowledge of Paul's writings elsewhere, strongly indicating that both Luke and Paul drew from a common earlier tradition. The best explanation that I know that accounts for the appearances, the empty tomb, the fulfillment of Jesus' own predictions, and the rise of the early church is that he actually did rise from the dead. Rival explanations, I believe, are inadequate. I don't want to put words in Rick's mouth or take down a straw man, so instead of going through these potential rival explanations now, I will wait to see how Rick accounts for these facts without appealing to the resurrection. Or I will wait to see if he argues that these are not historical and thus don't need an explanation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bram. All right, Captain, you are up. You have 10 minutes as you start. Just to remind you, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry.
Good.
1 second. I'm going to adjust my screen here because I'm not a cool guy with dual monitors in my life. How do I get rid of you? Go AU. Okay, that's better. Yeah. Okay, ready. Big brain time. First, I would like to thank Oz and Pasta Mike for hosting this debate. I would like to thank everyone who made this viewing a priority, be it now or at a later time. I would also like to thank Bram for the debate. He is, after all, the one who issued the challenge and chose the topic. I found Bram to be extremely well studied, especially for his age, and was glad to accept it. Also, I would like to remind everyone that this is my opening statement. I will not be responding to Bram's points during my opening statement. That will come during the cross-examination round. I was born into a Christian family. I was not raised in a Christian home as Bram was. I became a Christian after attending a youth group when I was 15. I became hooked and obsessed. I was on the drama team, the worship band, the evangelism team, the leadership group, led Bible studies, and was quickly recognized as someone who stood head and shoulders above their peers when it came to the knowledge of the Bible and my relationship with God. Once I became an adult, I was told that God had a calling for my life in the ministry by several different people. Being a zealous Christian I took that as a sign from God, and I attended 2 years of Bible college that I was unable to finish due to financing. So I joined the military for the next 3 years. After I got out, I continued my education at a different Bible college, and I had to start all over because my credits didn't transfer. 4 years later, Sorry, I left with a degree and a lot more questions than I had at the moment. I was still involved in the church for the next 2 years after feeling my faith I held so deeply and dearly at one time slowly slip away from me. In a final Hail Mary, pun intended, I cried out to God through my tears as I told him, I need you to show me in some way that you are still here for me. Atheist Chico put it best when he said, the silence I heard was the loudest thing I could have ever imagined. I like to say I chose to be a Christian, but I did not choose to become an atheist. So point one, the quality of the evidence. In a previous discussion about the eyewitness testimonies of the existence of Bigfoot, I almost said Bramfoot. Bram stated the importance of examining the quality of the evidence, and I agree. So let's examine the evidence for the resurrection of Jesus. First, let's discuss the role of historian, what they need to do to recapture what happened in the past. They need consistent contemporary accounts, independent and disinterested, that are collaborating and unbiased, recorded close to the time of the events, and more of these they have, the better. The Gospels do not meet a single part of this criteria. This is something we simply do not have when it comes to the resurrection or even the person of Jesus. If Jesus lived and died in the first century, then what do the Greek and Roman sources from his day through the end of that century have to say about him? The answer is absolutely nothing. He is never discussed, challenged, attacked, or talked about in any way in any surviving pagan sources from the period. There is no birth records, no accounts of his trial and execution, no reflections of his significance or disputes about his teachings. We have a lot of Greek and Roman sources from that period, from religious scholars, historians, philosophers, poets, natural scientists, etc. We have thousands of private letters, inscriptions in stone, and on buildings and public places. Jesus is never mentioned until early 2nd century by Pliny the Younger. The exception, of course, is the Gospels and the Epistles. So let's talk about those. The Gospels are books written decades after the fact by authors who had heard stories from Jesus from oral traditions, stories that had been altered and likely even made up over time. There were lots of discrepancies in these stories, and the Gospel writers themselves changed them as they saw fit. We do not have 4 Gospels. We have 4 different versions of one Gospel. And if you look outside the canon, we have 44 different versions of one Gospel. These Gospels were written not by eyewitnesses, but were written 30 to 65 years after Jesus' death by highly educated Greek-speaking Christians, not Jesus' Aramaic-speaking followers, who may have already died by then, given the 48-year average life expectancy of that age. In fact, Acts 4:13 says, now as they observed the confidence of Peter and John, they understood that they were uneducated and untrained men and were amazed. The earliest manuscript we have of Mark is called P45. It's usually dated around the year 220, which means it was written 150 years after Mark's gospel went into circulation and began being copied repeatedly. P45 is not a complete manuscript. It does not contain the first 3 chapters or the last 4 chapters. The chapters does contain is missing large pieces of information all throughout. We do not have a full copy of Mark's gospel until the middle of the 4th century, 300 years after the original. In fact, it's a similar story for almost all of the books of the New Testament. Today, we have over 5,600 Greek manuscripts of the New Testament. 94% of those manuscripts we have didn't come until the 9th century and later. In 1707, Oxford scholar John Mills studied 100 of these manuscripts and noticed the differences between them. He found 3,000 textual variants in only 100 out of the 5,600 manuscripts. The vast majority of these were spelling errors, misspelled words, missing lines. Some were significant, however. One example is John 5:7-8, where the doctrine of the Trinity is taught. It's first appear in the King James Version. Before that, can only be found in a few Latin manuscripts. John 1:18, saying that Jesus is the unique God. This is only found in some manuscripts. Luke 22:19-20. Jesus teaches about atonement at the Last Supper. Is different depending on which manuscript you choose. John 7:53-8:11. The woman taken into the adultery is only in the is not in the earlier manuscripts. Is only in the older ones. Older to us, and were added later. The last 12 verses of Mark 16:9-20, where Jesus ascends into heaven, among other things, and likely is not present in earlier manuscripts. Luke 23:34, the only gospel that Jesus says, "Father, forgive me, for they not know what they do." Again, only in some manuscripts, not others. These are very important verses that have very real theological implications. How many verses like these were added or removed during the oral tradition stages, and then the 300 years of copying until we had a full version of the first gospel, as well as the others? Believing what we have now is an accurate retelling of history does indeed take the faith to move a mountain. There are numerous differences in the accounts we have had that cannot be reconciled with one another, and is typically to be expected given the nature of oral tradition that has been in circulation for decades within the gospel authors inherited. Bart Ehrman states, there are more differences in our manuscripts than there are words in the New Testament. So let's talk about the differences in the canonical Gospels as pertaining to the resurrection narrative. Mark says Jesus died on the day of Passover meal. John says it was the day before the Passover meal, which was the day of preparation. Mark says that Jesus died at 9 in the morning. John says he wasn't condemned to die until noon. Did Jesus carry his cross all the way to Golgotha by himself, or did Simon help him? Did both the robbers mock Jesus, or did only one of them come to his defense? Did the temple curtains rip before or after Jesus' death? Who went to the tomb on the third day? Was it Mary Magdalene alone, or was it Mary and other women? Was the stone rolled away from the tomb when they got there, or was it not? What did they see in the tomb? Was it one man, two men, or an angel? Were the disciples instructed to stay in Jerusalem to meet Jesus, or were they to go to Galilee? Did the disciples stay in Jerusalem, or did they immediately travel to Galilee? Did the women tell people about it, what they said, or did they not tell anyone what they saw? That answer is, it depends on which gospel you are reading, as they do not agree with each other on these details. I would argue that this is basically the gospels were not meant to be taken literally. I'm going to skip this part because I think I'm losing time. Now let's talk about let's talk about Acts, baby, which I think is a dated reference for Bram. Paul does not mention a tomb or a missing body. At no point in the story did the Jews or Romans show any knowledge of a missing body, nor is there ever any action taken to investigate what could only be to them a crime of tomb robbery or desecration of the dead, which were robbed often in ancient Rome and was punishable by death. Acts and the epistles, for that matter, record case after case after case of them being interrogated at trial. Never once are they suspected of questioned about grave robbery. He seemed totally fine with Jesus being buried in a mass grave as executed criminals normally were. Similarly, why did no one seem to care about the disciples took him and hid him from the authorities for 30 to 40 days after his resurrection, unless, of course, they were not making such a claim. So Paul. It's well known that Paul was not an eyewitness of Jesus. What's more interesting is Paul never mentioned a bodily resurrection. Every mention Paul makes of Jesus is either through Scripture or Revelations. 1 Corinthians 15. I handed down to you for first importance what I received, that Christ died for our sins according to the Scriptures, that he was buried, etc., 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 etc. I'm going to have to skip that for the interest of time. Galatians 1:11, for I would have you know, brothers and sisters, that the Gospels were preached to me not by human invention, for I neither received it from man, nor was I taught it. I received it through Christ. Paul does not seem to have an issue with the physical death and spiritual resurrection of Jesus, but the resurrection of the thread is the thread that holds all of these things together. So surely there is some evidence that that must have happened. Well, let's talk about that. The narrative of the dying and rising again Savior God is nothing uncommon in pre-Christian history. We have Zamaxis, a Thracian deity who died and was resurrected. We have Romulus, a Roman demigod who was conceived of a virgin and killed by the Senate. When he died, the earth was covered in darkness. His body disappeared and was resurrected. He then appeared to his friend Populus on the road. When we have Osiris, who was killed by Typhon, the Egyptian equivalent of Satan, and was hacked to pieces, assembled and reassembled, the ancient version of when Trunks cut Frieza into pieces and was put back together. We have Dionysus, who in some legends was killed and resurrected as a baby and was born of a virgin through a magical potion, to name a few. By the way, some of these members of God or followers celebrated communion, baptism, and they were told they would receive eternal life. But I'm sure Jesus is the real one. Boom, perfect. I still have 2 more points, but I'll save that.
All right. Oh, it didn't take it off. Man, I thought I had the timing perfect, but I missed it. All right. So usually the opening statements, GEM like that, they're getting their footing, kind of getting their argument together. There's usually not a lot, in my opinion, to take away from that. But any observations or any takeaways early on for you?
Well, I mean, no offense to Bram, but the general defense of the resurrection is something that I've heard before. All of the points that he brought up, I've heard before. I have the same objections to them, but I'm kind of interested as to how CaptainDadpool is going to respond to them. So I can't wait for the discussion period.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. It's yes, it is the the most common argument, at least from my experience, for trying to prove the resurrection, which I personally don't see how we do that. I don't know how we ever prove it, but we'll like you said, we'll see how old Captain comes at it. But real quick, I told everybody we would here at the first break. So we have the belt for the tournament, for the championship. So we have the logo on there. It's custom made for the championship. So this will be a traveling belt for the winner each time that we have the tournament. It'll go to them, and then we'll have a cash prize for each one. Like I said, this one we're up to $666 for the winner. So T-Jump was like, "Oh, there's money involved? Yeah, I'll do it." So
I wish I got invited to do it. Hell, I could use $666 Satan dollars.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I had a couple people they act pissed off at me. I was like, "You guys, I put all over Facebook and Twitter for like 2 weeks. I was putting out that I was looking for debaters. So it was like, I don't know what else to do, you know." But
Yeah,
I'll make sure you get an invite next time.
I'll definitely have to be sure to check out next time because, I don't see everything that's put on social media.
No, it's all good. Well, and now I know that interest there. I'll shoot you a message. But
no hard feel. I really don't need the $666 Satan dollars. So I'm happy that you guys have got a really good event that's going to be going on next week. I can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, but you would do it for the belt, right? Not the money.
Oh, definitely the belt. I mean, money. If I could have that just to display on my Friday night streams, I'd win it just for that.
For sure. So we'll get into the cross-examination. So again, a reminder, if you just joined, this will be 10 minutes per debater of questioning and cross-examination. So godless engineer, let's let them get to it.
All right. So just so everyone knows, watching and of course here in the debate, during this 10-minute period, Bram is going to be cross-examining the captain, and I give a lot of leeway here. But essentially, the big thing to remember is that whoever is questioning, it's sort of their show during that 10-minute period. So if they want to cut off the other person and say, no, we're going to a different question, that's perfectly fine. This is their time. So, Bram, when you start your cross-examination, the timer will start.
Okay, yeah, sure. You're going about a mile a minute, so I was trying to keep up my notes with you. But I think we should start with Paul not thinking that Jesus rose bodily. You say that 1 Corinthians 15 supports this view. That's a minority view among scholars. What reasons do you have to support that?
Oh, is this a cross-examination?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought the discussion was after another 10-minute round. Sorry.
So right now, Captain, just so it's clear, and we can just pause the timer if just so this all gets squared away. He's going to ask you questions, and you respond. He can cut you off at any time. You're not allowed to ask him questions back. This is all just this is a courtroom setting. You're in the witness stand, and he's the
Gotcha.
Attorney.
Sorry,
No,
I'm
you're
ready.
good.
I'm ready. What was the question again? Oh, Paul, 1 Corinthians 15.
Yeah.
You're talking about the James Dunn dating. I think that he's talking about...
Oh, excuse me. No, I'm talking about Paul saying that Jesus rose not physically, but spiritually.
Right. That's the only time he mentions. He never mentions him as a physical person that walked among people, except for 1 Corinthians 15. But I maintain that he's not an eyewitness to that. And even that could be argued that was a spiritual appearance, not a physical one. Just like Jesus appeared to him on the road to Damascus, he was not a physical person, he was in spiritual form. He could have appeared the same way to his followers. And even ascending into heaven makes sense under that logic.
Did you not use 1 Corinthians 15 to support the idea that Paul thought that Jesus rose not physically, but spiritually?
Yeah. I would say that's he never mentions a physical resurrection of Jesus. It's all through scripture and revelation.
Okay, so what would you say? Well, I'm gonna bring out my 1 Corinthians 15 really quick here. So give me a second.
And real quick, while you're doing that, I'll say in Acts 22:17, Paul says, "I began praying and fell into a trance," and he received another message for Jesus. This is the consistent theme throughout.
I don't want to waste time doing that. But you said that Paul doesn't mention a missing body. In 1 Corinthians 15, verses 3 through 5, we have that Jesus was buried and that he was raised. In considering that Jewish belief always knew the term anastasis, resurrection, as a physical bodily event, does that not strongly imply an empty tomb?
No, it doesn't. It's not. That's not true at all. Where is? Hold on, I'm going through my notes. Oh my God, where did it go? Sorry, give me a second. I'm looking for a certain. Okay. Sorry, I thought I was ready. I'm not.
And just so it's clear, Bram, like you don't have to wait. If you want to move on and forget about this, you can do that.
Okay. Are you aware that most scholars think that in 1 Corinthians 15, Paul is thinking that Jesus rose bodily, and he strongly implies that?
Yes, but hold on. 1 Corinthians 15 through 8. For after his disappearance, more than 500 brothers and sisters. My notes are all messed up. I'm so sorry, guys. Okay, I'll just shit.
So we can definitely come
I'm so
back to
sorry.
this during the discussion. No, it's just,
Okay, yeah. Let's do that just so we don't lose time. You say that there are no Greek and Roman sources for Jesus. I assume you have some reason to exclude Tacitus and Josephus from that.
Yeah, I said we didn't have any until the 2nd century. Josephus doesn't mention the biblical Jesus in my view. Tacitus got it, or Pliny the Younger. It's likely Tacitus got his information from him, as he was they were pretty much best friends. Which would bring me to another point about the women witnesses. Did you know Pliny the Younger tortured women in order to get information about Christianity?
I did know that, and I think you're seriously misreading that letter. Given that this is a cross-examination, I'm going to keep on asking you questions. We can come back to that. So what reason do you have to exclude Jesus from talking about the historical Jesus, the Christ? Do you think that was fully an interpolation?
In Josephus?
Mm-hmm.
I do think it's a fully interpolation. I understand the argument that there is a core that is true, but even if you grant that, it is still very awkwardly placed in there. Like it's like you're watching a TV show and then there's a commercial about Jesus all of a sudden. It doesn't fit with the rest of the context of what he's talking about there. So I would say I wouldn't agree that there's a core meaning or a core authenticity in that statement.
How would you explain the fact that we have Arabic and Syriac versions of that text that are not embellished by Christians and yet preserve this core?
I'd have to look at those, but I would still doubt them, given my previous answer.
Can I read one to you?
Sure.
I was trying to stay organized. Here we go. So this is the Arabic version. At that time, there was a wise man who was called Jesus, and his conduct was good, and he was known to be virtuous. And many people from among the Jews and other nations became his disciples. Pilate condemned him to be crucified and to die, and those who had become his disciples did not abandon their loyalty to him. They reported that he had appeared to them after 3 days after his crucifixion, and that he was alive. Accordingly, they believed that he was the Messiah, concerning whom the prophets have recounted wonders.
That's still a writing written later, well after the oral tradition started and the church is established. And you said, you mentioned a Syriac source?
I don't have the Syriac source with me, but
they believe Jesus had a twin brother.
No,
so maybe they were talking about him.
No, I'm talking about the text written in that language. I'm not
Okay.
talking about Syriac Christians. I'm just talking about a certain translation of Josephus's Antiquities, chapter 18.
Okay, that's still not a contemporary source written decades after the fact.
Okay, well,
I don't see that as convincing. Like
okay,
that's more
but-
argument for a historical Jesus than a resurrected Jesus.
exactly, which is what you're doubting, right?
No, I'm doubting the resurrection for the purposes of this debate.
Oh, okay. So why would you? Gotcha. That actually explains it better. Okay.
Graham, do me a favor. They're asking me to make sure if you can be aware of your head, just kind of keep it in
Oh,
front of the light,
Yeah, the light.
if possible. Thanks.
Let's talk about oral tradition. It seems to me that you're assuming this pattern of oral tradition that's very Boltzmannian and very loose, and it seems to be the one that Bart Ehrman just takes for granted. Are you aware that? How would you explain the controls on the oral tradition, such as writing, intentional memorization, such as the one we see in 1 Corinthians 15, 3-8, etc.?
And intentional memorization, that's just a term. It doesn't mean that they were word for word. We have evidence
Yes, it
that the
does.
Gospels changed over time, but you don't know that.
I mean,
That's what was taught, but you don't know that they retained everything word for word. They could miss a word. They could miss a concept.
of course, but
still
we're
not a
talking about
very
the core
good-
details.
Yeah.
So
So-
you're just talking about minor discrepancies, right? Which doesn't hurt the case
Yeah.
at all.
Well, you could think that, but as I stated earlier, things were added and changed and taken away from constantly. We see this in the 4 Gospels that we have, and I laid out all the examples that I had for that.
Okay, well, let's go to
evidence
those.
that they change things at their whim.
Yeah, let's go to those. Let's
Luke
talk about the date of
corrected
the.
Matthew because Matthew
All right.
messed things
Yep.
up. Sorry.
Captain, if he wants to know.
Let's talk about the
go ahead,
date
Bram.
of the Passover. Are you aware that Jesus, a Galilean, would have been using a different calendar for the Passover than the Judean Jewish leaders who were using who celebrated the Passover on Friday?
Yes. Are you aware there's another Jesus that was stoned to death on the Passover for teaching apocalypse, and he had 5 disciples who were also killed?
Are you talking about the Jesus that was in AD 62? Because that's after the Jesus in AD 30.
I think so. There's like 5 or 6 of them.
Well, Jesus was a common name. Iesu,
Yeah.
Joseph. There's nothing. There's no.
So you're
There's
saying there was
nothing there to be reckoned with.
So you're saying Mark or Matthew was using a different calendar than Luke was.
No, I'm saying that John. I'm saying
John,
that John.
sorry.
Yeah, would have been using the Judean calendar, which is what he mentioned. So there's no
But they-
contradiction there.
But they knew each other, and those were written within a decade of each other.
Except most scholars hold that. Do you agree that most scholarship holds that John is largely independent of the synoptics?
Yeah, because most scholars are Christians.
Well,
John clearly
even
John
Bart
clearly
Ehrman holds
takes
this
from Mark,
position.
and but the independent sources is likely Josephus.
And
Why do you
think that?
Because John has evident, or it seems like John used. I don't have it specifically with me, but Luke as well seems to have used Josephus and his letters. And as far as what other independent sources, that's just a claim. What does that mean? What are these independent sources? We don't know. It's pure speculation.
It seems a lot more of a speculation to say that Luke was using Josephus, considering that nobody except Richard Carrier actually thinks that. Maybe with the exception of Robert Price, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Robert Price. But that's just an idea. Wait, alarm off. What's that mean?
Is that not speculation?
No,
Too
it's
late.
it's connections that have been made. No one's saying that he definitely used Josephus. I was just saying that that's one idea. But besides that, we don't have any other ideas what sources he used. They may have been independent, but we have no idea what they are.
Okay, cool. As much as I'd like to get back, I think my time's up. So thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry.
well, we can come back to that in the general discussion. That's fine. So, Captain, go ahead. This is your 10 minutes. And just one more thing I want to point out: if you are doing the cross examination and you think the other person is, asking questions back, and you want them to just say, "Josh, can we just call it to my attention if there's any abuse or whatever going on?" But go ahead.
Okay, so I want to talk about Joseph of Arimathea.
Okay.
Why is it you think this was not written by Christians? or is not a Christian invention, as
A
you put it.
Christian invention, because as Raymond Brown points out, the best way, or Joseph being a Sanhedrin Jew that does what is right by Jesus, is unlikely to have been a free Christian invention. Why not make Peter, for example, bury Jesus? And furthermore, I think this explains the fact that as the Gospels progress, Joseph becomes more Christian and less Jewish.
Okay. Are you aware that there's a story in Genesis that parallels Joseph of Arimathea?
You can find a million parallels in anything. I can find 12 very specific parallels between JFK and Abraham Lincoln. It doesn't prove anything.
This is the narrative that Joseph, it didn't even change the name, Bram. Joseph begged the king to give him the body of his father so he could bury it in a grave that he purchased. It's the exact same story, and he doesn't even change the name. It's still Joseph.
Except Joseph.
So are you saying this is a weird coincidence?
Yeah, I mean, I can give you I have 5 examples written down of a bunch of weird coincidences. You have to show evidence that there's an actual causal connection between these. I mean, Joseph was the second most common Jewish Palestinian male name. I don't see how this is any argument against what I'm saying.
The gospel or the causal connection, is that what we called it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the causal connection is the Gospels are fan fiction, basically.
And what makes you think that? Because most historians...
Because of the stark number of parallels from the Old Testament, Joseph of Arimathea being one of several.
I doubt those. You can find parallels between anything. You have to establish a causal connection. There's a remarkable parallel between the Titanic and a boat called the Titan, written in a novel 14 years prior. There's no evidence that there's a causal connection. Surely you wouldn't say that therefore the Titan is ripping off, that the story of the Titanic is not historical and is ripping off this novel 14 years prior about the Titan.
See, I personally disagree because I don't believe in coincidences. I think this was intentional, but that's just me. So where's Arimathea?
So to be consistent, wouldn't you have to argue? Well, I shouldn't be answering the questions. Well, the way I'd reply to that is to be consistent. I think you'd have to also say that the Titanic was ripped off the
I don't have to
novel
say that
14
about
years prior. If
that
you're
has
going to be
nothing to do
consistent,
with this.
Sure it does.
I don't have to assume every connection is true.
You get to pick and
every
choose.
single topic ever.
So why are you
I can
picking
pick and
choosing?
choose based on how similar they are, and I find that the fact his name is still Joseph, and the fact that Arimathea does not seem to be a real place.
Arimathea is. I would say that Arimathea is a real place. We've been able to identify the etymology behind the word. If you look at first
Maccabees, the believer, right?
No, that's a Richard Carrier lie. If you look at First Maccabees, chapter 11, verse 34, you see the town mentioned, and it's clearly a Greek Septuagint translation of a town. I think it's called Rathaim, mentioned in the Old Testament in Hebrew.
Okay. I would have to look at that, but the research I've done, I have not found any evidence of Arimathea being an actual place.
Well, okay. So Eusebius is the first. Oh, go ahead.
So we can move on.
Yeah.
From that, I think we'll start going in circles from there. So you said you trust these eyewitness testimony. I want to talk about the Book of Mormon then, because we have several eyewitnesses of the angel Moroni and the golden plates. There's dozens of them.
Bram.
Sorry about that.
We know who they are. We have their birth records or death records. We have their signatures. We have their life history. We know these people. We know all about them. And they all make the same claim that corroborates with each other that they saw the angel Moroni. So why is it you think that or would you say that they're lying, but the second, third, fourth hand accounts of Jesus' resurrection that we get from non-eyewitness testimony that is true?
Yeah, I'll answer that. First, let me apologize for interrupting you. I'm kind of on an adrenaline rush right now. But we know a lot about these alleged eyewitnesses. We also know that they recanted their statements and formed new religions. There's no parallel at all.
They didn't recant their statements.
They certainly did.
At least not all of them.
Not all of them,
I
but
think there's a couple that did.
more about 3 or 4, I believe. And the
there were
others.
dozens.
Sorry, the Book of Mormon,
there's like
I
a
believe.
dozen or more, right?
The Book of Mormon, I believe, lists 8 eyewitnesses and 3 other eyewitnesses. All 3 of those eyewitnesses recanted. Some went to start new religions, and many expressed doubts about what they had actually seen.
Sure, but
so I don't think there's any parallel.
The 3 or 2 of the original 3, they made testimony in court that they saw these things. The fact that they recanted them later, it doesn't really change things. What if they died before they recanted it, or what if they didn't recant it? We would still have a bunch of people. All right, hold on.
Well, that would certainly show that they weren't confident about what they had seen because they recanted it. That's the whole point. It's evidence that they weren't really sincere about what they had seen or confident.
So then, how about the mass hallucination event, the miracle of the sun, where literally thousands of people saw the sun dancing around in the sky, and the Pope at the time himself, I'll go more into this later, but the Pope at the time also mentioned it, and it was authenticated by the Vatican.
I've actually written about this.
Even non-believers were eyewitnesses to this. So again, what they have meets the criteria that a historian is looking for to recreate history far, far better than the Gospels and Paul does for Christianity.
So I've actually written about the miracle of the sun in my essay. Yeah, you can check it out if you want. And I can't remember quite what I said about it, but I do remember this. There were apparently thousands of people there. Most of them said they saw nothing. And then some, said the sun was dancing around, and some said it was bright colors. I don't see how that's a mass hallucination. They were all looking at the sun, and when you're looking at the sun, of course your eyes are going to start seeing weird things. This is not a mass hallucination. As the psychologist Gary Collins points out, mass hallucinations just don't occur. Hallucinations are individual phenomena.
It's a hallucination. It's not a miracle. I wouldn't call it a miracle.
I wouldn't either.
Right. So,
but I wouldn't call it a hallucination either.
Why wouldn't you?
Because these people were already.
Because they were staring at the sun.
Yeah, they were staring at the sun, and
that is one method of triggering hallucinations in a natural way without the use of drugs. Is to stare at the sun.
Not if they all say that. If they all saw the same thing, I would agree with you. But we see individuals. No, they don't. That most of them said they saw nothing, and then a few people said they saw the sun giving out radiant colors, and some said they saw the sun moving around a little bit in the sky, and then later interpolations of that
dancing in the sky or zigzagging.
Yeah,
and some emitted different colors, but they still are there's similarities in their hallucination experience, just like there is it in the Gospels. Like there's a core element that's the same, and that is the sun. But as far as the details about how it danced around, those vary a little bit, kind of like the death and resurrection of Jesus.
Two things to say. One, we see in the alleged people who saw this miracle of the sun, again, most of them said they didn't see anything, and they were at the event. We don't see that with the Gospels. Secondly, we see people who are predisposed to believe this thing, and we don't see that with the earliest Jewish Christians at all. That's no, not at all. Again,
really?
the concept of a crucified Messiah. Read a pseudepigraphical text like Psalms of Solomon, and okay, then you should know that in chapter 70 or in chapter 71. From that the idea of a crucified Messiah was absurd to any first century Jew as a square circle. This is not the kind of Messiah you'd invent.
But they were a believer that the Messiah would come and like overthrow the government and rescue them, but he was
That's
killed
exactly
instead.
What Jesus didn't do.
Right. They were in a period of mourning, and they might have had hallucinations about them. People who's lost a loved one, they have hallucinations all the time about them. They wake up and they see their loved one, their deceased loved one in the room. This is not uncommon. They were in grief, which is also a hallucination.
I agree, but I don't think that adequately explains the empty tomb with that.
And I don't think the Gospels adequately explain the empty tomb because they're not eyewitness accounts, not by a long shot.
All right.
Good job, guys.
I have to say that the switch from the debate thing to this, the boxer that's getting just punched in the face looks so unimpressed by getting punched. Everybody watch it next time. He's just so he looks labored at being punched in the face. Like, oh, we're doing this again. Oh no.
When I found those little cut segments, it's funny because it's almost like if you ever watched the old Mike Tyson reruns and the guys get in the ring, they already know they're about to get their ass beat, and it's kind of that like, just go ahead and hit me, Mike, just get it over with. So, for those who don't know, Godless Engineer, the history of Jesus, crucifixion, resurrection. That's this gentleman's wheelhouse. So, Godless Engineer, what are you hearing? What's your takeaway so far?
Well, I mean, I'm over here on the edge of my seat because I'm hearing all of these arguments being thrown around, and I feel like if I was in the debate, I would be interrupting and everything like that. And I guess being a bit intrusive, I guess, on the other person's time, because every time Brand brings something up, I'm like, nope, this, that. So it's a little hard for me being in this particular position, having to calmly sit there, listen, and just see how the debate plays out. So, Bram's a nice guy. I really like him. I do have to say that all of the arguments that he's bringing up are pretty standard for this particular topic. But it's just.
Yeah. And we, I will say same thing. Bram's awesome. He's an awesome dude, and I love talking to him. And at his age, he's already much smarter than I am. So we'll just put that out there. I wish it, 18, I think he is right around there. I wish I had the ability to retain information the way he does. But no, it's been good so far, and that's where I'm trying to be deliberate as far as staying fair, staying neutral as far as who is better, whether I agree or not, who is better delivering their argument, who's best positioning and communicating their argument. So I'm trying to stay there regardless of what side I'm on. And I know we have a lot of new faces in the chat, and just so because I've seen several questions in there, just so you guys know, whether I agree or Godless Engineer agrees with Bram or any other theist position, when we have a debate like this and we're deciding, okay, who won or who lost the debate, even if we disagree, it's who better communicated their position, who brought the more convincing argument, so to speak. So just know, like right now, when we rebranded and went to this format, I think we're split 50-50 with theists and atheists. I think it's either 3-3 or 4-4, something like that. So we literally call it down the middle, so, and make sure it's fair. But if you guys would, thank you so much for hanging out with us so far. We've had that anywhere from 160 to almost 180 people hanging out with us on a Saturday night. We appreciate doing that. Please go like, subscribe, share it with your friends, your family, your grandma, anybody that might want to watch people talk about God or the lack of a God. We'd love to have them come hang out with us. But anything else, GE, before we go into the open discussion?
No. From a technical standpoint, as far as the debate goes, I feel like both of the debaters are, doing pretty well against each other. So I guess from a technical scoring aspect, I would say it's probably about tied right now between the two of them. So hopefully in the discussion period, we'll get a bit clearer indication of who's going to come out on top.
Right. And you'll probably agree with me on this. I'm glad you said that, because they'd mentioned in the chat, and I completely agree. The one thing that both sides could have, and maybe this is something in their next debates they can take away and work on this. When you have that cross-examination, you own that 10 minutes. That 10 minutes is yours. So just ask questions, and gather as much information as you can. Then wait till the open discussion to do the back and forth. Would you agree with that?
Oh, definitely. I mean, in the past, I guess the past while, I actually haven't been a part of this structured of a debate, which I mean, I have a couple of times, but definitely utilizing your time like that to gather as much information is probably the best tactic to have.
Yep, absolutely. Well, let's bring the debaters back on. Hopefully they got a drink, maybe use the restroom or whatever and got ready. But let's get them back on here. Open discussion, 40 minutes. It's good time.
All right, gentlemen. So we got 40 minutes. And just a reminder, if I feel like you guys are talking past each other, I might stop you and say, hey, what's the other person actually saying? What's their argument? So we all stay on the same page. But you guys seem like you're good. So have at it.
All right. First, let me say, apologize to everybody. I misunderstood the debate. I thought the second round would be just offering rebuttals for 10 minutes. So I had like a 10-minute monologue prepared. I didn't realize there was a question and answer period. So I got confused with my notes. I wasn't prepared for that. So
Unforgivable.
I had to pretty much ad lib. So I apologize for everyone watching me stutter and try to find my notes.
And my apologies for interrupting.
Oh, no, I interrupted you. A little interruption is okay. But talking over each other that's kind of where we draw the line. But a little interrupting is fine, I think. It makes things spicy. All right. So where did we leave off? Where do you want to go, Bram?
Well, why don't you take it? Well, actually, I have a question. So
Sure.
it seems to me that most of your rebuttal against my argument is trying to attack the Gospels from the top down. And what I mean by that is trying to launch a general attack on the Gospels, whereas my arguments are about establishing the reliability of certain specific facts.
I wouldn't say I'm making a general statement about the Gospels. I'd say you're the one making a general statement about them. I am trying to pick them apart very specifically and talk about specifics as how many differences we have, what exactly is in some manuscripts, what exactly is not in others. I'm trying to be very specific about how and why these are not reliable historical sources.
Sure, but at the same time, it seems to me that the examples you brought up, like the textual variant in Luke 22, 19 through 20, the woman caught in adultery, the ending of Mark, those are all issues that don't have anything to do with the crucifixion, the burial, the appearances, the empty tomb, etc.
Yeah, sure, but they show that the Gospels themselves are not reliable as historical documents because there's so much changed and altered about them. And even within the canon itself, there's debate about whether Jesus bodily resurrected or spiritually resurrected. Again, Paul doesn't seem to talk about a physical resurrection. He seems to be pretty clear it's spiritual and through revelations and trances, as he describes. He even writes letters to the churches because they were having hallucinations so often, or visions as he called them, that he had to offer how to guide them and do them accurately. So I'm saying that the Gospels may not teach a physical resurrection of Jesus at all. They may not teach he exists at all.
Okay, so
but we don't have to go into the mythicism thing. But we can.
No, we don't have to. I sat through the whole y'all's 4-hour discussion on that, going through the ascension of Isaiah and stuff.
Okay.
That was fascinating, by the way.
It was. I love that.
But yeah, it got me doing some research. But so it seems to me that you just conceded that yes, you are saying that the Gospels aren't generally reliable. Therefore the empty tomb is probably improbable. That's a probably improbable. Therefore the empty tomb is improbable. Therefore,
yes.
So you are starting from a top-down argument. Is that not correct?
What do you mean by a top-down argument?
A general attack on the Gospels and not an attack on my specific evidences for the reliability of specific facts in the Gospels.
It was at first in my earlier examples, and then I went into the segment about how the differences between the death and resurrection narrative of Jesus himself within the Gospels. And I laid out all the examples of how those are different. And I know there's clever little theological ways to explain those away. I frankly don't buy those.
Okay.
But they can't seem to get their facts straight.
Oh, okay, so in all the examples you gave, I noticed that it was pretty much it was definitely Bart Ehrman's rant on the contradictions or the discrepancies within the Gospels.
Yeah, it was mostly him with a little bit of Richard Carrier peppered in there.
Yeah. So we can grant that these. I don't want to have a debate about inerrancy right now. But I don't believe that these are necessarily contradictions, and I'm not going to resort to, implausible, strained harmonization to show that. For now, let's just say that these are general discrepancies. The heart of the story still has an empty tomb. It still has appearances of Jesus. You still get a resurrection. So why should these minor discrepancies matter? I mean, who carried the cross? John doesn't even say
because
Jesus carried the cross the whole way. He just said Jesus started to carry the cross.
Yeah, because the heart
Simon of Cyrene.
The heart of the issue is still a claim to the miraculous. That's the problem, and it's still a similar story as laid out all the other pre-Christian gods who have such a similar story as being suffering, as literally the word passion is used. They suffer, they die, they rise again. Sometimes they're born of a virgin. This concept is not new. It's nothing new. Christianity was just the most successful version of it.
Okay, so I disagree with you completely there. I think when Richard Carrier makes this kind of argument, he's trying to, excuse the pun, resurrect an argument that was completely...
Own your puns. Own your puns.
Yeah, he was trying to resurrect an argument that was started in the 1930s and stayed in the 1930s. And I think there are two problems with it. First, the parallels themselves are... The tactic that the Carrier types use is to wipe out all the things that make these different and just focus on the similarities. That's kind of picking and choosing. And so you have general parallels. And I think the parallels are spurious. But secondly, and I think this is especially difficult to support given this. Why should we imagine that pious Jews who became Christians, I mean, think about what the early Christians were debating. They were debating food laws. They were debating circumcision laws. Why would they start plagiarizing without any remorse these pagan myths that they abhorred while simultaneously engaging in these fierce debates about very Jewish things like circumcision? That doesn't make any sense to me. Well, why don't you go ahead and respond to that? Then I'll make another point.
The short answer is we don't really know. We don't have a lot saying. Well, you think we know. What I'm saying is I cannot. I have a hard time seeing coincidences. I don't see this as coincidence. Every mythology has borrowed from other mythologies throughout history. There's not really one mythology that's totally unique. Everyone has borrowed from each other, even if they're different. That is observed throughout the history of religion since the beginning of fucking time. Mm-hmm. So I don't see Christianity as an exception. And why is it true for Christianity, but it's not true for all the others? It's not true for Mormonism. It's not true for the miracle of the sun. It's special pleading to say that this one right here is the correct one. Everyone else is wrong, even though they're very similar. I don't see it as coincidence. I think it was very intentional.
Okay, I don't think it's special pleading because I don't think the evidence, for those is the same. But let's just take this case right here. Excuse me if this is going to take a minute, but let me list 12 very specific parallels between...
Real quick. You're right that the evidence is not the same because Mormonism has far better evidence than Christianity is for its claims.
I'm sorry, that's just not true. When you have eyewitnesses recanting their statements, when you have Joseph's first vision being written 22 years afterwards, which is not a problem in and of itself, but when you have everything written by Joseph before that explicitly denying it, I think that is not good evidence.
Okay. I wouldn't agree with you totally, but you can go ahead with what you're trying to say. I kind of interrupted you. Sorry.
Oh, no, it's fine. It was So prior to his election, guess the historical figure. Prior to his election, he had been a boat captain. He was related to a U.S. senator, attorney general, ambassador to Great Britain, and mayor of Boston. Point one. Point two, he was elected to Congress in 1947 and was was the vice president runner-up in 56. Point 3, he was elected president in 60. Point 4, he was in his 30s when he was president. His wife was a socially prominent 24-year-old girl at the time of their marriage. She spoke French fluently. Point 5, while living in the White House, his wife suffered the loss of a child. His family consisted of 3 children. Point 6, as president, he was deeply involved in civil rights for African Americans. Point 7, he was assassinated and shot in the back of the head on the Friday before a major holiday while seated beside his wife, who was not injured. Point 8, on the day of his assassination, a staffer told him not to go to the event where he was murdered. Point 9, following the assassination, there were insistent claims that the fatal shot must have come from a different direction. Point 10, his assassin was born in 39 and was a Southerner who held extremist views. I've only got 2 more. Point 11, this assassin was murdered before he could be brought to trial. He was killed by a shooter who used a Colt revolver and fired only 1 fatal shot. Lastly, point 12, after the assassination, he was eventually succeeded by a vice president who was a Southern Democrat and former senator named Johnson. I'm not talking about just JFK, and I'm not talking about just Abraham Lincoln. I'm actually talking about both. So clearly, JFK was ripped off from the Abraham Lincoln story. I don't believe in coincidences.
So you're mixing 2 narratives together to prove a point, and that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying Christianity does.
Well, no, but my point is that there are remarkable parallels and yet no causal connection. And
but those things are not in a holy book.
Who cares?
Because it's a holy book written to be a holy book.
Are you saying that the Pauline epistles?
No,
they weren't put in the Bible until a few centuries later. I'm treating the Pauline epistles, the Gospels, as they originally were.
Bible for a few centuries. I said nothing was put in the Bible until a few centuries later. The Bible we have took literal centuries of arguing to get what we have now.
And I agree, but I think that's a red herring. I think the fact that it's in a holy book has absolutely nothing to do with the problem of establishing a causal connection merely by pointing out really close parallels. The truth is you can find parallels in anything.
And I'm saying what you're saying is your examples of Abraham Lincoln versus JFK, they're disinterested. They're looking for facts, what happened, what didn't happen. The Bible is a holy book that is written to perpetuate its religious ideals.
Okay,
it's written for a purpose. The Bible has an agenda. Objective, observable history does not. That's the difference.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna pause you guys for just a second. Captain, do me a favor. Can you just this is my thing. Can you say, Bram, what I hear you saying is with respect to his 12 points about the 2 presidents, can you just finish that sentence for me so I know we're all on the same page here?
What I hear you saying is that the parallels in historical narratives are similar or the same criteria that is in the Holy Bible. Is that
Bram? Do you think is that what you're saying?
That was kind of a confusing way of phrasing it. Let me just say it. I'm saying that merely pointing out parallels does nothing to establish a causal connection. We have to have evidence that there is a causal connection, and I think this is especially hard to do. You're right that the early Christians were interested.
Sorry, Bram, hang on. So I just want to make sure that this, because I think this is important. So specifically, Captain, if you could, and I won't make this take up much more time, but specifically, what was his point by bringing up the 12?
He's saying that
things about the presidents.
He's saying it would be fallacious to try, or maybe special pleading to make connections within the Gospels and not make connections within secular history.
Bram, is that fair?
Understanding that correct?
That's fair enough. Yeah.
I'm sorry if I didn't word that
very
well beforehand.
I'm gonna make sure everybody's.
There's nothing wrong with making parallels. It's just it's not sufficient to establish a causal connection, especially, and this is where I think the clincher is, especially when we're dealing with first century Jewish Christians who are debating about very Jewish things. It's absurd, in my opinion, to think that while they were debating very Jewish things, they would just engage in wholesale borrowing from the pagan myths that they abhorred.
I don't think so, because we have no idea how the Gospels were written or who wrote them. We know who did. We're relying on oral tradition. We're highly educated.
Okay, so
each Gospel copied from the other and added in their own corrections or elaborations.
I wouldn't say that's necessarily true with the Gospel of John. That's largely true with about 85% of the synoptics, I think. But why in that case would you reject the testimony of Papias in the early 2nd century, saying that Mark was written by John Mark, who, being, I think he was a diaspora Jew, he would have been competent in Greek and Aramaic and probably Hebrew, who is a follower of Peter and wrote Mark based on Peter's testimony.
And where did Papias get his information?
John the Elder and I can't remember the other guy, but Richard Balcom lays out in chapter 2 of his book.
Yeah, but
Jesus and the Eyewitnesses.
But again, what eyewitnesses? There aren't any. Like you have to believe that the pre-Markan Passion story or something is. I'm saying that we have no contemporary eyewitness collaborating accounts that are disinterested. That we can affirm historical reason through, like we can everything else in history. We simply don't have that.
It seems to me that when you say that we don't have contemporary accounts that were written soon after, firsthand by eyewitnesses, you're confusing necessary and sufficient conditions. I'd like you. Can you name again in your opening statement? You said something like, "In history, we want contemporary accounts. We want these accounts. We want these accounts." Can you quickly list those again?
Let me go through my notes. Where we at?
Someone said, "Tell us the names of the eyewitnesses." We'll wait. I'll get there. Don't worry.
Okay. They need consistent contemporary accounts, independent and disinterested, that are not collaborating and biased, recorded close to the time of the events, and the more of them we have, the better. The Gospels we have do not meet any of these criteria.
And I'd like you to name at least just one historical source that does, because I doubt you'd find any historical source that is disinterested, unbiased, written. I don't know what your preferred time range is. 10
Abraham
years.
Lincoln and JFK.
Except we're talking about ancient history. If you were using your standards, we'd have to jettison everything in ancient history.
But they meet those standards.
Okay, name one.
As does the testimonies of the Mormons, as does the testimonies of the miracle of the sun. They meet all of that criteria. The Bible, the Gospels do not.
Okay, the miracle of the sun, the Mormonism. Let's bracket that conversation for a few minutes later. I'm saying within the time period of Jesus, say within 100 or so years of Jesus on both sides, do you know of any ancient historical source that meets these criteria?
As far as ancient?
Well, yeah, because we're doing ancient history.
I don't have any examples offhand.
I don't think you'll find one.
But I'm sure there are.
Because when Bar Ehrman makes this argument, he's confusing necessary and sufficient conditions. These conditions are certainly great, but to say that they're necessary, I think is to have a. If you think that, you'd have to jettison everything you believe about ancient history. I'm
not saying you have to have all of those. You have to meet all of those criteria to have a good idea about what happened. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we have claims to the miraculous that have met all of that criteria tenfold. But we don't have any of that for the claim to the miraculous of the resurrection of Jesus. So the evidence you gave of other claims to the miraculous that do meet these, I find unconvincing. We've talked about Mormonism. I don't see any. Just look at the accounts of the first vision. Everything written before the first account of the first vision explicitly denies all the details that Joseph gives about the first vision. I mean, it's an explicit denial. Mass hallucination is pretty common. You can go to any Pentecostal charismatic church today and see it happening. I could tell you story after story after story of everyone in my church believing they saw a demon or believing they saw the Holy Spirit fly above the room. Mass hallucination is common in religiously charged settings. that you believe is possible.
Yeah, so I think you're confusing mass frenzies with mass hallucinations.
And
Furthermore,
that's just semantics.
No, they're not, because you have cases of people like spreading laughter and dancing around. But we're talking about people who are not in the same place at different time periods. Some were skeptics who all said they saw the same thing early after. There's the creed I cited that was very early after the cross, formulated probably within months, and
So he said in there, Jesus,
Peter,
he said
James. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, he says in there he appeared to the 12, but there was only 11 apostles. Because that happened after Jesus' suicide and before Matthias. No, this happened before Matthias. This happened before Paul's conversion. That's
actually a good point.
There was 11. So what?
The name of the 12, I think, was preserved as a unit, even despite Judas's death. I think that's not a problem for New Testament scholars. They recognize that.
Which I think is pure speculation, and we could look. Where's I going? This.
And furthermore, can I say this? I didn't actually. I'm not actually using the 12 as part of my argument, because I don't think it can be independently verified. I don't think it's the strongest case. But when we're talking about Paul, when we're talking about Peter, when we're talking about James, I think we have a much better case there. So I don't think there's any need to talk about the 12.
Convenient, but okay, I'll allow it.
Very convenient.
I think so. When Paul, I can't find my notes, so I'm gonna have to go off memory here. But when Paul uses the word scripture, he used the word graphe, which he mentions like 14 times, and he quotes scripture, and then he mentions like 8 more times, and immediately after he's referring to scriptures, all in the Old Testament. So how much of this is from the Old Testament, and how much of this is from another source that we have no idea, or oral tradition, maybe?
Yeah. So when Paul uses that phrase, according to the scriptures, according, I think it's kata in Greek. I think it's better translated in accordance with. Paul is not saying that, this happened, and let me show you a few proof texts from the Old Testament to prove my case. Raised on the third day, you don't find that anywhere in the Old Testament except Hosea chapter 6, verse 2, but no New Testament writer quotes that. I don't think that's the case that they're making at all. They're just saying that the resurrection of Jesus as Messiah and Lord coheres with the general narrative of the Old Testament scriptures. That's not the same thing at all.
But it is attested in Hosea, like you pointed out. That's another point I want to make.
Except they did. Well, no, it's not.
Detail can be found in the Old Testament, and there's
no, it's not.
I probably don't. You don't need
this is an important point, because no New Testament writer quotes Hosea 6:2. I mean, they were fond of quoting Psalm 110, which is not nearly as obvious. They were fond of quoting Isaiah 53, which nobody before Jesus, before the Christians, thought was a messianic prediction.
And Jude quotes the Book of Enoch.
That's right, but not in context of the resurrection.
No, but why don't we consider?
So what does that have to do with anything?
Because you're, again, picking and choosing.
I'm not picking and choosing, because Jude quoting Enoch has nothing to do with my case at all, and it doesn't have anything to do with a rebuttal to my case either. Jude is not quoting Enoch to show that, here's Old Testament proof that Jesus rose from the dead.
No.
So I mean, it's completely irrelevant.
Okay. Oh, we can move on.
Fair enough.
My point in saying that is just saying, yeah, hold on. Let's just leave that. I want to get through some other points. Is there anything you wanted to bring up?
My notes are, I was in a frenzy trying to write everything you wrote. So I'm like you, my notes are completely scattered now.
Oh no, my notes are scattered. Believe me. I know I talked really fast. I had a lot to try to go through.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big subject, so that's kind of inevitable. So let's go back to the case I was making. Here's a question for you.
Sure.
If you thought, actually, change my mind. Let's talk about the empty tomb. I'd like to focus in on that. You bring up the letter of Pliny the Younger in his letter to Trajan. Is that right? And you say that that's a counterexample to this idea that
Genesis,
women
or origin, sorry. His
Origin?
letter to Yeah.
it's not Trajan, because in Pliny's letter to Trajan,
Oh
he
yeah,
beat,
sorry, the Roman Emperor. Yeah, sorry, I got my letters, my
oh yeah, it's fine.
Pliny the Younger letters mixed up. But yeah,
So
to the Roman Emperor.
I don't think that's a counterexample at all to the sources I cited, which I can cite more if you want to get deeper into that. That women's testimony, not that it wasn't valued categorically, but that it was valued less than man's. So in Pliny's letter to Trajan, first of all, he says that he interviews people, just people in general. That probably includes male and female, and given the context, probably with an emphasis on male, before he interviews these two women. And secondly, I think it's abundantly clear from the letter that he interviews them despite them being women, because he also says that they were slaves. And in the Roman world, if you're
So they're not just women.
the only way to trust a slave was to beat them to get information out of them. I think the reason that he asked these two women was because they were deaconesses of the church, and being representative of the church, they were the most expedient to go ask.
Right.
So I think he asked them despite their sex and despite their status as slaves.
They weren't just women; they were slaves.
Exactly.
It's twofold why their testimony would not be considered reliable, but he still used them. So why?
Because
that is a much more legally implicating setting than in just the narrative of the stone being rolled away. Like this had very real legal implications, and he used women to gather information, and went off of that. Hold on, I'm gonna.
But Pliny uses them not because they're women, and not because they're slaves, but despite the two, he uses them precisely because they're deaconesses.
Right. Okay.
So that doesn't prove, in my opinion, a counter argument to anything I've said about women's testimony in the first century.
I think it's pretty cut and dry. But hold on, let me just read it to you. This is what he wrote. I believe it all the more necessary to find out the truth from two slave women, whom they call deaconesses, even by torture. I found nothing but depraved and immoderate superstition, therefore suspending the investigation, I hastened to consult you. It seems to me a matter worthy of consultation, especially because of the numbers endangered. For many of every age and every rank, and even of both sexes, are called into danger and will be called.
Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering how in the world that proves as a counterexample to not my claim that women's testimony wasn't trusted categorically, but that it was trusted less than a man's.
Not that it was trusted less than a man's, but it was trusted.
But no apologist I know unless they're brain dead, claims that women's testimony wasn't trusted, period. I mean, go to John 4, the Samaritan woman is believed. I mean, that's easy to refute. I think you're attacking a straw man here.
I don't think so.
The point that we're making, and I say we, meaning people who make the same argument, the point that I'm making is that because women's testimony was trusted less than a man's, if you're going to invent and freely shape a story that you're going to use to evangelize people about an empty tomb, the last people you're going to put in the story is women. And I think further confirmation of this is the fact that as you go later and later and later, even to the Gospel of Peter, the women's testimony is replaced or added on by men. And I think that's a further indication that my argument is being used correctly here.
Okay. So let me read. This is one of my points from the opening statement I didn't get to.
Okay.
Speaking of Pliny. But real quick, women were in charge of caring for the tombs and the bodies, so it'd be natural for them to be in the narrative in the first place. But
wait, can you say that again? Sorry.
I said it was the job of women to care for tombs and care for the dead, so it's normal for them to be there. It's not weird, which is why he has no problem putting them in it. Okay. Pliny the Younger was a lawyer, an author, and a magistrate of ancient Rome. He was raised and educated by his uncle Pliny the Older, who was a Roman author, a naturalist and natural philosopher, and a naval army commander in the early Roman Empire. Pliny the Younger seems not to have any knowledge of Jesus to the Christians at first. He had to write to the letters to the emperor asking for guidance on how to try them because they weren't breaking any laws other than unlawful assembly. given his resume and his uncle's, it's very strange that he had never heard of Jesus before. He'd never heard of a crucifixion or resurrection of him, and he had no knowledge. Yeah, he had no knowledge of this trial and crucifixion, let alone his resurrection. I kind of got ahead of myself. But here's someone who should definitely know about this. With sidebar, what this tells me is Christianity almost died off at one point in history, which may be why he didn't have knowledge of this, even though he should. Like the early church was well established at this point.
Are we talking second century here, by the way?
Yes.
So that doesn't hurt my case at all.
No, but what I'm saying is,
because I'm talking about right after the cross, the first century. So
right after. What I'm saying is, why would an ancient Roman lawyer have no idea who Christians are, who Jesus was, that he rised again? He didn't know how to punish them. He had to ask the emperor, "What do I do with them?"
And I would just use your argument by saying that maybe Christianity was dying off at that point. That's not a problem. But
Sure.
can I address this argument that you're using about that women would have gone to do the burial anyway? I think this is missing the point. The point is that if you're freely shaping an account, those kind of rules just don't apply. I mean, why don't you have it like in the Gospel of Peter, where
Why would the rules apply there?
The rules of verisimilitude?
Suddenly, it's an exception to the rule.
I'm not saying it's an exception to the rule. I'm saying your argument that women would have gone to the tomb, and that's very similar to the, Jewish Palestinian culture at the time, doesn't make it any less embarrassing.
Right. It wouldn't be weird for the author of Mark to add that detail into his story.
But again,
because it was cultural at that time. Women cared for the tombs. It's not weird. It's not a testimony of embarrassment.
It is, because the women still are witnesses. Why not make men discover the tomb first? They're just walking by. The stone is already rolled away. I mean,
because
read the gospel.
Unbelievable, because men didn't take care of the graves.
They didn't need to. Maybe they're just walking by. Like, read the Gospel of Peter. I mean, I think this shows that these kind of rules just don't apply to people who are writing myths, as you say they are.
They apply when it's convenient, and they don't apply when it's not convenient. It seems like
that sounds like picking and choosing.
Exactly.
So
why
are you saying
here we have a story that is not strange for women to be the first one? That is not just weird. It's not just not weird. It's to be expected. That was normal for the time. It's weird to us. It's not weird to them to say that, hey, women were there because they cared for the tomb. And then you have Pliny the Younger again interrogating women for legal information.
Okay,
so we're going to start going in circles here, but what I'm saying is,
no,
I don't see this as an exception, or I'm not seeing what you're saying as an exception.
So what I'm saying is that I think you're making the mistake of thinking that the criteria of verisimilitude, which is how true to life something is given the cultural norms, is and the criteria of embarrassment, which is a valid criteria, by the way, atheist cats, are not mutually exclusive. Instead, they add up to the reliability. If you're going to freely shape a story, there are 100 conceivable ways that I can think of where the women could have discovered the tomb, or where there could have been no women at all. I mean, think about it. In all the accounts except Matthew, I think, the stone is already rolled away. Why not just have Joseph or Nicodemus walking by one day and they see the tomb is empty? You don't need to include women anointing anybody. And again, I would go to the Gospel of Peter, written in the 2nd century, and that's a very good example of how the story that includes women as the primary witnesses that includes men as the primary witnesses and not men would be freely shaped. We see the men discovering the tomb, not women. And they weren't going to anoint the body or anything.
And that was in what, Peter, you said?
Gospel of Peter.
Yeah, Gospel of Peter. So
it shows the legendary accruement.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. It was changed later. But why is the earliest testament that we have has the women? Because it was changed later because they thought of the criteria of embarrassment. But
No one
I don't know
thought. No, I think it's terribly anachronistic of you to argue that they were thinking of the criteria of embarrassment, which
no, that's not what I'm saying.
oh,
Sorry, go ahead.
the reason Mark included the women as the primary witnesses was because he knew that women were the primary witnesses. His eyewitness source was Peter. Papias tells us that, and most English-speaking scholars, I haven't looked at the German or French studies, agree that Mark was written by John Mark and used Peter as a source, as Papias tells us.
Okay. I'm going through my notes because I think we're about to start. We already have started going in circles here. And I want to move on to something else.
Fair enough.
While we have time.
Yeah.
8 minutes. Okay.
Oh, that's not a lot.
It's not. It is though. At the same time, when you're
not
looking
enough.
for something, it's not.
What are we doing after this, by the way?
Our closing statements, I think, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I forgot the right one, so I'll be improvising. Do you have anything else to add? Because I want to ask you something.
Sure. Go ahead.
If we could show, as I argue, that there was an empty tomb and that there were visions, would, in your opinion, would that, in your opinion, be best explained by saying that Jesus rose from the dead?
If I had visions of Jesus, would it explain the resurrection?
No. If you granted, as even Bart Ehrman does, that the earliest Christians saw
Right.
Jesus, or, I mean, whether or not you think that there was an ontological referent there,
Right.
whether they actually saw Jesus and there was an empty tomb to accompany that, would you think that would be best explained by the resurrection?
I would believe there's an empty tomb, but no, I wouldn't believe the resurrection is the best explanation. I would
Even
believe,
if there was an empty tomb and visions?
yeah, because visions are still just hallucinations, and an empty tomb could still just be grave robbery. This is
Oh,
a more
okay,
naturalist explanation that was common at the time.
Well, wouldn't that hypothesis be more ad hoc? And plus, I'm wondering.
So-
I'm trying to get to understand how you would explain these things. Who would you posit exactly that would actually steal the body? Christians? Would it be Romans? Would it be Jews? Because in each of the, or grave robbers, because in each of those cases, it still seems implausible.
It would be-
Implausible to me.
It would be his closest disciples would be the most likely. But like I mentioned in my opening statement, they were never tried for these things.
So
Or
are
for-
you saying
they
that
were charged with this.
are you saying that his closest disciples would steal the body and then suffer for the belief that I'm not talking about martyrdom. I'm just talking about
Sure.
that they would go and suffer for the belief that Christ was risen when they knew it was a fabrication?
I wouldn't say that he was risen in the first place, but I would say that, or I wouldn't say the grave was empty in the first place. But if
But I'm
it
saying
was, I'd say a more natural explanation, like grave robbery, would be the most likely explanation for that, and not a supernatural resurrection.
Okay, but you would posit that the Christians would steal the body, and I'm asking, why would the Christians knowingly steal the body and then preach Christ risen, which is absurd to, first century Jewish and pagan ears, the
Right.
idea of a Messiah crucified, and go and suffer for those beliefs? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I couldn't get into their methods. I have no sources or information on that. What I'm saying is they would be the most likely if the grave was robbed. It would be them because he was their savior. He wanted their body. They were hoping he would rise again, as was prophesied. So they took the body so that maybe
There
he
was
wouldn't
nothing
be killed
prophesied
on the
in-
way up. No, sorry. Like they believed he was going to. Sorry, or they were hoping he would.
Are you saying that they stole the idea from the Old Testament that he would rise again?
Yes,
Okay, which verses?
I don't have any with me.
I don't think there are any.
No, not the Old Testament, but the other savior narratives that I mentioned before.
Okay, and again, we come to the problem of these are loyal Jews debating about Jewish things, and you think simultaneously they would engage in wholesale plagiarism from the pagan myths they abhorred?
Yeah, that's a much more likely explanation than Jesus died and literally rose again, spent 40 days with his followers, only his followers, nobody else, and then ascended to heaven. That would be.
And why do you think? So, in my opinion, that doesn't even explain adequately anything. To think that disciples would steal the body and then knowing it was a fabrication, And
I'm
then
not speculating that the disciples stole the body.
you said it would be the most likely.
I'm answering your question as to if the body disappeared, who would be most likely to do it? That's okay. Maybe the disciples. I don't think
Except
the body
I'm
went
not.
missing.
I'm not
I don't
just
think
saying
he was
that.
buried in a grave. I think he was buried in a mass grave, like everybody else.
Well, we can talk about that. As much as I'd love to talk about that,
You're asking me about hypothetical. I'm responding to a hypothetical.
Yeah, and I'm saying I think your hypothetical explanation for this hypothetical is hypothetically flawed.
And you can say that. That's fine. I'm fine with that because it's irrelevant to the point.
I think
I'm entertaining your inquisitory. Shit. What's the word?
I know what you're trying to say.
Inquiry.
Yeah.
That's the word. Thank you.
So,
Girlfriend's over there helping me out with that one.
This is kind of where I want to get at. It has to do with the philosophy of miracles. It seems to me that behind all this, that there's no amount of evidence that could actually prove a resurrection in your mind. Is that the case?
I wouldn't say so. I could totally accept that Jesus died and rose again. I used to believe it wholeheartedly at one point. The problem is I believed it through faith, not through evidence. Once I looked into the evidence, I realized this doesn't seem very likely.
But that's my whole point. Is there any amount of evidence that could persuade you? It seems to me like it's an a priori rejection of miracles. And that seems like the, question begging because you're presuming the naturalistic worldview, not just an agnosticism.
I would say
but
maybe
literally
no.
naturalism to the exclusion of miracles.
I would say no, because even eyewitness testimony is not reliable. Case in point, Mormonism, the miracle of the sun.
Except I've shown that the miracle of the sun in Mormonism, those eyewitnesses don't parallel in any way to the eyewitnesses of Jesus.
You haven't. You don't think you have.
Okay. So the alleged eyewitnesses of the Book of Mormon, many of them recanted their statements. That is good proof that they.
But not all. We have 2 minutes left. Do you really want to spend it on this?
Well, it kind of is an important point. The miracle of the sun. I mean, most of them explicitly denied that they had seen anything. I mean, I don't understand how this is a parallel to the eyewitnesses of Jesus in any way. And it seems to me that the burden of proof is actually on you if you're the one saying that there is a parallel, because you would have to, link the parallels.
I wouldn't say the burden of proof. It's a very clear and concise, natural connection to make. Why are these claims that are miraculous absurd, unbelievable, even though they meet all the criteria that historians look for when recreating history? But this one who does not meet any of the criteria is considered the right answer. Because
I think that you have it the wrong way around. I think you're just restating that the evidence for Mormonism or any other parallel.
It's the wrong way around, because you have to tear down all the experiences of these other people, and you have to lift up the second, third, fourth hand experiences.
Except
of the
I'm not
authors
doing
of the
that.
Gospel of
I'm
Paul.
not doing that in any way with my argument. You still haven't responded adequately, I think, to the fact that the
How very William Lane Craig of you.
How very grandmoppy of you. Well, no. I don't think you've adequately responded in any fashion to what I was saying about the Mormon witnesses recanting. Sure, not all of them recanted.
Not all of them recanted. Some of them did.
The point is strong enough to show that we have no evidence that they were as sincere as the earliest Christians. So I think that better fits. If you remember the three categories I talked about, they were either deceived.
But sincerity doesn't equal truth.
Of course it doesn't. I'm not saying that. What it rules out is the possibility of them lying. They were either deceived or deceivers, or they were actually telling the truth.
Real quick, we had cults who believed the spaceships were going to take them up, and they poisoned themselves and their children for that belief. That what level of sincerity tops that?
I'm not saying.
And on that incredibly happy note.
Poisoning
and dying to get on the spaceship.
So I'm not saying in any way that sincerity is a sufficient condition for us to say that the claims being made are true. That would be absurd. What I am saying is that if we have evidence against the sincerity of the Mormons' belief that they had actually seen whoever in the world they saw or claimed to have seen, then that is good evidence against. And we just don't see that. So there's the parallel is that you're making is a false one.
All right,
Okay, go ahead, Josh.
I'm gonna
I won't
stop it
respond.
there.
Go ahead.
Well. The guy getting punched in the face looked bored again. He looked bored again. I think you're muted.
Sorry, I just laughed. Yeah.
You're good. Good. Thanks for laughing at my joke. Thank you. So 40 minutes back and forth. That's when the dirty work gets done. So Godless Engineer, like we said before, for those that have just recently jumped on, Godless Engineer and his channel, go check them out and subscribe and be a damn member. Buy a damn membership. Do it, and you get exclusive insight. You get all that fun shit, and this is his wheelhouse. So that's why I keep kind of going to him first on this one, because this is what he does. He has a really cool app. It's called Crestus. You should go download that right now. Do that. But 40 minutes back and forth. Godless Engineer. What do you think?
Well, so on Bram's side, I kind of feel like Bram throws out like the consensus of New Testament scholarship a little bit too much, especially on this particular subject, being the resurrection of Jesus. And I highly advise against people like appealing to the consensus, because what we're trying to talk about is the evidence. And so actually dealing with the evidence is kind of important. On the CaptainDadpool side, there were a couple of comebacks, not only during the open discussion, but in the cross-examination stuff. I kind of felt like he could have really hit back hard with some things, but he didn't. So I don't know. Right now I'm leaning more towards Dadpool. But I mean I guess it could be easily tipped one way or another. The really big thing for me though is not using the consensus of like scholars, like the New Testament scholars, because even as like Bart Ehrman notes and a lot of other people note that have done studies on the I guess the field of New Testament scholarship, is that a lot of the opinions and everything like that are very theologically based and not based on evidence. Yeah, there's my app. I've actually got I got an update that I'm getting ready right now to release, and it's right there. I just got to get it actually pushed out. I got a couple things to tweak on it, but it should be good to go soon.
Awesome. Yeah, you and I talked. That was this week. You and I talked about that. Yeah, I'm excited to see what you're doing with it. But yeah, if you guys don't have that, if you're interested, regardless whether you're a Christian or atheist, you want to learn more about the history of Jesus, go check it out.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the topics that I know specifically was in it was that comparison between JFK and Lincoln. My app specifically targets that particular discussion, and about how it's not a valid counter argument to like determining parallels between things. So I'm trying not to insert too much of my of myself into the arguments that are being made here, but just to point that out to people that it is covered in the app, that particular discussion.
Yeah. So in the app, I think I'm sure there's more because you have tons of content out there, but that I'm aware of, you have two episodes dedicated to argument. Is that correct?
To our arguments?
The Abraham and the trying to compare history like that.
Oh yeah,
like that one very specific. Like I remember two off the top of my head.
Right.
If I remember right.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I have a number of videos out there that kind of go through all of the information. So
awesome. And I will say my hang up right now is that The one thing I really pay close attention to during debate is how well people stay on topic, and whether they're brought back to the middle or not. They keep veering away, and that's my hang up right now. So for me, I'm going in the closing. The closing arguments is okay. That this is the make or break for me, because at this point, I don't feel like we've had any points that have been hammered home. That can be a knockout punch, so to speak. Since we're doing the fight, the boxing theme, but I will say this, and we'll bring everybody on. If you don't know, this is your first time here at the Atheist Roundtable. We love to have great conversations, great debates. We also like to have discussions, have fun, do that kind of thing where we're having debates, kind of change it up a little bit. So it's not your just people going back and forth and talking for 2 hours. We like to change it up, have some fun, and give the debaters a break. The debaters, all the feedback we've received, they love it because they can take a breath, either have a water or like 4 shots of whiskey, depending on how their night's going, and get ready for the next round. But this coming Saturday, if you're not aware, we have a 16 person debate tournament, and it's going to be awesome. Now, I've seen some chatter in the chat, the side chat. It is not just theist versus atheist. There are some parts of the bracket where it's theist versus theist, atheist versus atheist, and they all got to pick their topics. So it's not just like some's on. There's some topics on gun control. There's topics on cancel culture. There's lots of awesome topics coming up on that. So it's going to start at 3 p.m. next Saturday Eastern time, and the championship is going to be at 9 p.m. Eastern time. And for the championship, David Smalley will be the guest judge, and our friend and my homie Dr. Josh Bowen will be the referee, like he's doing tonight. It's gonna be awesome. And the prize, Godless Engineer was like, "Damn, Oz, you didn't tell me." You get 666 devil dollars. No, but it's true. It's you get $666 in cash, straight cash, and you get. Oh, you can't see it now because the sun went down. But we got this custom-made Ultimate Debate Championship belt that's going to be mailed to the winner. And each time we have a tournament, whoever wins, this belt gets shipped to them, and they get to brag and do all the selfies and TikToks and all that shit with the belt. So we're looking forward to that. Oh, I about knocked my whole recording studio over when I did that. Yeah, we're going to get into the closing statements here. And like I said, for me, this is going to be the you got to win it here. Bram, Captain, as far as I'm concerned, this is round 12. We got to get it. What do you think, Godless?
Yeah, I mean, closing statements is where you can definitely sway, any kind of final judgments on who might win the debate. So, definitely come out swinging, bring your best stuff, and make sure you highlight maybe some things that your opponent missed or something like that. Just try to give us the best reason why you should win, I guess.
Hell yeah.
Win.
Hell yeah. Winning. But yes, this is the closing round, the closing arguments. This is the Atheist Roundtable. Let's get it in.
All right, guys. Well, Bram,
God, listen,
you are.
I've got the app. I just want to tell him that. And I have seen his treatment of the JFK Abraham Lincoln parallel, and I didn't like it. So that's all I'd like to say. I just know about it.
All right. Well,
Damn.
It's a very well put together app, though. I actually learned a lot from it. So.
All right. Well, go ahead. You got your 10 minutes for your closing whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and go. So I didn't write a closing statement. I completely forgot to. So I'm just going to be improvising here. It seems to me that Captain, his main arguments were were a general attack on the Gospels. He brought up this concept of dying and rising gods. I said that there are two problems with that. One, you can find parallels in anything, and I brought up a few parallels in secular history. Two, it doesn't show a causal connection, and I don't think he's adequately responded to me about the absurdity of first century Jews borrowing from pagan myths that they abhorred early on. Furthermore, a point I didn't address is, and I don't feel it's fair of me to make this point now, that I don't think any of his examples are actually dying and rising gods. Well, I'll go ahead and make the point. Zalmoxis was not a dying and rising god. Zalmoxis followers wanted to live with him in a post-mortem existence. That's just very Platonic. That's not the Jewish concept of resurrection. Romulus, there are conflicting accounts. Some say I think some say he just died. That might be Dionysius of Halicarnassus. Livy and another historian say that he was taken up to heaven. I don't think there's any resurrection there in the Jewish sense of anastasis, a return from life, as N.T. Wright makes very clear in his book. But let's talk about the burial. His objection to the burial, I don't think he's adequately addressed my argument from embarrassment about Joseph of Arimathea. And I should say that it's also very early attested in the 1 Corinthians 15, 3-5 creed. He brought up a parallel in the Old Testament of Joseph. Can't remember quite what the parallel was, but I responded to that with that we can make parallels in anything, and he has yet to show a causal connection. I brought up the empty tomb. I gave 4 arguments from that. I think he only addressed one, which was the argument from embarrassment, and he talked about Pliny the Younger. I said, I think you're misinterpreting that letter. Pliny, that doesn't prove a counter-objection at all in any way to the idea that women were trusted less than men. And he brought up the verisimilarity of women going to of how normal it would be for women to go to the tomb to anoint the body. I think that also does not successfully object to what I'm saying about embarrassment, because verisimilarity and embarrassment are not mutually exclusive. Again, if these evangelists are writing myths, as he thinks they are, then you can shape the account any way you want to. You can find 100 ways to get around the problem of who's going to find the tomb, just like the Gospel of Peter does. The appearances, he said, I guess his argument there was that, well, they're mass hallucinations, the miracle of the sun, I can't remember his other one, but I think these are all inadequate, and the quote-unquote eyewitness testimony doesn't in any way parallel the eyewitness testimony of of who saw Jesus after his death. And he has yet to respond to what I said about the absurdity of thinking that Christians would freely invent, and Jewish Christians would freely invent the concept of a crucified Messiah, which if you read anything about Messiah in Judaism, it was supposed to be someone who was supposed to take over Rome. And I think it's very unlikely that if Jesus just stopped at his death and at his burial, then they would come up with this idea that he had risen from the dead. Again, why don't we see this with other messianic pretenders like Simon Bar Giora or Simon Bar Kokhba? They were killed by the Romans, and that proved precisely that they were a fraud. Why don't we see that with Jesus? Well, I think the best answer, in accordance with the empty tomb and the visions, is that he had risen from the dead. Am I done with my time? Oh, I've got a lot. Let me see what else he had. He brought up a few objections about the inconsistency of the Gospels, the date of the Passover. I said that's not a problem. Jesus would be using the Galilean calendar, and the Judeans would be using the Judean calendar and celebrating the Passover on a Friday. All 4 Gospels agree that Jesus was crucified on a Friday. It's just when the Passover was placed that is in question, and I think that there were they're referring to 2 different Passover dates. That's not a strained harmonization. He brought up other ones like, when did the temple curtain rip? How many women were at the tomb? Was the stone rolled away or not rolled away? Did Jesus or Simon of Cyrene carry the cross. I actually think that none of these are contradictions. But again, I don't want to have a debate about gospel harmonization. I want to have a debate about the resurrection. The historical core of all these four gospels still stands. Jesus was crucified. He was buried. His tomb was found empty, and he was seen alive after his death. And the early Christians proclaimed that he was risen, and they were very sincere about that. And what proves that is the suffering they went to, as documented by people like Clement of Alexandria. Even John's Gospel, John 21, mentions the martyrdom of Peter, Polycarp, etc. And by far, I think if you have an empty tomb and you have if you have appearances, and you have all these other things I talked about, I don't see how that doesn't demand the resurrection as the best explanation. He said that, well, possibly the Christians stole his body, and I think that's the huge problem with that is that the idea that Christians would knowingly steal his body and then knowingly proclaim him risen again, and many times go to their deaths, but nonetheless suffer a ton for that belief. I think that's historically very implausible. What I see in Captain's argument is really, I think, and I don't think he's making it explicit yet, it's an a priori rejection of miracles. I think it's a worldview issue. His worldview excludes miracles happening, and I made this in my opening statement, that if Rick wants to show that, certainly I think he'd agree that the possibility of God existing entails the possibility of miracles happening. And if God is a free agent, then we can't assign any prior probability to that. The prior probability of a miracle happening is inscrutable. So if he thinks that miracles are impossible, which I don't know if he does or not, he needs to give some reason that God existing is impossible, more than just the laws of nature tells us so, because that's assuming that all there is are the laws of nature. You can tell that this is not an opening or a closing statement that's very well written out, but I'm just trying to gather all the threads of the conversation here. So in conclusion, I think we have good grounds. It's more probable than not that Jesus was crucified, that he was buried in a tomb. We have yet to talk about that, which I'd like to talk about another day, and not buried in a mass grave. His tomb was found empty. Both skeptic and believer in different places and different times, which is not what you see in a Pentecostal church, by the way, saw him alive. And I think the mass hallucination hypothesis is just abuses the psychological literature. And I think the best explanation for all this is that Jesus, in fact, rose from the dead. And I think that's as most that we can conclude right now. You don't have to attribute it to, you don't have to talk about the agent behind that, but only that he was alive, or excuse me, that he was alive, that he died, and that he was alive again. That's all. And furthermore, I want to say this. He has yet to talk about Jesus's passion predictions, which I gave 3 arguments for. And that forms the religio-historical context in which this resurrection occurred. It's the difference between, say, Alfred Hitchcock rising from the dead and Jesus rising from the dead. When you have Jesus predicting his own passion and then Jesus actually rising from the dead, that when it's in that context, I think that's a much more powerful case for saying that, this is in fact a miracle, rather than just, as David Hume might say, that Queen Elizabeth rose from the dead. Oh, someone in the comments, I never said the Bible is evidence for itself. I'm not treating these as inspired documents. I'm treating them as historical documents and using reasons to show that they're trustworthy. All right, that's it.
All right. Oz, did you want to pop in for a second to ask for questions?
Yes, thank you. So we are getting ready to go into Q&A. So Captain will have his closing statement. So while he's doing that, get all of your questions ready, put them in the chat. And I always like to tell people, if you're familiar with the Atheist Roundtable platform, you already know this. And if this is your first time, you're going to learn today. I am ADHD as hell. So if you want your question to get asked, there's a super chat button at the bottom. Hit that because I'm really good at seeing callers. And the alarm's going off. Sorry. The colors. I see the colors, and I can follow the colors and do screenshots on the colors and make sure that your questions get put in front of just Jeff for that. So I will now take my ugly face off the screen, and you guys finish it out.
All right. Thank you, Oz. Captain, you're up. 10 minutes.
All right. Closing statement. It is estimated that life on this planet began some 2.4 billion years ago. Since then, life has survived 9 mass extinctions, each suffering the loss of between 70% and 90% of all species existing at that time. The human species on Earth has experienced one of these mass extinctions, leaving us with between 100,000. The human species has been on this Earth somewhere between 100,000 and 250,000 years. For our Homo sapien ancestors, concentrated almost entirely in Africa, or South Africa and southern Asia, genetic evidence suggests that between 50,000 and 100,000 years ago, our species experienced one of these aforementioned mass extinctions, leaving our species to plummet to fewer than 2,000 to 10,000 individuals from a population that once numbered in the many tens of thousands. After existing for perhaps 200,000 years already, this event was likely caused by the Toba catastrophe theory, which holds that this event caused a global volcanic winter for 6 to 10 years and possibly a 1,000-year-long cooling period. After all that, just 2,000 years ago, God decided, all right, it's time for an intervention. Thus, he exploits a loophole in the system that he created by sending himself to Earth to give up his weekend for us, to where he gets to be God for all eternity afterwards. Now here we are, debating whether or not this actually happened. There's one scripture the Bible says I find that suspiciously accurate. It would be 1 Corinthians 1:18. For the word of the cross is foolishness to those who are perishing. I've addressed the women at the tomb by steel-manning this argument by showcasing in history where the testimony of not just women, but slave women whose testimony was very real, had very real legal ramifications. He mentions Josephus of Arimathea. I address this by saying we have no historical records of Arimathea existing as a real person, and how closely it parallels Genesis 50, where Joseph begs the king to have the body of his father so he can bury in a tomb that he purchased. This is almost verbatim the account of Pliny the Younger. The parallel resurrection gods have, as I mentioned, had different stories attested to them. They had like several denominations, just like Christianity does. Some of them taught what I mentioned. There are other ideologies surround them, but what I'm saying is accurate, but not entirely. It's not all encompassing because there were different cargo cults surrounding them. We need consistent contemporary accounts close to the time. The more the better. Independent and disinterested, not collaborating or biased. Written not by eyewitnesses. Written 35 to 65 years after Jesus' death by highly literate, trained Greek-speaking Christians, not Jesus' Aramaic-speaking followers. There are numerous differences between the accounts that cannot be reconciled with one another, and it's typical to be expected, given the nature of old oral traditions that has been circulated for decades, which the gospel authors inherited. Christian historian Michael Lekonen said most biblical scholars and historians hold to the investigation of miracle reports lies outside of the rights of a historian acting within the rights of their professional capacity. Bram mentions that I have to support the impossibility of miracles I have to support the impossibility of God to support the impossibility of miracles. I do not say it's impossible for God to exist. I don't say that it is impossible for miracles to exist. What I am saying is that miracles are by definition the least likely scenario. And any natural explanation must be explored before we turn to the supernatural. Without any empirical evidence, no amount of testimony can justify miracles. There are numerous alternate possibilities to explain a missing body. As I mentioned before, grave robbing was not uncommon at the time. This could easily explain a missing body if indeed a body did went missing from a tomb. In the Syriac tradition, Jesus had a twin brother. Jesus' followers could have seen him and mistaken him for the crucified Jesus. Christians will say this is an absurdly ridiculous thing to believe, all while believing Jesus rose from the dead, walked around for 40 days, and then ascended to heaven. Hallucination is another prophecy. Again, on October 13th, 1917, thousands of individuals witnessed a miraculous vision near Fatima, Portugal, according to local newspapers. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, whose aspect was biblical, as they stood bareheaded, eagerly searching the sky, the sun trembled, made sudden, incredible movements outside of cosmic laws. The sun danced according to the typical expression of the people. The experience was confirmed by believers and non-believers alike, and the events had been foretold by Our Lady Fatima by 3 shepherd children. The Vatican confirmed the authenticity of the miracle. In fact, Pope Pius XII wrote a handwritten note saying, I have seen the miracle of the sun. This is pure truth. Then he went to describe what he saw. This site has become a source of numerous miracles and healings to this day. This event meets all of the criteria that historians look for to establish history. They have consistent contemporary accounts, independent and disinterested, and they collaborate. They're collaborating. They're not collaborating and biased. Recorded closely to the time of the event, and there are thousands of them. So many non-believers, so why not believe it? To say the grave robbing or hallucinations or whatever legend or conspiracy couldn't have happened, thus the resurrection is the best explanation, is by definition an argument from incredulity. God is all-knowing, all-powerful, all-loving. So why did he trust the most important message to his creation, for his creation, to the hand of full-on illiterate men? Why didn't he write any of it down himself? Furthermore, Jesus only appeared after his resurrection to his followers, to his brother, to 500 mystery people, and to Paul. Why didn't he appear to the emperor? Why didn't he appear to his executioners? Why didn't he appear to non-believers? Or, hey, why not appear to everyone? And why doesn't he appear to us today? I know the answer to this would be he doesn't want to inhibit free will. But God didn't give a shit about people's free will in the Gospels, or especially in the Old Testament. He led the Israelites with a pillar of cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. God regularly interacted with his creation, but immediately after the events of the canon, suddenly he cares about our free will. I do not buy it, and I'm not going to. The fact is, God could appear to us now. Being all-knowing, he would know exactly what it would take for us to convince us that he is real and loves us. But he doesn't. Instead, he hides his message in vague and cryptic letters that we do not have the originals to. We will never know what actually happened in the first century in regards to the gospel accounts, because God was either unable or unwilling to preserve his story for us, even though we are careening towards an eternity in hell that he created. I would encourage everyone to listen to the things that I said tonight and to think about them. Do your best to peel away the indoctrination, examine the evidence, and think about it logically. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Captain.
Well, as Michael Scott on The Office would say, how the turntables have turned. So GE at the end, we do declare a winner, and it's typically on who was the most prepared, who best, like I said earlier, best communicated their point, their side of the argument. And with you being, I guess, your first time, I'll go first. So the pressure isn't on you on our channel. I'm going to be honest. I was that close to giving it to the theist again tonight. Mm-hmm. And here's what I know. Whether it's life and as a businessman, I understand it's a business, in athletics, anything. It's not how you start. It's how you finish. And you have to finish strong. You got to close strong. You can ask the Michael Jordans, the LeBron James, the Peyton Mannings. It's how you finish. And I got to give this one to Captain, because you could tell he put that work in. He put that time in on that closing, that final closing 10 minutes. And for me, that was a slam dunk. Up till then, I was, like I said, that close to give it to Bram, because I felt like Bram did it. But on that one, that was the slam dunk. So how do you feel?
Well, I mean, the entire debate, I felt like it was going back and forth between the two. But ultimately, I'm yeah, I don't know if I'm just biased, but I'm gonna have to go with Captain Dadpool. I think he pulled it together there at the closing statement, because a number of the things that Bram said that he didn't really respond to, he did respond to. So it kind of ultimately came down to just, well, I don't accept that. And I don't really see that as like winning the argument or anything, in my opinion. Also, I love the nice shot across the bow at me at the start of the closing statement there, Bram. that was nice. I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Captain Dadpool. I do have to say that I believe that Captain Dadpool does have some work to do on like presentation and just debate in general. Not to say that I'm perfect in it. I'm definitely not perfect in a debate. Everybody can improve, and I think that I believe this is Captain Dadpool's first like formal debate, and so I think that if you go back and look at my first debates, I definitely made, tons of mistakes. So I think that things are only going to get better for both of these gentlemen here tonight. And for Bram's age, I think that he's doing exceptionally well.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Give it 3, 4, 5 years. He'll be an atheist. He's too smart. He's too smart. But I do want to hold on. I'm trying to find this comment here if I can real quick. Well, first I want to say my homie here, Eddie Kroom. What's up, my man? I hope you and your family are doing good, feeling good, man. And I hope the road to recovery and everything is short and as pain free as possible. But we got your back, and if you need anything from the Atheist Roundtable, we got you, bro. We got you. But I can't find the comment. Oh, here we go. 2 atheists picking Deadpool. Huh. Never would have guessed. So Turner, here's what I'm saying. It's your first time on our channel. So I'm going to be respectful and I'm going to be fair, but you've been in a chat all night, littering the chat with this stuff. You can ask anyone that's been a part of our debate format. We even when it's 2 atheists or there's an atheist, like Eddie, the gentleman I just had on the screen, the last time or 2 that he's been on and co-hosted with me, he's picked the atheist. The Christian, he picked the atheist to win. So we try to play it as down the middle as possible. So if you want to go check our history before you come in the chat and just assume things and throw things against the wall hoping it sticks. Because we do want you to come back because we want you to understand it's fair, but we just keep throwing that stuff against the wall and you actually don't know how we navigate these things. It's not fair. So I have to call it out. But yeah, at the end of the day, and here Jim's Jim's a theist and has become a good friend of mine. So it was a close debate, and he'll tell you we're about as fair as you're going to get for theists coming on, and doing this. But what I want to do before we go into Q&A, we'll give a couple minutes here. So if you have questions, ask them now for Bram or for Captain. Get them questions in there, and you can ask away. And like I said, I'll try to get to all of them. But if you do the super chat and it's color coded, my ability to multitask is a lot better when they stick out and I can see the colors popping out on the screen. But so we have the debate coming up, or I'm sorry, the debate tournament coming up this Saturday. We start at 3 p.m. and it goes till 9 p.m. We'll start the championship round at 9 p.m. And there is the $666 pot. And no, for those of you that smoke pot, I'm not talking about pot. I'm talking about money, like dollars. Yeah, like if you want to smoke pot, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like a pot or a purse of money. We're going to send you a Visa or a MasterCard. That's one of those where you can use it anywhere. And you get to cash. And then if you've not been on all night, you get this sexy motherfucker. Look at that. Like I almost don't even want to mail it. Like I just wear it around the house naked. This is all I wear. And I tell Mrs. Oz, I'm like, yeah, this is why you married me. You see this shit? I'm the champion here. I'm the champion here. But no, it's gonna be fun. We have a bunch of great people that are gonna be on there, and I'll pop it up real quick here. And actually, Godless Engineer is gonna know some of these folks. So we'll maybe hit this while we wait for some questions to come in and give these guys a break, because they went 40 minutes and another 20 minutes back to back to back to back to back. But there is your bracket, if everybody can see it. We won't go through every single matchup, but I know you know the Jumpster, T-Jump. And unfortunately, he's going to lose in the second round because he has to debate just Jeff. And Jeff already pointed it out. The only reason T-Jump ever wins is because the only thing he does is debate Christians. Like he never debates anybody else. So he just takes all the easy W's. But we have that, and then you know Scholar Fiction.
Mm-hmm.
So Scholar Fiction has Eddie, which I just pulled up on screen a minute ago. That one's going to be interesting. So we have that, and then CaptainDadpool that's on with us right now. He's got Atheist Chico, which he referred to earlier. They're towards the top. Atheist Cats, that's been in the chat. And then I've just been telling everybody, and Godless Granny, I hope you hear this. Godless Granny is my sleeper pick for the tournament. She's a monster. She's a sleeper. She's a monster. People ain't even ready for it. So don't sleep on Godless Granny. But yeah,
I definitely wouldn't. I'd keep an eye open around her.
Yeah, she's and the more of her content that I watch, I'm like, oh, she's going to be deadly. She's going to be deadly. But no, we got some good questions that are starting to come in here. So before we do that, because we'll plug their stuff at the end, one more time, Godless Engineer, let everybody know where they can find you, and tell them about the app you got.
Yeah. So if anybody wants to find me, I'm over at Godless Engineer here on YouTube. You can come over there. I post edited videos every Monday and Wednesday. We got a Bible study on Tuesdays. And then Thursday and Fridays are usually toss-ups. If I can get something out, I will. As for my app is called Crestus, and it's on your respective app stores. Yeah, right there. It's got a lot of great information on the history of Christianity and how that relates to the historicity of Jesus himself. It's got a lot of great information in it, and as we've seen tonight, theists aren't necessarily going to like the information I'm going to bring up. But one really big thing with the app is that I only use peer-reviewed scholarship. It's a scholarly based application. Richard Carrier helps me. If I have questions about things, I bounce it off of him, and he kind of gives me the historian's view of what I'm writing. And so it's all very much peer reviewed by actual scholars, all of the information that goes into it. So you're only going to get the best information about early Christianity from that app, as well as refutations of arguments for historicity, which are very similar to arguments for the resurrection. Weirdly enough, the quality and kinds of evidence that they use for the resurrection, they also use for the historicity of Jesus. So y'all might want to check it out. But anyways, that's my spiel for Crestus. Definitely go and get it today.
Yes, y'all. Go download it, and you can get it on Apple and Android, right?
You just go to your respective app stores. You should be able to get it.
Awesome. Well, and I do want to say one more time, Godless Engineer, thank you very, very much last minute for jumping on and helping host the debate tonight. And anytime we're having a debate, if you, I know you don't spend your time on social media, but if you do see it and you want to be a host, and we'll try to get you actually in some more debates. But if you want to be a host, I'd love to have you again. I enjoyed doing this with you, and love to.
You know, I really miss hosting debates on Saturday nights. So this has been a joy for me. And anytime you need somebody to fill in, hit me up. I'm always down for a good debate.
Awesome. I will do that. I will definitely do that. But yeah, let's get these people on here, and let's go through the Q's and the A's. But Dallas, I may have asked you this before, but I'll ask it in because I don't remember the answer that you gave. Have you seen the inside of a murder shed?
Only once, and I barely got out.
So I know you're surprised to see me, and I want to let you know that yesterday I saw a man sitting on a ledge. That man turned out to be Murdershed Steve. I asked him what was wrong, and he responded with, "Nobody loves me." So I told him that may be true, but you really don't want to kill yourself. You want to die of old age or at least be murdered. Suicide is for the weak. He responded with, "You're right." So I pushed him over the bridge, and he died of murder.
I'm having a hard time swallowing that one.
Is this a good Murdershed Steve impression?
Yeah, it was. You had me convinced.
Yeah, that one was rather. My bad. That one was rather morbid, but yeah.
I went live yesterday, and someone asked me to do an impression of hyperhumanity, and apparently I nailed it.
He's got the reason that you know that Hyper has a intended style is because it's so easy to replicate.
And if you watch him on his lives, he talks the exact same way.
Yeah.
And I wonder if
The
he goes
God
like,
of the Bible is evil.
like, does he go to McDonald's? It's like, I want a #1, but I don't want any pickles on my Big Mac. I want an extra fry. Like,
Well, Oz, I think we got some cues.
We do. You want to read off the one I sent you real quick?
Yeah, sure. Let me start with that one. So this one is a $10 super chat from Vinny Kosis. Am I saying that right? Hopefully.
No.
Bram, this is directed at you, so pay attention.
Okay.
Do you believe in the existence of extraterrestrials? If yes, what has convinced you of that? Extraterrestrials are real. If no, what has convinced you that extraterrestrials are not real?
I take neither position. I'm agnostic.
Okay. Do you think it's possible?
Of course.
Do you think it's more likely that extraterrestrials exist?
I'm not sure.
Well, based on the data we have, which would be thousands of eyewitness testimonies, do you think that it's more likely that these people saw extraterrestrials?
I need to look at those so-called eyewitness testimonies and see for myself.
Hey, Jeff,
which I haven't looked at.
Jeff, your only job is to ask questions right now.
Cool. I'm asking questions.
From the questioners.
Well, he didn't give an answer.
I gave an answer. You just didn't like it.
Next question, please.
God damn it, Jeff.
Question from Bram. Bram. What is the question for Bram, I'm assuming? What historian, not New Testament scholars, said that miracles are a fact in history, acting in their professional capacity?
Okay, this is an odd question because, first of all, are you saying New Testament scholars aren't historians? But I think that's not the issue, because we can still come to the conclusion that a miracle occurred. We just don't have to be restricted to our historical capacity. As I said in my introduction statement, the resurrection of Jesus is where the task of the historian and the task of the philosopher intersect. It's both a historical study and a philosophical study. It's not just a historical study. But to answer your question directly, I don't know of any. I just don't know many historians outside of New Testament scholarship, period. So that's all.
Next question. Bram, hi. I'm a former Christian, Nicole says. Not anything right now, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on the mass grave versus tomb. That's new to me.
Yeah. So one argument, say, for people like John Dominic Crossan or Bart Ehrman, new Bart Ehrman, not old Bart Ehrman, is that given that Romans would often bury their, dump their crucifixion victims in mass graves, that creates this kind of intrinsic improbability of the Christian burial story of Jesus. Very improbable. But in fact, we have many, many examples in history of Romans making exceptions for this. Look at what Josephus writes in his Jewish War. The Jews are so, and this is during, is this the first Jewish revolt? The Jews are so careful about funeral rites that even those who are crucified because they were found guilty are taken down and buried before sunset. And as Craig Evans points out, only Romans had the power to crucify in Judea and Samaria, and the Jews are the ones burying because they're making a reference to Deuteronomy 21. We have archaeological evidence in 1968. We found the bones of a Jewish man named Johann, who is a crucifixion victim in a Jewish tomb. Take it from the Roman Digesta. The bodies of those who are which is a Roman law book, by the way. The bodies of those who are condemned to death should not be refused their relatives. And the divine Augustus, and Augustus is served around a few years before Jesus' time. And the divine Augustus, in the 10th book of his life, said that this rule had been observed. At present, the bodies of those who have been punished are only buried when this has been requested and permission granted, and sometimes it is not permitted, especially where persons have been convicted of high treason. Jesus didn't commit high treason. Even the bodies of those who have been sentenced to be burned can be claimed in order that their bones and ashes, after having been collected, may be buried. One more from the Roman Digesta. The bodies of persons who have been punished should be given to whoever requests them for the purpose of burial. So there are Roman laws about burial were actually more flexible than Bart Ehrman and John Dominic Crossan suppose. That's why they're taking the minority position.
GE, I can see your brain splitting right now. Would you like to say anything?
Well, I feel like the over-reliance on New Testament scholarship is way overplayed here. Which
I mentioned it in passing.
Huh?
I just mentioned it in passing. I gave the actual evidence.
Well, yeah, I know that you gave the actual evidence. I don't see how it adds anything to like your evidence. Like for me at least, so this is just me. Mm-hmm. Whenever I hear somebody be like, "Oh, this is a minority position" or whatnot, it's just kind of like a so what thing.
Okay, yeah. Like, I want to. Thank you for saying that. I actually want to clarify this. I'm not saying that scholars say it, therefore it's true. We can all agree, I think, that we can put more trust in people who have studied this more than we have. So it's an issue of trust, really, and that's not fallacious, appealing to a consensus when there is one, as long as you're not basing your entire argument off of it. It definitely does strengthen your argument to say that PhD folks agree with you.
But you see, I really don't think it does, because like I've been pointing out here, I've been pointing out like on social media lately, is that Bram, what would you say is the predominant religious affiliation of New Testament scholars? About
3/4 of New Testament scholars are Christians. But here's the thing. You take a guy like Raymond Brown, take a guy like Dale Allison, to say that these scholars are doing their work biased by their Christian worldview. I think to say that, you have to have read nothing they've written. Take Dale Allison, for example. He thinks that Jesus was wrong about when he would return. You have a Protestant Christian saying that Jesus was fallible. Is that not objective scholarship? Or take Raymond Brown. He's a Catholic priest, and he's very objective. So I don't think it. Yeah.
Well, Bram, do you happen to know what happened to Mike Licona when he said that a bunch of zombie people breaking out of their graves and walking around Judea?
Yeah. So
What happened to
He
him?
did not get ostracized from New Testament studies. He got ostracized from the theologians and the philosophers. That's a different thing.
No, I mean he got ostracized from like he got blacklisted. Like he suffered
from the
greatly
evangelical philosophical and theological
No,
society.
he lost his job.
How
can you say he was not? He was only.
Does that meet the criteria of embarrassment for his testimony?
We got other questions, guys.
Yeah. So before we go into another debate,
I'm sorry. I'm very argumentative. That's my bad.
No, it's fine. I just disagree with you. Michael kind of got ostracized from people who were not, in my opinion, ruthlessly objective, like the scholars that I'm quoting.
Oh, cool. So we still don't know. Next question.
Yes. So let's everybody remember that's on the panel right now, and everybody in the chat. Everybody has their own perspective, and we can agree to disagree, even if you're batshit wrong. We can still agree to disagree. But we'll get on to the next one here. Here we go.
This question comes from Cameron Salsa, which is their real name. Bram, what do you think of Captain waiting God to reveal himself? Wanting. Excuse me, I have to pronounce one word wrong. It's in my contract.
Yes, exactly.
Bram, what do you think of Captain wanting God to reveal himself, but no God not doing said?
Well, I think there are a few problems with the statement. I was surprised to hear Captain bring that up because, of course, it has nothing to do with the evidence for the resurrection. It's just a general attack on Christianity, which is outside the circumscribed limits of our debate. Jeff, I'm answering. Give me a second. Also, I don't think it's true that God wants to reveal himself, but is just not doing so. I think he's chosen not to reveal himself completely 100%, obviously, to everybody so that they, I think it's opening up a can of worms of the problem of divine hiddenness. And that's just not a discussion I want to get into right now because there's a lot of literature on that.
I want to congratulate Jeff and John for their self-control. I see them both wanting to jump in on that, but they didn't. They let you finish speaking. So good job, you guys.
Yep, and we're going to keep doing that. But I will say, Bram, I don't know if you've noticed it, but I'm going to do a little close-up right here.
Okay.
What is it about this picture that stands out to you? And I'm not talking about his trolley face.
He has a nice beard.
I just said not his trolley face.
If you know, you know.
Bigfoot.
There it is.
Attaboy. Attaboy.
I bought that just for you, Brandon.
All right, here we go.
Is that new?
Oh yeah, I bought it specifically for you.
I'm really honored. Thank you.
And then Amazon bent it in half, and I had to order another one.
All right, next question.
That's why Jeff Bezos shouldn't run the world.
Hugh, Deadpool. What similarities do you find in myths and religions prior to the existence of Jesus and the Bible?
Yeah,
like I'm concerned about their punctuation in all caps.
Is that an interrobang? I think it's called a bunch of interrobangs. Yeah, exclamation point and a question mark when used together is called an interrobang. For anyone who didn't know, fun fact.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, I laid out a bunch of examples. Zelmoxis, Romulus, Osiris. They all have similar, and again, that's only talked about in like some teachings about them, not all. Again, they had different denominations who or cargo cults who taught different things, but those were ideas that were taught, which is very similar to Jesus. We also have, oh gosh, what was it called now? Give me a sec. Philo of Alexandria talked about the word logos prior to Jesus, and which was often translated into Jesus. So we have someone who literally talked about Jesus beforehand. I can't remember the details of that account. I didn't read into it as much as I should have. But the idea of a dying and rising again Savior is nothing new. And in fact, other Jesuses that are mentioned in the Jewish Talmud had similar fates to the Jesus we know of. We have Jesus ben Sadir, who is I'm not sure if it was, I think it was him. He was a carpenter and was executed by stoning and then hung from a cross. There's another Jesus who was asked to perform a miracle, but he couldn't, and he was executed. Then we have another Jesus who preached apocalyptic teachings, and he had like 5 disciples. He was executed, and his 5 disciples were tried and executed. We have Jesus tried and executed, but none of his disciples were, like, no one cared about his disciples. They were allowed to do whatever they wanted. So yeah, it's really interesting to see how common this is, which is not something I was taught by the church. It's something I learned in college, and I was like, wait a minute, I have so many questions. But yeah, I hope that answers. I hope I didn't rant too much.
Have you heard us talk? You're
Right.
worried about ranting too much. Here we go.
Mr. Kim asks, Q for CD, Captain Deadpool. How does your disagreements, closing statements, about the way God chose to do things add to any sort of argument as to whether he exists or not?
Debate wasn't to argue if God exists or not. And I mentioned prior, I'm not saying God doesn't exist. It's entirely possible that he does exist. What I'm saying is we need to explore all of the natural explanations first before we consider the supernatural.
I agree.
Right. Fair enough.
Javier Hara at Pasta Mike. Question for Oz. Is GE a larger version of Eddie?
Yes.
Wait, who's larger?
Who's the question for?
Let's hear
GE, it's for me. GE, how tall are you?
I'm right at about 5'10".
Oh God, yeah, he's like a foot taller. Hell yeah, that's easy.
Yeah.
See, told you. Bing, bang, boom.
Eddie is the number one consumer of phone books in the United States of America. He just uses them to sit on.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Next question.
Here we go. Sorry, I thought I had one.
Mad Rabbit asks, question for Bram. If evolution isn't real or we aren't related to apes or monkeys, why do we have a receding tailbone?
Okay.
Skip that. That has
No,
nothing
no,
to do
no,
with
no.
this.
I got to answer this.
Is this
I can
something
answer
all
this
going
for
between
you.
Let me ask you: if
Like, I know your
evolution,
response to this.
if evolution is real, which member of your family is a monkey? Tell me that.
What?
No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
No,
Hey, if the
He's
Bible's
referring to
real,
that other
Jeff, you should
video.
Bram,
recognize the
hold on.
TikTok. You should
Hold on.
He's
recognize
referring
the
to that
TikTok.
video.
Hold
He was
on.
making a joke.
It's a joke. I believe in evolution.
Okay. Well,
Oh,
why is that
okay.
even the question?
Oh.
Do you know this guy? Is he part of? Is he a friend of yours?
I was about to say, Bram, you went from like oh, this dude could be like my coolest, like
And when
God
you,
believing little brother to like this dude's batshit crazy.
when you couple that with Ron Watt's prestigious scholarship, then you really
next
get
question.
a good case for Christianity.
I saw what you were doing, Bram, immediately. I recognized what you were doing, and
Thank
I
you.
appreciated it.
You know what, Captain Dadpool? My apologies that you're still more Christian than I am.
Hey, Captain. No, Captain.
I am.
If the
What's that?
Bible's real, which one of your relatives was a rib?
Ooh.
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 You got me. You got me.
Ooh.
I think I'm Christian now. Wow. It was that
Okay,
easy. Bram, why did
Everybody's
you
leaning
say that at
Mormon.
the
very
beginning?
gullible.
Oh God. Can I just say this? And I'm not even gonna put the comment up here because I'm not gonna give him the clout or the attention. But these decisions are always we try to be as down the middle as possible, Mr. You know who. And even in the tournament, I've developed scorecards for the judges to do this. Like we literally try to be as fucking fair as possible. And it's bullshit that you even do that. But I'll go on because here's what a real Christian has to say.
That's exactly right.
TART
Listen,
is a
like-
fair and atheist platform for theists as a neutral platform.
Like case
Yeah.
in point, I would even say I did really well in my opening statement and my closing statement, but Bram outperformed me in the cross-examination and the discussion because I wasn't adequately prepared for those. And he
thought
asked
they were
me some
even.
things that I struggled with a little bit.
You
So-
both, and here's the thing: is I could say this, and Cap and I talk all the time, whether it's in our Skype group or talking about different shows or whatever. Like
Yeah.
Cap's my dude. Like I just sent him equipment. Like it's my dude. But I will still tell you that I was getting ready to give it to before the closing. I was going to give it to Bram. I was going to, and I have no problem doing that.
Yeah.
You know, so go on with that bullshit.
Yeah, I accept that.
It's as close to a draw as we've had on here yet.
I won't pull it up.
Thank you.
Yeah, Bram did very well.
Yeah, and you guys keep wondering why there's a pause. And Samuel Doolittle will tell you it's Q&A with Bigfoot Jeff. Remember, super chats are easier for retarded, dumbass Oz to see and read. So if you want me to see your questions, just
I think that was an Ozian interpolation you just used there.
Oh, absolutely.
But I think there's a core that's true to that, to what you just said. Yeah, there's partial authenticity.
Oh, here we go. Here's another one. Here's a good one.
Oh.
Christian Ocampo asks, Captain Dadpool, how would you define the term miracle? Are extremely low probability events miracles?
Yeah, for the most part. Anything we hear as miracles, and I heard stories all about claims of miracles all the time as a Pentecostal evangelical. I heard Smith Wigglesworth raised bodies, raised people from the dead. Reinhard Bonnke, he grew limbs back that were completely gone. Like I heard all these stories. So and so was praying and they were actually speaking in an entirely different language that they know about. And then everyone in the lobby of that hotel got saved because he was praying. Like all these things, it's just anecdotal evidence. I need to see, again, like I said before, unbiased, uncorroborating, corroborating evidence for them. Show me the medical records. I'm not going to trust a Christian saying, "Hey, this happened to a Christian." It's automatically biased. So, show me the medical documents when it comes to any sort of claim to the miraculous or healing.
Amputees.
I'm wondering if I can add something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, G. Absolutely.
Well, I feel like the question is kind of getting things a bit bass-ackwards because it's not that all extremely low probability events are miracles. It's just that miracles are extremely low probability events. And so, by definition, a miracle is the least likely conclusion to come to. Just that's by definition of what a miracle is the least likely thing to happen. And so if you have any kind of natural explanation, regardless of what that is, in regards to the debate that we're having tonight, whether that be the disciples stealing the body, how improbable that is, it's going to be vastly more probable than a miracle claim. You could overcome that vanishingly small probability, though, by having a substantial amount of evidence for the miracle to have happened. The problem is that a lot, every single miracle that we've ever been able to investigate has been proven to not be a miracle and be a natural process. So you have a lot working against you if you're going to be arguing for a miracle.
Can I say something about that? If it's not too tangential. So this definition of
how long do you, and I mean this honestly, how long do you need?
It's not worth it. Let's go on.
Okay.
Next question.
We'll save it for next time.
Yeah, because as I say, Brett, we're approaching through.
Let me just say this. I think everything you just said is wrong. But yeah.
I don't expect you to agree with me, Bram. It's okay.
I substitute your reality and substitute my own.
So, just want to say,
Adam
next
Savage.
time on the Atheist Roundtable Ultimate Debate Live Night, Godless Engineer Bram Rawlings on destroying Jesus.
Does Jesus exist?
No, but it's gone in the chat and StreamYard. So I am going to read this because I want to, Jeff, and I'll get the next one because this isn't a question; it's more of a comment. But we got a super chat from Brute Facts Podcast, which contributed to the tournament next week for the cash prize. But Eddie is he's straight up and down a Christian. Like, he loves his Jesus, right? But he also loves TART. He loves talking with us, hanging out with us. And I talk to him all the time on the phone. Like, he has my personal number. And he said, TART is as fair an atheist platform for theists as a neutral platform. They aren't technical judges. This is for lay people, and it's judged as such. It's uncharitable to assume a technical assessment. Bingo, bango. We're not pros here. Like, we literally do this because we love to have these conversations. We love to learn, and we fucking love to have fun. We love to have a good time. And if you can't learn as adults, this isn't school. We're not in fucking school. If you can't learn and have fun at the same time, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for you. I'm trying to learn and have fun. That's why I dropped out of high school. Let's see if we got one or two more here before we.
I have to say hi to
one.
Wiener Schnitzel, who just popped in. Give her a shout out.
Yep. We'll get.
Okay,
I'm almost to the end.
Mad Rabbit, I'm not denying evolution. I've never denied that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bram
we
Bram
already
believes
addressed
in
that. I'm sorry.
evolution.
I'm sorry. We already addressed that. That's my bad. There was another.
I just don't believe in macroevolution. No, I'm kidding.
Hey now. Debate number 2: macro versus micro.
I'm sure you've all heard that distinction.
No, never, not once. I don't own a Bible that has Kirk Cameron and Ray Comfort's autograph in the back of it at all.
I'm so sorry.
Bram,
Yeah.
question from Natalie wants to know, why are there no true eyewitnesses?
You're wrong. There are
What is a true eyewitness?
You think
someone who sees what happened.
Interesting.
Really?
So, like, when they tell us what they saw.
Really?
If they actually saw it, yeah.
Well, how do you determine whether or not they actually? Never mind.
By looking at
Anyway.
the specific reliability of their testimony.
Oh! I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. We're gonna keep. Where's the next question? Somebody give me the next question.
Here are there more
Here,
questions?
here.
Question for Bram: should churches pay taxes? Why or why not?
Bram's getting all the questions. I'm getting jealous.
Captain Dadpool, how long can you be quiet?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't know. I'm just
Well,
taking a position.
they
Listen,
consume-
let me just forfeit this question because I don't know anything about politics or the economy or.
The answer is
anything like
yes.
that.
They should pay taxes. Next.
I don't trust you, Jeff.
Well, they take up land in my city. In fact, they have 5 acres in which I pay $2,500 a year for 0.06 acres. It'd be a lot less money if the people having 5 acres in the city would pay their due share.
But Jeff, they're worshiping the Lord.
Yeah, well, they're also funneling money to the charitable organizations.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, so the problem with the churches not paying taxes is that they were originally given tax exempt status because it was the common idea was that they would provide social services that the government didn't provide.
Like
the problem now, though, is that churches don't do that in general. Like, for instance, every time you give money to the Catholic Church, they diddle a small child. So, and they use that money to protect their priests. That
millions of dollars.
The last time I heard in a documentary, it was a few years ago, so it's probably grown, but they have at least yearly, $1 billion that they set aside to protect their priests.
Yep.
But I mean, almost every facet of Christian denominations has that problem, but also the Christian churches generally don't give back to the community. From what, not to say that none of them
the dollar amount they're getting.
Right. Not to say that none of them do.
Let me interject here.
That a lot of them use the money that they get, tax exempt or not, to pay their staff and just pay for a lot of things. I mean, like Joel Osteen, that guy should be taxed out the wazoo.
I agree.
Yeah.
Let me interject here, because when I was still an active member of the church, Sarah Palin was running for VP. And my pastor said from the pulpit on Sunday morning, we are not allowed to endorse any political Party because we could lose our tax exemption status. But Sarah Palin is from the Assemblies of God, and that's kind of where he left it. Like he like walked on eggshells about that. Now, fast forward to today, you have people saying Trump is he is the best. The Republican Party is blah. So that was a stark contrast for me. Hearing my pastor saying we have to be careful because we could lose our tax exemption status depending on what we say. And now because the Johnson Amendment was repealed by Trump, and now they can say whatever they want.
Well, no. So just to correct, it wasn't repealed. It basically
not repealed.
Trump just signed as an executive order, like, hey, tax reps, just ignore this for right now.
That's what I'm saying. Sorry. Yeah. But now, like, the amount of donations you can make is not limited as it was in the Johnson Amendment, and for some reason, they became emboldened. And
is your money being used to funnel a legal organization?
Here's the thing.
With your money, we don't know.
Here's the thing. And this is why, and now for everybody in the chat, we are now deviating from the resurrection argument for just a second, because it came up, and I do want to address this because I think it's noteworthy. Right now to do that. I put the belt back on my shoulder because as atheists, we understand.
This is the only time you'll have the belt.
This is the only time because I bought it. There's the only time but we are the champions of building things without props. We don't have anything to prop us up, to support us, to benefit us just because we do believe in a thing. And that's what drives me nuts. I think every single church should have to be created, and like there's these church plants things, and I know this because my brother did it. They should have to start their business just like I've had to start the 3 businesses that I've started. That you got to grind your ass off. You got to work your ass off to get it with all of these little benefits and protections and tax cuts and all the little things you get to do. And then to put another layer on top of that, when it comes to how they treat people, we won't talk about anything except mental health right now. They've also built this wall where as long as you are doing mental health as a part of or in support of the church or the religious organization that you attend, those particular therapists or counselors don't have to report to the state. So they can be reckless. They can be reckless and be damaging to the human being, and nobody ever have to stand accountable for it. So that's why I say that this whole no, don't tax the church and don't do this. No, they should be taxed, and they should be treated just like every single business that has to go get an LLC.
501c
from the bottom. You start from the bottom. I've had to do it 3 times. Start from the bottom with you go get your LLC, and you're doing it on your own. You got to grind the shit out of it, and you got to build it on your own without all this protection and everything because of a belief that it's bullshit. But anyway, let's get back to the resurrection.
Question: did Jesus pay taxes?
Hell no.
Okay, cool.
Well,
render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, render unto God what is God's.
Yeah, that was just because of currency trade.
Except godless engineer, you don't think he even existed, so for you it's no, right?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you're talking about.
Question from Atheist Cats.
If you're talking about the
wet stained midget body, I don't want to spend the pot on getting it specially cleaned.
Anyway, go ahead, G.
Well, there's a couple there's basically 2 different Jesuses when you talk about the history of Jesus. There's gospel Jesus, and then there's the minimal historical Jesus. Gospel Jesus, he definitely would have made, for one thing, he would have made his followers give up all their possessions in order to follow him, and he would have said, pay your taxes. So if Jesus had some kind of long game planned, he probably would have set up shop and paid taxes to Caesar. But as far as like minimal historical Jesus, I mean, I don't know. He may have just been like, F the system and decided not to pay taxes. I'm really not sure, but the gospel Jesus definitely would have paid taxes.
It seems to me, actually, just on that point, just a little small point. Paul actually alludes to Jesus' saying about render to Caesar what is Caesar's, and render to God what is God's in the book of Romans. So there might be good grounds for independent attestation there. I was not going to present a case about it tonight, so I just don't remember.
We'll just DM that to him later. So Mike has a question. $5 super chat. Bram, does Jesus not like people with no limbs? Because it seems Jesus heals the blind but doesn't regrow limbs. What's up? Explain that right now. Why does Jesus hate amputees? Bram.
First of all, it's not my job to explain why Jesus chooses to heal some people and not others. That's within his sovereign choice. But let's do a thought experiment. If Jesus said, "I'm going to heal every person who has ever had a sickness," most likely Christians would try to get into would marry Jesus for his money, to put it that way. They would.
That sounds familiar. Where'd you get that from?
Not sure.
Familiar.
William Lane Craig.
I never understand the thing with like, if
William Lane
Jesus
Craig
does good things and people follow him, then they won't be following him for the right reason.
No. But Jeff, I'm arguing that Jesus wants his people to follow him for himself, not for the extra benefits that he gives. There's a distinction there. When Jesus worked miracles, it was to show that the kingdom of God was breaking in. That's it.
So how do you explain the woman with the issue of blood? Like
what are you talking about?
Jesus explicitly said the woman with the issue of blood. She was born to have a pretty a constant period, like no stop, and she was created in order and given that affliction in order to show the glory of God.
Yeah, so she was healed, right?
Yeah, but she had the issue, and Jesus said she was created for that purpose, so that he could heal her and show God's glory.
That doesn't exclude anything about what I said.
Well, I have. So, I mean, I do have a problem, and maybe we can move on after this. But it's always been because I've been atheist for a bit now, and it's always been put to me that I need to follow Jesus and submit to him and praise him and worship him because he's the one that's going to get me into heaven.
Oh, that's totally wrong.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling you what the majority of Christians have told me that either I worship Jesus or
heaven. You get yourself into heaven. All right.
Right off the bat, I would disagree with you there.
Well, unfortunately, the problem with the Christian doctrine is none of them can agree on what the minimum requirements are to get to heaven.
That's just not true.
Okay, well, you're disagreeing.
It's definitely true.
Everybody agrees with the Apostles' Creed.
No.
I could get three other Christians to debate you about what's required to get to heaven.
All right. Do we have another question?
No. Yes, I have a question. Bram, how many Christians disagree? No, I'm kidding.
Next question.
Let me get back. I had another one here.
Someone asked me a question. No one's asked me a question. I think I've had like one.
Captain Dadpool, why are you purple?
Because I got these lights, and they come with like these red like vinyl filters, and I don't really know what to do with them. And if I don't have them on there, I look like I do now.
We'll talk about color temperature later.
Yeah, so I need to figure out my new setup. I also have, if you look above me,
ooh,
okay, you can't really see it, but there's some hooks behind me and a dowel rod, and I'm
okay. We don't even know about your.
I'm gonna hang. Yeah, it's not that. That's in the other room.
Oh, okay.
This is. I'm gonna have a backdrop behind me.
Workout room. Got it.
So I'm working on that, but.
Okay, there was another question, but Eddie said, "Do not hate on William Lane Craig," and I will because I believe that he and Turek are full of dog shit.
Okay, wait, stop right there.
Bram got immediately insulted.
You slapped his mom.
Bram, I know that. I know that's like your uncle or something, but hold on.
He is my uncle.
That was not a question. That was not a question for you. That was a build up to a question for Captain, because you've got all the questions. He hasn't.
Yeah, fair
Yeah, you
enough.
had
How's it?
I was just going to say we should not put Frank Turek, Frank I don't know science Turek, in the same boat with William Lane Craig. That's all I'm saying.
He's equally as laughable, but
They both believe in the same stuff.
I shall
See,
digress.
I think
digress.
Frank Turek has explained science better than William Lane Craig has.
Hey,
Ooh.
you're getting off track here. We got a question coming.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Question.
Anyway.
Question. Put the question up.
What is the question?
Just Jeff, with your ADD ass, just settle down.
Okay, sorry. I had a couple.
Captain Dadpool, knowing the William Craig argument, knowing the Turk argument, is there any good reason to believe in a God based on their argument?
That's a tough one to answer. I don't think there is adequate evidence to validate their individual arguments for God. I think the best explanation for a God is a deistic God, a God who created everything and then doesn't want anything to do with us afterwards.
Deuces.
If there is a God, that is the best explanation for one that I can think of. Yeah.
I agree on both.
It's that simple.
Craig and Turk are. I actually do. I listen to them sometimes when I need a good laugh. Like I Google them or YouTube them. Like I need to be entertained today. But one last question, and of course it's for Bram.
Last question for Bram from Mad Rabbit. Question for Bram. If there is free will, then God is not all-knowing. But if God is all-knowing, wouldn't that make praying useless? Thanks.
So a few problems here. First of all, God's foreknowledge is contingent on our free choice.
Oh, contingency. Oh, now are you Darth's son?
Ooh.
I'm not making a contingency argument. I'm just saying I'm just using the word contingent. If God's foreknowledge is contingent on our free choice, then clearly foreknowledge and free will are compatible. So there's no issue there.
Impersonation now?
Sorry?
We don't have free will. I'm going to do a T-jump argument. We don't have free will. I can't fly. I can't just pick up and fly.
You're confusing.
I don't have free will.
Yeah, you're confusing free will.
Every single person could have their own individual force field that would not remove everyone's free will.
So you're confusing maximal autonomy with free will. Free will, maximal autonomy is we can choose everything about us. Of course, we can't choose our genes. We can't choose to fly, blah, blah, blah. All free will means is that in a situation where we can choose A or not A, we can make that choice. But about prayer, I think the proper understanding of prayer is not that we change God's mind, but that prayer changes us.
What's the difference between maximal autonomy and libertarian free will? By your opinion, Bram.
What exactly? Libertarian free will is distinguished from what? Because I haven't quite worked that out yet.
Yeah, hold on, because that's
neither am I.
We're going to go down a whole.
Sorry,
other
yeah.
track. You're good.
Let's end that there. Go ahead.
So I do have one more question, and I think each of us can answer this yes or no, and it'd be fun before we wrap.
Okay, I'll read it.
So I'll pull it up. Jeff, you do the Murdershed Steve thing, and let's do this one last time before we wrap this shit up like a burrito.
Midnight Groove asks, question for everyone. If hell is real, do you think that atheists who don't believe for logical / sound reasons will go to hell? GE, you're first.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't think that they should, but I really don't know what kind of God. If there's a God that did create hell, I mean, I would hope that wouldn't be a criteria to send somebody to hell, having logical and sound reasons, for not believing in them. But I mean, I don't know what kind of God exists, so I guess I can't really answer it.
Bram?
No, I don't think anyone's going to hell because they're atheist for a lack of intellectual assent.
Oz?
Skip.
Cool.
Go to Captain first.
Oh no, so I'm sorry. You can go first.
Go to Pool. Answer your
No,
question.
go.
You're
all right,
avoiding the question.
fine. All right, I'll play your game. I think no, because we are judged based off of the knowledge that we have, which is in Romans. Am I right, Bram?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's in Romans somewhere. We're judged based off the knowledge that we have. We as atheists have not been provided the knowledge that we would require to believe in God. So I don't think we would be sent to hell.
Oz?
But yeah, I would agree with that.
Oz, what, you want me to go first? You want to go last?
Yeah, you go, Jeff.
I would say that if there was a God that created a hell, he is absolutely illogical. Therefore, atheists going to hell for logical, sound reasons would be logical, or not going to hell would be logical. So we have to take the illogical option, which is yes, atheists go to hell for having logical or sound reasons.
Yes, and I will. I'll drive that home even further. If there is a God that created a heaven and a hell, and I know what I do on a daily basis to try to better people's lives and impact humanity and make a difference. If I still have to go to hell for the simple fact that I've went through logic and reason and made my own decision that I don't believe that this shit's real and I have to suffer for eternity, send me to that place and I will suffer. And the entire time I will scream and yell, fuck you. That's what will happen because I didn't deserve that, because I did everything that I could to help everybody around me the entire time I was here. So,
thank you for visiting the Murdershed.
Is that all
Where
you got?
questions get answers, or is it where answers?
Oh, it wasn't my fault. But yeah, what happened was, but no, Bram, thank you for coming back to the Atheist Roundtable tonight and hanging out with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. And also, let me say this: you guys are very fair. I really wouldn't do this unless I thought I would be judged fairly. So any Christians saying that, they're all biased, that's crap.
Hey, hold on. Let's do this. Say that one more time, Bram.
For the people in the back.
From my experience on here, I know that everybody on here is very fair. I mean, we obviously have our differences, but I don't have any doubt that Oz and Godless Engineer judged fairly, and that if Captain, if I had not, or whatever, you got my point.
No,
I was about to say if I had prepared an opening speech, they would have granted me the win, but I didn't want to go that far. That would have been wrong because I wouldn't have known that.
Yeah, and Bram, for where you're at, mate, You're right there, man. You're so close to being a beast. So good for you, man. And I appreciate it's obvious you put the time in the study, and whether I agree with you or not, I respect the time put in to study and gain the understanding, the knowledge, that kind of thing. So good for you.
Thank you. If I'd only written that darn closing statement. And thanks again, Captain Dadpool, for agreeing to do this with a high schooler. I kind of didn't expect you to agree to do it, but thank you.
I wasn't sure too at first, honestly, but I looked into and I read some of your. I'll call it a dissertation because that's basically what it is. And I was like, he knows, he's done his research, and so I immediately had a respect for you, and I was like, yeah, he could challenge me on some things. I think this will be a fun debate. So yeah, I accepted. I was happy to accept.
Yeah, because I know, Captain, this was your first formal debate, correct?
It was.
All right.
And I think that's painfully obvious because I fucked up a lot.
Well, and Bram, that was your first formal, right?
That's right.
Okay. So there's a lot to be said there, and there's tons of critiques that will be made, can be made, that kind of thing. But at the end of the day, and I know Jeff and Godless Engineer will say this, you got to put your kahunas out there to even go out and debate, and to do it on a channel when there's, like, we were right around at one point like 200 people watching, right, and listening. Like you're putting your you're putting it out there, right? It's like I'm doing this. So kudos to both of you, right? Regardless of whether it's what side of the argument you were on. So Captain Dadpool, thank you very, very much. Bram, thank you very much. And before we wrap, because we're way over our normal time, like I don't even know how, like, it slipped away from me tonight. Usually, like, I'm right on an hour and a half and I'm done, and we're now an hour and a half over. So I want to make sure that we do this and be fair to everybody. Captain Dadpool, real quick, what do you got going on? Because we got a bunch of new people in here that weren't here when we started. Where can they find you? What you got going on?
Yeah, I'm primarily on TikTok. But if you go on my TikTok and you look in my link in my bio, I have a link tree. On my link tree is a link to my Discord, my Twitter, my Instagram, and my podcast or my YouTube channel. And I do a podcast every week, and I have a different guest every week. This next week, 2 days from now, we're going to have Jagazis on, and I'm super excited for that because I'm a huge fan of his. So yeah, if y'all are looking for something fun to observe, or come check me out.
Awesome. And then Bram, just so you know, the consensus in the chat is that you change your TikTok to Bramfoot, and I actually think that would be a game changer for you on TikTok from a marketing perspective. I'm like, that's what I do for a living. Like I do business and marketing. That could be a game changer for you on TikTok. But anyway,
it's not a bad idea.
What do you got going on, man? And we appreciate your grind because you're doing all the studying and preparing for debates, that kind of thing. Where can they find you on TikTok or anywhere else on the interwebs?
Well, if I don't change my name, for now you can find me on TikTok at Bram Rawlings 1, BRAMRAWLINGS 1. And for my apologetic stuff, that's all I have. It's on TikTok. I also have an Instagram at Bram Rawlings, and I post mainly guitar stuff on there. So,
yeah, and the reason I switched it out because I wasn't going to let you leave it because you didn't mention it earlier. Bram, I went and checked it out. Bram is a fucking beast on the guitar.
Yeah, he is.
The dude is a beast, and I'm a drummer. And when I hear a guitar player that can keep rhythm without the drummer, I'm like, oh, you're magical. You're fucking magical. Because most guitars, it's like they're everywhere if they don't have a drummer, right? So that's go check them out.
Thank you so much.
And I play the bass. We should start a band.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Let's call it the.
Who can sing? Who can sing in the chats?
Yeah, we'll do it. What kind of band are you guys? We believe in a half god.
We'll call it the Ray Comforts.
That was good.
Here, the Banana Band. The banana
Oh
band.
shit!
And I know Godless Engineer likes that because he's done videos on it. The banana man. So not the banana man, the banana band. The banana band.
The atheist nightmare. Called it.
All right. So this is what we'll do, guys. Everybody's been in the chat all night tonight. We appreciate you. Like y'all have hung out all night tonight. You've been awesome. And we've plugged and we shilled. And the last thing I'll say is we'll run the end of video. If you want to stick around, stick around. For those that are on screen right now that want to hang out, we're going to keep it open. And we could talk a little more because we still got like 100 something people in here. And we can do that. But if you need to go and go to bed, that's cool too. But one last time, Godless Engineer, last minute, thank you for hosting tonight. And then Just Jeff, last minute, thanks for doing the Q&A tonight and doing your best Murdershed Steve reenactment possible. Right. And if you can't hang out, just remember next Saturday is the first Ultimate Debate Championship tournament. And we are gonna get it in. So we're gonna run the outro. But when the outro's over, we'll still be here. Well, the ones that want to keep hanging out will still be here. If not, we'll see y'all later.
That suggested we now call Bram Bramfoot.
Bram.
I was in the chat and I was like, can we make a formal petition to call him Bramfoot, like Littlefoot?
Who are you talking about?
My girlfriend, soon be wife.
It's either got to be Bramfoot or it's got to be Bram. Because I keep thinking that from Flintstones, Bam.
Bram.
I vote for that.
My wife likes Bram.
Yeah. I think I like that. I think I like Bram more than Bramfoot.
So Oz.
No, he left out a bit.
As an 80s kid, I appreciate that reference.
Oz, can I let you in on a little thing I'm working on?
That sounded weird, but okay.
I've decided to make some offensive merchandise, like T-shirts, and I want you to see a few of my ideas and tell me what you think.
Bramfoot.
Let's do it with Bram.
I don't think the offensive thing should be done with the underage person in the room.
This isn't that kind of offensive. What the hell are you talking about?
I don't know. You're being
like
very
Bible quotes
vague.
and stuff. Relax.
I'm thinking that you got a shirt with goatse on it or something.
Pull up.
John, that's exactly what I was saying. I was like, you keep saying offensive. I'm like, bro, we still got like
pull up my screen. I'll show you what I'm talking about, and you tell me if it's funny or if it's not.
No, I'm not pulling up your skirt. What are you talking about?
If you can, I'm not going to put some. What do you?
I'll fall for it.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go ahead and get off.
Okay.
Thanks
That's
again.
But all right.
See y'all.
Bye,
I'm gonna
Bram.
Fall asleep. Bye.
Bye, Bram.
See you, Bram.
Bram.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is fun. I appreciate you.
What do you think about this shirt?
Bible say women no talk 1 Timothy 2:11. Hey, that's the one I'm always talking
I
about.
know you always yell that at me.
I think if you wore that in public,
Hey, GE, don't go nowhere. I got a good Christian coming in for you.
What? Oh,
What do you think about that one?
God
Two
is not
Timothy
dope.
at me when he disagrees.
I think it's one Timothy. I don't
What
know.
the fuck ever.
Yeah.
You say 2 Timothy, what the fuck ever.
You've been drinking?
I'm not exactly
Second
looking for
Timothy,
accuracy
God damn
at
it.
this point.
God is
Not dope.
You got this one?
I mean, that's not really offensive. Is that offensive?
I mean, if I wore, yeah, it would be offensive.
I mean, I would tell you the vaccine in the church.
Yeah, I want
That's
you
where I
to
had to get
wear-
my vaccine at.
We got the COVID vaccine in a church.
Ew.
Because that's
Yeah,
how they
this
do
is.
it
I
in
mean,
Alabama.
Did you
Bible
really?
say "woman no talk." It's like a meme, and then it's got a little emoji of a lady and a shh.
I mean, I think it's funny.
Yeah, well,
Yes, it's funny.
My God is not dope one. I think that's gonna be a banger.
Mm.
But that's it. That's all I have for now. I'm working on it. But that's my shameless self
Because I
for the
have
time being.
I have guaranteed two Christians here. I come in here, maybe three.
I was about to say, I'm sad Bram left. Can we get like Eddie in here or something?
Yeah, I got two
Did you
coming.
guys check and make sure what his bedtime was before you started?
Yeah, he told me.
I asked that in the chat, but I thought that would be kind of bitchy.
No, he told me. He told me it was 9.
Then you've done fucked up because it's almost 11. It's after 11.
It's
I know.
11:30.
And that's what I told him. I was like,
12:30.
I was like,
12:30.
my bad. I fucked up time. I fucked up time zones. Like I thought you were good.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna be so tired in church tomorrow morning.
Seriously, though, did you get? How old is he?
16.
Are you
16.
serious?
Yeah.
No. No, he's not.
He
That-
is.
He's
that's
not
not-
16?
Then that means he lied because I send a Google form out to everybody that wants to be on the channel. That means he lied.
Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. I thought he was 16. I'm probably wrong. What did he
He's in
say?
college.
He's saying 17?
Yeah, Bram 17.
He's in college.
He's in college.
He's in high school. He's not
He's
college.
He's in high school.
His voice hasn't even dropped yet.
No,
Are
he's
you
in
kidding me?
college.
Hey,
He's
crap,
going through
he went
puberty. Did you hear his voice crackle?
Didn't he tell you he was in college for
Yep.
studies, biblical studies,
Whoa.
or something?
Whoa, everybody. Take a deep.
Next debate.
take a
What is
deep
Bram's
breath.
age?
Take a deep breath. Godless engineer. He got he received the whiskey that I cash apped him. So everybody have a drink.
I've already blown through that.
Already blew through it. God damn it.
Yeah, there he is. He's in the chat. Bram said he's never in college.
Yeah, he never says in college. And I just pulled it up while we were talking. He is 17 going on 18.
Okay.
I dropped out of college.
I have several eyewitnesses that can attest that he's in college.
You know what my bedtime was when I was 17?
Dropped out of college in
9:30.
11th grade.
Yes. But I got my cheat.
But the one thing I'll tell you right now, when I was 17, I was immersed. I was immersed and lost in that Jesus juice. Lost in that Jesus juice. And still didn't know half the fuck the way he was saying.
Well,
I mean,
Oz, I am going to disappear on you when you let your Christians in. So,
You what?
I work in the morning, so
Weak sauce.
So?
goodbye, Oz. I love you, and I can't wait till next weekend. And you can go ahead and ship that belt to me right now because me and T Dump are going at it.
Did you just call him T Dump?
Yeah, T Dump.
This one? This one that's mine?
Yeah, that's coming to me. Cease is getting wrecked first round, 5 minutes. Over. I'm calling it first round. Second round, T Dump and I go at it.
I've already.
He's never
between
debated anybody but Christians.
Between you and I did pick you to win versus Cease.
Is there like a pool going on?
Yeah,
Like-
there's a secret pool. Do you want me to send it to you?
I'd like to see the bracket. Yeah, I'd like to see it. Do we have odds on these things?
Jeff, you're a part. You don't get to see it. Godless, do you want to see it?
Yeah, I'll see it.
I want to see. We should have odds before. Like, take a poll beforehand and you can make an odds statement off of that.
I'll root for anybody against Tom Jump. Just saying.
Oh, shit.
Listen, he and I
I'll
debated
root
for a
for a
short
Christian
period of time before his real debate down in Dayton. I wasn't impressed.
She can fuck herself.
I am terrified. I'm going to end up debating D-Jump.
Somebody hates Jump.
Yeah.
Why do you hate Jump so much?
I think he's a douchebag. I just really don't like him.
You do it without, because we're live right now, so I'm not put all this shit out there. But
That's
like,
okay.
you know, there's reasons like he doesn't like there's a reason like being relational and
autistic.
sociable.
Say it,
There you go. No, I'll let you say it.
He's autistic.
There you go.
Yeah,
That's
but it's
fine.
also
I have no- I have no
also
issue
his superpower.
It's true.
It's his superpower.
I have
And
no
it's
issue with
mine
it.
too, because my therapist within the last 6 months told me she thought I was on the autistic spectrum. I'm like, well, cool. Maybe that's why I'm so goddamn smart.
That's not why I dislike him. I don't dislike him because he's a little socially awkward. Like, I dislike him because he's an asshole.
Well, but when you say he's an asshole, you see him on screen, and you think he's just dismissing people when that's not what he's doing. He doesn't. There's no empathy or sympathy.
He's not an asshole. He's matter of fact. That's all it is. He's matter of fact.
Jeff's so scared. He just run off.
Totally disagree. It has nothing to do with that. We volunteered with Special Olympics. Like, I've been around a whole lot of autistic people. Like, it's not that. It's not that. That's not my problem.
Well,
Okay.
and I can respect that. That's cool. I'm not trying to cause an argument, but I will tell you, I've engaged with online T-Jump, which is one character, but when I got to meet him in real life down in Macon, dude, he is so fucking cool. He is so fucking cool because he doesn't have to worry about the screen and people watching and all that. Like, Tom was as cool as the other side of the pillow. That motherfucker was cool as fuck.
Well, and I mean, I admit I don't know him in real life. I only know online Tom Jump. So as far as I'm concerned, online Tom Jump can go fuck himself. Like, really don't like him.
Hey, and you know what? So I'll say this: the during my deconstruction and deconversion process, I really looked up to Matt Dillahunty.
Uh-huh.
I really admired what he did and his passion and all that. And I will now say the same thing that you just said. I just think Matt's a big asshole. I just think Matt's a big asshole.
He can
Same
be.
here.
And it doesn't mean he doesn't bring value. It doesn't mean any of that, right? But anyway, I have the belt until
He should be way more tolerant with people than he is.
Keep that belt warm for me. It's going right here.
That's what y'all keep saying. And
That picture's coming off the wall.
Jim,
That belt's going to be right there.
Jim, what the fuck did you do to your hair? Like, did you go meet the
Y'all
Backstreet
haven't-
Boys?
I
Like, you
tried
go talk to
eat
Backstreet
this
Boys?
look for a minute, you know,
Y'all haven't
like
seen
a
it
Jeff look,
yet.
like a
No.
weasel look, but it just doesn't work for me. And so it is what it is.
Like, are you trying to do Backstreet Boys? Like, what the fuck is happening right now?
It's just long. I've never had it this long before. I mean, it's like actually I've had it this long before. It's been almost like decades now, but like I've never had my hair this long. It's great. So I'm messing around with it. My luscious blonde hair.
I don't even know what to do right now.
Don't worry, the comb over will come back normally. But right now, I'm enjoying it.
All right, so I'll start with Jim. Well, and before I start with Jim, Eddie, all the art, the Jesus and all that aside, I'm glad you're here tonight, man, and hopefully this gives you some relief and therapy with the stuff you have going on, and you are not just my homie and my dude, but as far as the Atheist Roundtable is concerned, as a Christian, you're our dude, you're our homie, and much love to you, the wife, the daughter, the family, everything. And if you need us, like I said earlier on social media, we're here, man. We're here if you need us. And I'm glad you're here tonight, man. I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see your face. Well, I'm more glad to hear your voice. I don't know about seeing your face, but
Sometimes I don't like waking up and looking at it either. But
I don't blame you. But I'm glad you're here. But Jim from Meaning Forge and I've been on his show. So you got to hear some of the argument tonight, Jim. And Godless Engineer is a home run hitter in that department when it comes to the Jesus story.
Yeah.
You know, if I can, you know, try to make it a bigger picture than just the resurrection, the Jesus story. What kind of questions would you have for Godless Engineer?
Well, first off, pleasure to meet you, Godless. This is our first interaction, so pleasure to meet you. First off, and then I don't know. Like as I've talked to Oz and many other people, I'm probably the worst type of Christian, the skeptical kind. I think there's probably a running bet somewhere how long it's going to take for my deconversion, but I don't know if that's going to happen or not. So we'll find out.
Always be willing to change your position in light of evidence. That's where I stand.
Yeah.
I don't think God would fault you for it.
I know, right? But I mean, overall, I mean, I would say like it's. So I guess I'll start here from me and just kind of give you a little litmus test, right? I can't prove the resurrection happened or didn't happen. There is, I don't know if it's compelling, but there is evidence that there may have been different types of Jesuses out there. So which one are we talking about? And then like that kind of leads into other things. And overall, I mean, there's just I guess the big thing for me is the further we get away from the actual events happening in history, like what for example, what I say today can be completely changed, 200 years from now if it's recorded, even if it's recorded in its perfect form in like video archive or something like that. Somebody will say, oh, well, he really means this, or he really means that, or whatever the case may be. So that's my area.
Okay. So no question for me.
No question for you, man. At this time, I'm just not familiar enough with your content. Like I know you exist. I've heard your name before, but I just don't know.
Do you have any questions for me?
Well, if I can help, because Jim, you and I have spoke about a little bit of the historicity. And
that word.
More, yeah. I've even when I'm sober, I fumble over that word. But GE, that is like that's the dude, right? That's the dude on that we talked about. So if you have questions from the opposite side of the table, he's got an entire app that I have on my phone that's dedicated to that. So if you do have those questions, or even Eddie, if Jim you don't, Eddie, you have those questions, this is the dude to ask those questions to.
Yeah, it's the hardest thing trying to find somebody. Yeah.
I need to probably buy the app first, and then kind of go through a little bit, finger through it, and say, "Oh, now I got listened to you and I can talk."
I would have probably a couple statements instead of questions, maybe. But first, Captain, man, you did an awesome job for your first debate. Thank
you.
That was great.
That means a lot to me, Eddie.
I'm ADD as hell, and when you were kind of fumbling with the notes and stuff, I was right there with you. I was, because in moments like that, my brain just goes blank. I'm scattered. I'm like, wait a minute, what am I looking for? So it's hard to recover from. I think even though it was Bram's first official debate, you can tell he's had a lot of experience with debating in general. So I think he did a fantastic job. Technically, I think he won, but only because I'm real familiar with a lot of the arguments, obviously. And some of the points that he brought up were good points. But stylistically, I think, for your first debate, man, that was fantastic. So,
can you remember
hearing you say that, Eddie? I really do. I respect and value your opinion. I really do.
Yeah, thank you, bud.
Can you remember which points were good points that he brought up?
Yes, and that's what I want to talk to you about. No, I'm just.
Oh, okay.
No, you're cool. You're cool too.
So hold on here. GE, take this.
Oh yeah.
One thing that I think that needs to probably like maybe some more coaching on like different debaters coming on is running the cross examination like it's your show.
Yeah, both of them. That was a weak point in both of them.
That was a struggle for me. I'm not gonna lie.
I did say that. Like when G and I were on screen, I said, because he made a point and it reminded me of it. Like when you're doing it, like that's your shit. Like that's your shit. Those are your 10 minutes to ask and ask and ask and ask and get as much information as you can. Right.
Well,
so
it's also,
you did say that. I remember that.
It's also a great time to make your I don't mean this like in a worse way, but like it is a great way to either understand your opponent or make them look silly, right? Because this is a debate at the end of the day, and so if you're going for your points and you're trying to like win a little bit, like you're going to try and rebut their arguments, and you're going to ask the right questions, and you're going to control the time, and you're going to do these things, and that's what it's for. It's like just like in that courtroom case, like you start the cross examination, all of a sudden it's like, yes, you did this. And then you say, yes, I did do, oh crap. Right. So, yeah. But it's okay. It's something that everyone has to get used to. I mean, not even freaking modern day debate gets it right either. So,
well, and it's one of those things that you have to do it a time or two to get used to it. But then you have a platform that not only endorses the desire and the want to have a great conversation, but also endorse the humor and the entertainment at the same time. So you have to understand that we're doing all of these things, the same things at the same time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But within the debate structure, though, that's not going to be humor. That's not going to be humorful unless you have like a Christopher Hitchens incarnate who's going to sit there and do the tasteful quibs that are going to go. Oh right. Yeah, but but overall, I mean, I think it was great. And it's hard that people think that it's not fair.
I tried to pepper in some humor in there when I was like, "Let's talk about acts, baby." That's
yeah.
Let's talk about you.
Cap, you did.
Tried to make it.
You did way better than Bram did. If anybody won in the humor column, it was Cap.
His debates can be boring. They can really be boring.
And that's why we're trying to change the game. That's why we're trying to change the game up. And it be serious, but also be fun at the same fucking time.
Yeah.
But Eddie, you had a question or two for GE. You said.
Oh yeah.
What do I just call you? Godless or GE? Or?
It is Godless John.
John.
GE,
Okay.
Whatever.
So, I mean, you've done a lot of work in this area, and I respect the hell out of that. So, and my critiques or questions aren't, me right, you wrong. It's more kind of poking and prodding. When the one thing that really gets me when I hear a lot of people bring up it's actually twofold. When they talk about New Testament scholars, they want to bring up that the field's dominated by theists, and then they also bring up that the consensus doesn't matter at that point. So I'm kind of a consensus guy academically across the board. I look at the scholars, the professionals, and for me, I feel like we all have presuppositions. We all have some kind of bias, and that's the hardest thing to set aside. So I try to come at things really objectively, but it seems like a lot of times the skeptics don't feel like theists can, come at it objectively. Why, when I'm in the chat, I'm just kind of, trolling a little bit when I, yell genetic fallacy and all that. But it really is a genetic fallacy to say because it comes from theists that it's not somehow that affects the truth of it.
No. I see. I totally disagree with that because in this specific field, talking about New Testament scholarship, if you were theologically committed to a position, that's going to cloud your conclusion that you come to. I mean, because there's one Christian out there that is both a mythicist and a Christian at the same time.
So,
I mean, my point here is that in the field of New Testament scholarship, and this has actually been studied fairly recently, that the quality of arguments and evidence and everything like that in New Testament scholarship is substantially poor right now, and that's because they're theologically committed. All of the schools that all of these New Testament scholars teach at, they require statements of faith that they believe in it.
But that's not true.
It is true. There's a study on David Fitzgerald in his book Mything in Action. He lays out the complete study where they contacted theological institutions and asked whether or not they had statements of faith that they required people to sign.
Some theological ones do, but they're not all. They teach at public universities, private universities. They don't necessarily teach all at theological institutions. You can count literally all of the mythicists in the profession that's qualified on one hand in the entire world.
That doesn't matter. That does not matter.
It does matter when you have a fringe view about something. Hold on now.
No, it doesn't.
So how do you answer the other 15, 20% that are agnostic or atheists that come to the same conclusions?
This is our answer, Eddie.
Well, I mean, those are not going to overturn this consensus that you keep bringing up. Like, if we take all of those out, you're still going to get like the consensus of New Testament scholars that agree that either Jesus existed or that he resurrected from the dead. Do you think I should believe a Jew resurrected from the dead just because the majority of New Testament? Hold on. Just because the majority of New Testament scholars believe he resurrected from the dead, do you think that I should just by default be a Christian because they all agree on something?
No, absolutely not. And that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is
that's what you're saying.
No, you're dismissing the truth of what they came to because of where it came from. That is a clear-cut case of genetic fallacy.
Well, no. I'm dismissing their consensus because I'm wanting to deal with the actual evidence. I get that they have a consensus. I want to know why they have a consensus. What evidence do they have? Like when I argue against anti-evolution stuff, I don't just bring up that most if not all scientists, accept evolution as the fact that it is. I don't say that as the stopper thing that proves it. I actually bring up evidence that directly supports the conclusion that evolution is a real thing. I don't just cite the scholarship.
No. Right. But no, hold on. That's not what I'm saying that's happening here. And let's separate two different things. I'm not talking about a consensus on the resurrection. Nobody can come to a consensus looking at history like that. That's something that
New Testament scholars have.
Do what?
New Testament scholars, the majority consensus is that Jesus resurrected from the dead.
Right. That's majority. But almost everyone that I've heard talk about that other than fundamentalists will say they believe that the explanatory scope of the resurrection is why they hold that it happened. So I'm talking more from a mythicist point of view. And on top of that, when we look at if anybody says because there's a consensus it's true, that is fallacious. I agree 100%.
Let me ask you this
but it does support a position when you use a consensus in an academic field. So it helps your position, but it doesn't mean that it's true what you're saying.
But I mean, you're treating it as if it proves it to be true.
All day.
No. I'm not saying it's.
Let me ask you this. Do you think that Abraham was a real person?
Oh, I don't know. I'm agnostic on it. I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, well, the majority of New Testament scholarship shows that that Moses, Abraham, all of those old patriarchs most likely did not exist.
Well,
And originally, it was thought by consensus that they did exist, but through archaeological evidence and other evidence and textual criticism and everything like that, that consensus turned around. So let me ask you this: which consensus is correct? The one that developed later, or the one that was originally there?
I'm not saying that any of them are. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying any of them are necessarily true. What I'm saying is, when we appeal to academics in a field, it's only to support a position. We're not saying that it is true.
You're committing a genetic fallacy to try to get people
Hey, it
to.
seems like Oz is trying to get a word in.
No,
here.
that's not a genetic fallacy. The genetic fallacy is dismissing the truth from where it came from.
I'm trying.
What, Oz?
Yeah, Oz wants to say something.
What Oz? What Oz? That's the respect I get on my channel. What Oz?
Fuck do you want, Oz? God damn.
What the fuck is happening right now? So no, real quick, Justin from the Empathetic Atheist show that we blasted on our channel all night to get to help. They work hard, so I'm not trying to steal anything from them. But we were blasting their shit tonight, helping them get to that 1,000 mark tonight. And congratulations, brother! Congratulations.
Thank you so much for the help, for all the support. Anybody that's in here right now that jumped over and hit that red button, we really appreciate it over from our show, and we'll keep pushing out more and more content for you guys. You know, just like over here at the TART show, they push out some real good stuff. So I just wanted to thank everybody. Come on and say hi and thank everybody for the support.
All right, real quick. I didn't even know that was something you're struggling with, so I'm sorry I didn't really help with that.
No, you were.
I did follow you, and I like your content. For some reason, I haven't promoted it.
Captain, you were smack dab in the middle of a debate. Nobody expected you to everybody press pause. I'm going to go.
Have the floor.
But no, Justin, Wes, and Bryce, and Kat, and all of them over there. They're great people. But Justin, I know you have some views on this, and you've been you've been quiet there. Is there anything you want to throw in on the Jesus character?
So through my studies, I've read a lot of papers recently. I've been reading more academic books, more on like philosophical issues like free will and determinism, things like that. But when it comes to what I've read on when it comes to Jesus and his, existence, I read a book called "Did Jesus Exist?" It's a Bart Ehrman book, the story of Jesus of Nazareth. So basically, Bart Ehrman concluded that it's possible to say that Jesus existed as a man, but whenever it came to his divine nature or any of his miracles that he worked out, that's still up for that's speculation. That's something that's part of the doctrine and something that's part of the belief.
Well, God damn it, Justin, that's not what I wanted to hear. That's not what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear that you had GE and I's perspective on it, where there's no good explanation for Jesus.
I would say Bart Ehrman's book is the worst book that you could read on the subject.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, really, what would you suggest? And I would love to go. I would love to go read it.
Yeah, but also real quick, I think that is a very important distinction. When people talk about the historical Jesus, it doesn't mean that Jesus did all the things that they said that he did. When people argue for the historicity of Jesus, they're just talking about the Jesus of Nazareth, the one the Bible talks about. You don't have to accept that he did these miracles and all these things. That's going to come from your reasoning, your paradigm, your worldview, what facts, what you accept, and all of that. And I don't think that given one single, given that historical Jesus, even the Jesus of the Bible existed, gives one single credible thing to Christians over atheists. I don't think it sways it either way, because when it comes down to it, was he divine? Was he the Son of God? Did he do the things that these people reported that he did? And I think that's the real important question, and it's really just this kind of muddies the water, arguing back and forth about the historicity.
And this is why I can just throw the belt aside.
Well, I mean, I think that the historicity of Jesus is a very niche area to discuss, but I mean, I wouldn't bring it up like in a normal conversation. But I mean, I think that it's an interesting conversation to have. I mean, not every conversation that we have to have has to have some kind of point. I mean, you know, the historicity of all of the old patriarchs was overturned, and you know, they're all mythical now that only exist in the pages of the Pentateuch, but yet that didn't destroy, you know, Judaism or Christianity or any of that.
They're mythical. We just don't have archaeological evidence for it.
Oh no, they're definitely mythical. They didn't.
But then again, I mean, but at one time, Newtonian physics was the paradigm. That was the consensus, and now we know the theory of relativity is. So as long as people are willing to accept what's true, as long as people are willing to accept what's true and adjust their, you know, what they believe is true and facts according to that, then that's fine. It's people who want to hold to it against the consensus that's the problem.
Okay.
Yeah, I would simply just say that I don't find the conversation or the debate over the historicity or of the existence of Jesus even important, you know, to me. What I'm more focused on is the logical problem of the Trinity, the atonement, the incarnation. Let's get into the philosophical, logical possibilities of these things happening.
And that's why I love Justin. That's why I love Justin, because we do.
Oh, you don't love godless?
I don't know.
I just
hold on, where's this button at? Where's this button? Oh, there he goes. There he goes.
Well, for the record, I love godless. So
thank you.
Oh, now you do. That's not what you said yesterday. You want to tell me what you said yesterday?
Well, I do need to go because it's late for me. I meant to leave a little bit earlier, but Justin, I mean, as far as books to read, what I would suggest is Carrier's On the Historicity of Jesus. Of course, is the mega thing to really read. His Proving History, you know, delves into the methods for historiography. But other than that, like Randall Helms. The gospel fictions. His book is also really good. If you're looking for how the New Testament's based on the Old Testament stuff, and then Raphael Taster has a book out, but it's really expensive. It's targeted to like colleges and stuff like that. I mean, the actual peer-reviewed literature on it's going to pretty much be coming from Carrier. The thing with Carrier is that he cites all of his information is based on existing New Testament scholarship. So, I mean, you can read his, and then you can see that other New Testament scholars are saying the same thing that he is. He's just the one that's putting it together like puzzle pieces and saying, like, look, it's more likely that, you know, Jesus probably didn't exist. But I mean, if you were to compare two books, like as far as making a case for historicity and making a case against historicity, you know, I would definitely choose Carrier's book for against it. Again, it's like 800 pages long or something, so it's pretty long. But I just disagree with the idea that the historicity of Jesus is not interesting. You know what? I get that it's not interesting to a lot of people, but you know, those of us that like reading about history and like learning about history, it's a very interesting conversation because the evidence is so flimsy and it can teeter either way. It just depends on how you interpret the information. The problem that I have with New Testament scholars is that they interpret the information in favor of Christianity every single time. And that's what like the fact that New Testament scholars, a majority of them believe that a Jew resurrected in the first century, and they use the exact same kinds and quality of evidence to prove that Jesus even existed. It makes me question whether or not this is actually good evidence. So,
well, what you're doing right here, Godless, is the one reason why I absolutely love this community, is because like on one hand, I will simply say that I could think that it's reasonable to believe that some itinerant rabbi who was a con man existed at this time, and that would be your specialty on that's your way of attacking Jesus. And then there's other people with their niches in the community, like myself, that would go, okay, Jesus said he was fully God and fully man, but he also emptied himself of his divinity. Let's figure out what that all means. So there's, we have multiple routes of attack when it comes to attacking this Jesus character. And that's what I think is amazing about this community.
Well, yeah, and I don't mean to present myself as using mythicism as a way to attack Christianity. I think that Christianity can exist just fine without a historical Jesus. So, I mean, I just, I don't know. I don't use it to attack Christianity. It's very niche, and I would definitely not bring it up in a general conversation. So, but anyways, I gotta go. It was nice meeting everybody. I stayed way past when I meant to, but y'all have a nice night. I guess I'll see y'all later.
And Godless, we have to do a proper transition. So we appreciate you being on. And you're always welcome. And when we have debates, you can either be the debater, or if you want to be, on screen and doing the judge, the host thing, we'd love to have you on. But thanks for doing it last minute tonight. You're the man, and tell your lovely partner we said thank you for sacrificing your time tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you guys. They said thank.
Hi.
Oh, and we've added Natalie to the screen. Natalie, which was lighting up the chat tonight with great information.
Yeah, I figured I'd do a little fact checking while things are going on.
Great perspective, and I'm looking forward to how that.
So you're the ginger.
goes.
Yes, I am the ginger.
I'm blonde.
Sorry, I saw your red hair. I'm like, yay! I'm the tallest one. Wonderful.
Hey, Eddie.
On me.
Yeah.
I can try.
Eddie, can I just point out, just between me and you, bro, me and you right now. It's just me and you right now.
Figure something out. Give me a second. I'm gonna try and turn on the light.
Who do we lose? Who dropped out? Somebody left. But
yeah.
Oh, Justin left. Why does Jim?
That better?
Oh, that's way better.
Yeah,
Sorry.
way better. You're good. You're good. Well, why does Jim right above you, your fellow brethren of the faith? Why does he like? Maybe he can't hear me right now. Why?
He's smiling an awful lot.
Why does he keep playing with his hair like he thinks he's like Justin Timberlake or something?
He's
like,
trying to rub it in on us.
Like,
I mean, at least Deadpool sitting there looking all pretty with his nice hair. He's not rubbing it in.
Here's the thing. At least Captain Dadpool, even though he looks purple right now, like looks sexy. He looks sexy.
He has those daddy vibes, you know.
That's why that's why he has so many followers, because he keeps taking his shirt off.
Captain still looks sexy, right? And I have no problem as a straight male. I have no problem saying it. Like Captain Deadpool, he looks sexy, right? But then when I look over at Jim, I'm like, he looks like a Justin Timberlake wannabe, and I don't know what to think about it.
You know, he kind of reminds me of Macaulay Culkin.
Oh,
I can see that.
What? I missed that.
I'm getting Macaulay Culkin vibes meets like Full House with the.
And I would say real quick, I heard him as Godless was going off when he was leaving that if there wasn't a historical Jesus, I wouldn't be a Christian. That's for sure. So I think it's very paramount to.
To go back to that, and I'll let you guys chop it up for me because I have to smoke a fucking cigarette after I say this. So I'm gonna take this belt off, even though I hate that I have to ship this off. And
you can hand it to me. Oh wait a second. Just hand it down here.
It's the here. Somebody take it. Dude, like it's heavy. Like it's the real deal. Like when I opened it up, I was like, holy shit, that's fucking real deal.
I'm excited to get it.
But here's the thing, and I know Eddie and Jim, you're the cooler side of Christianity. Like, and I have to say that before I say anything else. You're two of the very, very few that I can hang out with and talk with, and it's not even like I tolerate them. It's not even a tolerate. It's like, no, I actually enjoy talking and hanging out and all that. Whereas like, and we're still alive, and I'll say it now, like Pastor John to me at this point has just become this obnoxious, arrogant fool, and I have no desire to chop it up with him, hang out with him, talk to him, anything like that, because he's taken his own little path, right? But what I can tell you is there are some people that, like, oh, I've done this and I've studied this and I believe this, and they've not really put the time in, right? And Eddie, you know what I'm talking about. Jim, I know you know what I'm talking about. But like, this is what I'm working on right now, and I'm almost at the tail end of all of them. So I have the Jesus Papers, Goodbye Jesus, Reading Judas, and Slandering Jesus. And by the titles, you would assume that all of them are atheist, right? Two out of the 4 are by theist Christian authors that I'm reading through, and I'm examining, and I'm going through it. Because the more that I do read, the less I believe that not only did the Bible Jesus exist, but that he ever die and resurrect. Like it's more and more complicated for me to buy into what the topic of the debate was tonight, and that's what I'm trying to tie it back to now, because we got way off base. Was I no longer have a good reason to believe that shit ever happened. Like there's no good reason. So I said all that. Natalie, you lit it up. You lit it up. You lit it up in a good way. You lit it up in the chat. And you'll see me step away, but I'm still listening. I'll have my earphones in. But you lit it up. I want to hear your perspective, because you had a very great take on it tonight.
So I'll start by saying I am a geoarchaeologist. So I work on sites actively, and I have been to Tel Aviv. I've done a little bit when it comes to Christianity as far as sites are concerned, but mostly my sites are in North America. However, that doesn't stop me from studying abroad, right? Because we're all fascinated by just constantly learning. Tonight I was watching, and it's just, I had a little anger moment where because you guys kept bringing up evidence and evidence and evidence. And in my mind, a lot of times you can use evidence as a physical object, right? And pseudoscience constantly. I was waiting for Bram to bring up like the Shroud of Tartan or one of those things, and I was just waiting for it to happen. I'm really happy it didn't, but
he's too smart for that.
Yeah, he knew that's a trap. But the comments that were going on about mass graves, to this day, we are still discovering more and more mass graves around all around the Middle East during that time period.
Hear your take on that.
You want to hear my take on the mass graves?
Please.
Oh God, we've had there are mass graves that are sorted into like women only, children only, and like male only. Really? And the way that they're buried are all different because of the Persians coming in and then the Romans coming in, and just like the various means by which you can just tell a mass grave just simply like the characteristics of how they dump the bodies. You can also tell that like with children, they would wrap them, whereas with women and men, they would just kind of drop them right into the graves. As far as crucifixion was concerned, not everyone, a lot of people in the chat were saying, oh, it was such a big deal that he was crucified. It was like, honestly, in Roman times, crucifixion is like next to nothing when it came to punishment.
Yeah, like Josephus talks about in the War of the Jews, how they ran out of wood with how they
yeah, they couldn't find wood that was long and strong enough to actually hold a human body up and erect long enough for them to pass. Crucifixion was also just a form of torture. They'd bring them right back down and they wouldn't die. And then they would become slaves because whatever penalty was being dished out wasn't good enough for them at that time. So it was a really interesting and colorful history.
So what do you make of the one singular like fossil? That might be the wrong term to use, of the nail going through the heel of the bone of, I forget his name, but like that's the, you know what I'm talking about. That's the only like,
I don't remember the name of it, but I know
that's what we have.
We don't have proof that it was him. We just know that was that's a nail that went through a body on a crucifixion cross. That's what we know. We know it's around the right timeline.
Why don't more mass graves have specimens like that?
Well, wood deteriorates faster than bodies.
You think we have more?
There's that. A lot of times iron and bronze, okay, think logically in this sense. Where they were in historic times and prehistoric times, you're talking about metal, and metal is really hard to remake and to collect from ores. So anytime
I read that they tried very hard to recover the nails.
Yep.
Because it was a limited resource. In this one particular case, they couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
it was really in there.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
that's where I was going with it. Is it's all recycled. Logically speaking, they didn't have machinery to do it themselves. So a nail nowadays, which is like what, 4 or 5 cents, is now even less than that. I'm sure was like a lot more to them back then.
Just like papyrus.
A lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. You do woodworking or steel work, iron work. You know how it is. It's tricky. It's tricky stuff.
Especially back then with, the tools that they had that they were limited by.
Nails would be a little easier to make, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, because they're pulled and pinched, right? That's how they used to make them. Is they'd roll them out, pull, and then pinch, and then pull, and then pinch, and you'd have little square heads.
Materials.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
it's interesting because I also do blacksmithing as a side hustle kind of hobby thing. So yeah, it's really I understand completely what we're saying when you say pull and pinch.
Mm-hmm.
I understood that reference.
That's good. Yay!
I saw your sexy butt on TikTok making a knife.
Yeah,
it was like
I was talking about me for a second.
It's like
what?
It's like, all right, dude's fit. He's got hair. He's got tattoos, and he's making knives.
Yeah,
I mean that's like.
He also has pretty good dice skills, from what I remember. What I recall.
I do have really good dice skills, and I didn't know that about myself.
No, good luck.
And Captain Deadpool gave a great rundown on my show that will premiere in 2 weeks.
Oh, that's exciting! I'll look into it.
I was on his show, earlier this week, and that was a really cool discussion. I've gone through my origin and deconstruction story so many times. I'm kind of tired of talking about it. But he offered a sort of different spin on the topic, and I really appreciated that.
Neat.
I think I rambled.
The moral of the story for you is just being genuine. That was what we learned from that. For you, that was genuineness is the underlying theme in your life, and I thought that was that's what.
I went live last night, and I was just I don't know why so many people follow me. I have no idea. I didn't try for this. And I had a bunch of people was like, you're genuine, you're honest, and I was like, cool. I appreciate that. Like that's what people want is authenticity.
Yeah.
They're not looking for a character these days. They're looking for someone they can relate to.
Well, I think that's why, when I talk about like my belief, I'm a evidentialist. My epistemology is I'm a probabilist. I think that the more plausible position is what we should take. And I by no means have certainty. I don't have certainty that Jesus exists. I don't have certainty that God exists. To me, it just, with the way that I view the world, I think it's just more plausible that there's a God. And I think that it's more plausible that Jesus was a real person. And if he was, given the explanatory scope of the resurrection, to me, it's more plausible that he was the Son of God or he was a madman. But that's why I was saying when he said that it doesn't, Christianity could exist without there being a real Christ. I'm like, no, I totally would not be. I would be a deist. I'd be, a pantheist or, something of that nature, because I'm convinced that there's something more,
I call myself an on the fenceist.
I'm a scientist,
well, but
so I use facts.
Right, but you don't have to be dogmatic about stuff. You don't have to say you're certain. We don't have to claim certainty, and I think that's where a lot of Christians, fail when they're talking to other people. You ask them, are you certain? Absolutely, I'm certain. And I'm like, but you don't have to have that attitude. You should always be willing to go wherever the evidence is.
Oh, but I believe that they fear. That's the big issue, is that they fear God, and that's their reaction to it. Is if you make them question their belief, they're going to try and defend themselves, because God watches all, right? He's always watching. So when someone tries to push a different religion or a different viewpoint on them, and they've been raised in a culture where you just believe no matter what, you've got to say it when you say it, and I think it's like a panic response, and from my background, it's like it definitely was a panic response.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I went through deconstruction. I had a fundamentalist family. I was agnostic for a short time, but I was agnostic because nobody. I mean, I can tell you right now that your whole world view that you understand the world through comes crumbling down. It's scary.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's you feel like you don't know anything. It's like you've been lied to your whole life. So.
Yeah.
And I fought just like a lot of the fundamentalists do, because I was scared into it.
Mm-hmm.
I was more worried about going to, okay. Yeah. Cool. Pavel. I was more worried about going to hell than I did worrying about Jesus or going to heaven, and that's part of the indoctrination and part of the, why when Oz and them talk about it's child abuse, I mean, at some levels it is, because you are literally scaring the hell out of people,
Precisely.
And so when it just because I'm a science person too, I love science. I mean,
good. I like that.
Yeah. Quantum mechanics and physics.
You should like me too.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. I mean, I thought I did because you were ginger, but no, I guess not.
Yeah. I love physics.
Well, I think it's funny, Eddie, that you kind of talked about some of that as well. Like, I mean, it's one I would have to agree with you. Like, I think Christianity without Christ is not like it's no longer Christianity. It's something different. Now, if I were to look at it from this approach, I was fortunate. I don't think I was really. There were things that were really crammed down and indoctrinated with, even though I've been to a Baptist church and a Catholic school and I was confirmed in Methodist. So I mean,
so was I.
There's some things there that it's. I'm trying to figure out how I word this. It's religion is, and I think in some ways useful because there's this mind expanding thing, and if there's works on shamanism that I would probably look at from there. Yeah, because like religions first came into being, and they kind of changed our scope of being. And I don't remember what book that is anymore. But
I think it's the Backslid Boys.
Well, the problem is when you have people who sit there, and you see it in a lot of other things too. It's not just religion. It's like, this is the way to succeed. You have to do exactly what I say in order to get there. And that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That right there is not right. I don't think, as you know, talking with CaptainDadpool here, that's a procedural flaw in forging who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't work.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
So, Nat, I have a question for you.
Okay.
When you hear a theist or a Christian or whatever say that there is indisputable archaeological evidence for the Bible or the resurrection or whatever,
mm-hmm.
like what is it that makes you rage quit the most? Like what is your like, no, you're wrong because blank. What is the blank?
As soon as they say, so you know, I've talked to you about this, and you know this because I love looking at historic texts, as in written documents on population matters, political documents that have been saved from those times, things of that nature. Those things are they're always translated directly from as is to what we know now versus a multiple different translations. That's kind of a nice thing. It's like reading Hammurabi's code, if you guys know what that is. I'm sure you do, but eye for an eye, that whole thing.
Oh yeah.
But when they say that the Bible itself is a historic document, or is a Bible is not an artifact. I'm just going to tell you that right now. There are a lot of Bibles out there that are artifacts, mostly because monks have drawn things into them, or because they've been edited in some way that is not normal. But whatever's out of character, those tend to be the ones that we collect because they tell us more truth about what's going on in the world versus the ones that are written like the Gregorian monks that would draw little characters into the sides of the pages that let us know more about personality types during that time and period and what was funny, and it gives us more of a honest image of what you can expect people to be thinking about while doing this rigorous work of just rewriting the Bible over and over in Latin. So when someone says that they have irrefutable proof of the Bible's existence, I guess, or
divine inspiration.
That's it. Yeah. I have to go back to, Epic of Gilgamesh. I have to go back to Homer's Odyssey. I have to go back to all these, and you guys did touch on that for a little bit about
the
how
Enuma Elish.
Yes. And how there's a lot of depictions of pictures written and story told for a very long time, and none of it's written down word for word until later on when somebody was like, oh, hey, maybe we should write this down so we remember it. But by then it's already word of mouth.
Exactly. Second, third, fourth hand encounter.
Exactly. So even when they say, because it was Paul that you guys were talking about earlier, how he wrote as a second, I'm putting that in quotes. I'm going to tell you right now, I studied the Bible a little bit. This is not my focus, but but since Paul wrote the book, but Paul didn't write the book at the time. And we all know that eyewitness reports change through time because your memory is only remembering the last time you remembered it. So as you lose memory, edits happen. And that's why you can kind of forget things. It's
Paul only wrote about 7 of the epistles.
Yeah, that's right.
Everything else was an interpolation or a Pauline
I think it's
legend.
only 6 of them that are actually.
Yeah, 6 maybe. I've heard 6 too. And even then, they're in Corinthians, there's some scriptures that seem to be interpolations. So even those are in question somewhat.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But I think, but given, textual criticism, in all the different fields that actually come together to analyze the text, we can extract a common narrative. And I think it's really just a problem for inerrantists, and I don't understand how, because like even somebody brought up Mike Licona earlier. I mean, even Mike Licona will tell you, when you have witnesses or secondhand sources of witnesses or thirdhand, sources of witnesses, you're not going to get every little thing right. There's going to be variances. And I would, to be quite honest with you, if there wasn't variances, I'd be skeptical of collusion of some kind.
Yeah, that's kind of
another good point.
Yeah. So the inerrantists really shoot themselves in the foot, when they start talking about every single one. Because, I mean, let's look at the Old Testament. If you look at Joshua's conquest and then you compare that with archaeology, well, with Joshua's conquest, there's evidence that Jericho, was ransacked. We don't know by who, but Jericho was ransacked. And there was one other one, but the rest of the cities in there were like 1,000 years later, almost, some of them. And then on top of that, it's more evidence that it was a culture that collapsed, not even being run over. So they were supposed to be part of the cities on the conquest. So it's real easy when you understand it's ancient text mixed with poetry and apocalyptic language that they may have very well thought that God had paved the way throughout those years for them to make it to Israel.
So it's not God's book.
Why? That doesn't follow. That doesn't follow. That's there, because some people may have been inspired to write, it doesn't mean that every single word, story, and everything has to be taken, at literal face value. And that's the problem with an inerrantist. Is
it's not, but Eddie, it's not even about an inerrancy. It's if this God that theists look to be the creator and originator of everything, and has the foresight to understand everything that happened before it happened and after it happened and into the future. The fact that this was his selected method to communicate his message, it all falls apart. It all falls apart because whether we look at science, we look at just ancient history, we start looking at like everything. Just it's like an old racket door. Like the door starts to fall off the hinges. We can't close the door anymore. We can't open the door anymore. Like that's really where we get.
No, but see, that's your psychological position. That doesn't, because you think God should have done it differently, doesn't mean that that's not the way God chose to do it. So when we approach it with, because it doesn't follow that if there's legend, myth, poetry, and all this mixed in, that somehow it's still not from God.
But I would say it would for me in my position, it doesn't follow what you're saying, because you want to depend on philosophy. And philosophy is
reasoning.
No, it's not reasoning at all.
Yes, it is.
No, brother,
I can actually put it in a syllogism and show you that it's valid.
I would love to see a syllogism that actually explains.
I'll put a syllogism together for you.
That explains how the Bible accurately depicts everything in that book.
It doesn't have to.
Hold on, I have a question that kind of pertains to this. And it could go for anybody, but I think especially you, Eddie. What do you make of the Contra Kelsum, if I'm pronouncing it right, where Kelsum says that he allows for a literal interpretation of the Gospels for the less educated, but the allegorical interpretations he reserves for the more educated?
Yeah, I think they're both. I think they're both faulty, because I don't think you can take a 2,000-year-old document and look at it.
At the time, it was only a couple hundred years old. This is 2nd century.
Oh, okay, yeah. But I don't think it's either literal or allegorical. Because there's so many ways. It's literature. We have to approach it as literature. So when we look at like Jesus's word, Jesus spoke mostly in parables, right? Yeah. So, well, parables it's poetry. It's a way for them to an oral society to easily remember the point he's trying to make. So when we come at it from a literary, not a not a theological, not a skeptical, we approach it as literature, and we look at the rhetorical devices that are there, and we put all of that into context with what we know about the culture, the idioms, the euphemisms, all these different things. Then we can paint a better picture. See, you've got what's called semantics, and you've got what's called pragmatics when you're looking at linguistics. Semantics is the meaning of the words they're using. The pragmatics is the author's intention. So we have to do a linguistic approach to it to see what we know about the language at the time.
Eddie, I love you, dude. And like, I'm literally looking right now at the collegiate definitions of literature, and what you're saying and what I'm reading now, like that literally means you're digging for a reason to believe. Like there's
that's BS, Oz. You're psychoanalyzing me. You're not listening to what I'm saying. That's a fallacy of definition. If you're going to go to a dictionary and look at, I'm talking about the science and study of linguistics.
Whoa, everybody stop. Eddie, I love you, bro. I'm not attacking you right now. I'm just telling you.
You absolutely are when you say I'm looking for a reason to believe. That's BS. I'm not going to let you finish, Oz. That's BS. You're not going to psychoanalyze me.
No, let me try. Eddie, please, let me try.
No. I need to do this. Eddie's my dude. I need to do this. I'm not doing that. What you're accusing me of right now, I'm not doing. I'm simply researching and studying right now and going through everything that you've told me, and like that's not cool at all, because I'm not attacking you. I'm going through what you just told me, and I'm looking those things up. And if it doesn't line up, then just tell me it doesn't line up without attacking me.
No. But wait a minute. Hold on. When you say I am looking for reasons to believe, that is a personal attack on my psychology. Okay, that is a personal attack. Okay. I'm talking about the science of linguistics.
Okay. So, Eddie, if you took it that way, I apologize. That's not how I meant that. That is not how I meant that at all.
Right.
Period. I'm not here to attack you. Like, hopefully you know that at this point.
Yeah, but
I'm for you, bro. Like,
I know, but I think you should be a little bit careful, with the language when you say somebody's looking for a reason to believe, because, like I've told you many a times, Oz, there's many a times in my life I did not want God to believe. I mean, I didn't want to believe in God.
What did I just say? What did I just say? If I misrepresented and if I misspoke, I apologize. I did not mean. I did not mean to do that. I'm just going through definitions and reading as we're talking and studying as we're talking. That's all I'm doing.
I appreciate it. And but to that point, you got to be careful about just going to the dictionary, because dictionaries just reflect a common usage of it. So when you're talking about specific fields, whether it's in science or it's history or whatever, words have a lot more weight to it. So when I'm talking semantics and pragmatics, I'm talking about the science and philosophy of language. And that's what I was getting at. So we have to use the tools that are available to come to a rational reason because if you hold a position, you should have a rational reason for it. And if you don't, then abandon it. So if I have, if I feel that God is real and I'm convinced that Jesus was the Son of God and if I can't rationalize that, then it's gone. And I think that we all should, approach it as objectively as possible. And if it's not rational, then we should just leave it. It's the fundamentalists who take stuff on faith and like it's some kind of, epistemology, some kind of truth claim to this just blind faith. Like I told you, man, I'm an evidentialist. If the evidence isn't there, or I can't, create a rational narrative of what I believe, I'm not going to believe it. I'm skeptical by nature.
Okay.
I think there's something interesting there that if you don't mind, I kind of want to just explore just briefly. So it's almost like in order to understand something, you have to go through this process, right? And I don't think it's necessarily dumb or smart or anything like that. Like I think it's literal understanding to a more combination of like
allegory out of the chat, man. That guy is such a freaking troll.
Like
there's something wrong with that.
Metaphorical relevance type of understanding of that concept.
I'm sorry, Jim. What was? Could you repeat?
I missed pretty much everything you said.
Yeah, I lost it.
Pavel was just like, I mean, he's literally like coming up with these massive leaps in logic from what I said, and I have no idea where he's getting it from. But
so maybe we should switch gears. Let's switch gears.
Can I say something? Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So, linguist, or at least the study of language itself, falls under anthropology, which is kind of one of my things. I want to talk about
pulling from Chomsky. I hear you.
Yeah, it's like a Chomsky thing.
Absolutely, it is.
Searle.
Anyway, moving on from that. Linguistics are really fascinating because there is multitude of different levels of linguistics. There's the actual language, there's physical body language, there's understanding how someone's buried versus how someone is like just rituals in and of itself. But linguists depict everything from pictures to the way that sounds come out of our mouths to the way that we write. I mean, linguists are amazing people, but they do get caught up in their own heads sometimes. And part of being with anthropology is
as everyone does.
But part of being with anthropology is being able to separate yourself and your biases from what you're observing and from what you're learning about. So one of the things that we are taught. Do I have a what channel?
A YouTube
channel. I don't know. I don't have a YouTube channel.
Maybe you should. You're like the Biddy Buddha of geology.
She'll be coming on my show.
Oh,
I'm
a very unbiased person. I mean, I have my own beliefs, but I will absolutely listen to everyone's
I'm going to ask you to come on my podcast.
I was talking to Jagasis earlier, and he was just like, "I need you."
You're going to come on my podcast. I don't care what you say.
Okay. Hold on. Y'all on our channel and recruiting people on our channel? God damn.
Yes. Marketing, motherfucker.
Hey, that's what you said.
And all three of us up top have podcasts.
I want to hear.
I
want her to finish what she was talking about the linguist because she's spot on. I want to hear.
I do too. Yeah. So with linguists,
that's not marketing, assholes.
So yeah, that's not marketing, assholes.
Networking.
Okay, so where I was going with this was I was starting from the top as far as what linguist is defined as in the dictionary versus what people study it as versus what people actually do versus what like they know themselves to do, and then like going backtracking into how we are trained to do these things. I am by no means a linguist, but I have a linguist friend. She has 3 PhDs. I am thoroughly impressed with her. She speaks like 9 languages. She's amazing. But she can't read a room. She does not know how to read people, but she can read she can read everything. But
is she like a high functioning autism?
See,
type,
I don't think so. She was like a cheerleader in high school. I mean, she's very much.
It sounds kind of like T-Jump.
Well, she's an interesting character. She's actually very outgoing. It's very interesting. Like she loves going and being a part of things, but she doesn't always know how to approach situations because she can't read them very well. Like it's just not her thing. And it might be because she's on the spectrum, just undiagnosed, but it could also be.
That's beside the point. Low EI, like very low emotional intelligence due to lack of that type of exposure because of whatever reason. I mean, I mean, it could be a number of reasons, but I mean, dude, like linguistics and these other things are great areas of study. And it's funny, like you mentioned anthropology. What was it? I was looking at a Vervaeke lecture recently, and he was like, here's all the parts of like cognitive science that need to be like addressed, and anthropology was up there because
way up there.
Yeah, it's on the top one.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with this stuff, by the way?
I am. I'm not going to say I'm avid about it, but it has been brought to my attention before.
Okay.
But go on.
So if you know what I'm talking, like that's who I was citing earlier when I was talking about the shamanism type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So like with that idea though, like linking all these things together, from a cognitive perspective or something like that is really important. And when we talk to languages and we talk about, kind of relating to that point I was trying to make before Eddie had his like ADHD moment with Paul D. I think someone have to take a literal understanding of something before we have a more advanced understanding of something. It's just a natural stepping stone of learning.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely right. And I mean, I can't speak to psychologists, and if there's a psychologist out there, please correct me. But I know that when it comes to childhood development, one of the things that you absolutely have to have is a societal structure for that child to understand their place in the world. So as they're growing, they need to know, I know someone in Germany is going to slap me for this, but in Germany, you notice that kids are seen and not heard. In America, kids are definitely heard. In various locations, they all have these different roles that they play at a very young age. And that as they grow, that's how they adapt to find their place within a culture, so to speak.
And that's part of growing and exploring and receiving pushback and stuff like that. And when you don't push back, you don't understand, societal roles or something like that. And it can lead to other things. I mean, I'm not a psychologist either. I just, I don't.
He just plays one on TV.
Yeah. And then what I would sit here and say is we all have heuristics, right? And a bias is nothing more than a heuristic gone wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So we are all capable. We all have biases. We all have heuristics that we use, and we overuse them for any number of reasons. So, to overcome your bias, I would say most people are probably open. Like us here have a high degree of openness. If we were to look at the Big Five, right? Because we're open to new ideas, versus other people who aren't. And I think Jonathan Haidt's work, and I haven't read all of his nuggets there, but he does allude to if you have low degree openness or something like that, then it kind of relates to your political view or your religious view a little bit. So it gets complicated.
Talking about the linguistics thing, the linguistics used to be a part of psychology. It was all put together. And then I think it was the early 1900s or so that they ended up separating. You have formal semantics and you have semantics and, the pragmatics. And then, so you have all of these different areas now, and they, of course, not like all kinds of academics, they don't agree and they think that they shouldn't be married to this. And, and then you mix. Yeah, see, my background.
Everybody wants to claim their brainchild. It's entertaining.
Yeah, and my background is philosophy and more formal philosophy. I love logic,
I love it.
Argumentation.
It's great.
Yes, exactly. So, but to that point, when Deadpool, when you said earlier in the debate, we're just arguing semantics, I cringed because that is the problem in most debates is. And semantics is the important part. We have to make sure that, and that's the problem we all make. I make it probably more than anybody, is we don't ask people what they mean when they say something, and we assume our understanding of that. Even if they're close, there may not be, exact and similar.
Yeah.
So, when we're talking about, the linguistics and we're talking about language is universal. It's all the structure is almost the exact same. You have verbs and nouns in almost every single language that's ever been discovered. And except for one guy says that there's some Indian tribe he came across that, I can't remember the guy's name, but, anyway, that's beside the point. So when we all have our own ways and cultures of understanding things. And this is, when I joke with Oz a lot and I talk about, well, you're making oh my gosh, the fallacy of attributing.
Straw man.
No, it's a fallacy of attributing a 21st century meaning to ancient text. It's anachronistic fallacy,
Exactly.
And that's the issue is we all do that to an extent. We have to separate ourselves from what we're understanding, and we have to put ourselves in their shoes from what we know. What we know about it.
As he breaks something.
Yeah. Well, I'm ADHD, and I got a little thing that I mess with, and I just threw it across the room. But anyway,
I wanted to throw this up. I just saw something on the comments. I think
I
Titan.
blocked
I don't know. I think y'all know who
do 'em
Titan is.
anymore.
I don't.
Titan Uranus.
Oh yeah,
See,
Titan.
Titan Uranus, because that's how we pronounce it. He mentioned that there's preparations before debates normally, and that's true in many, many cases. And there's actually been. I'm not going to mention politics. We're going to move on from that. That's we don't need to talk about that.
I'm a libertarian and I'm a moderate, so you can hammer both sides and I'll be happy.
Yeah, you're good.
I mean, that's not like I'm getting to the structure of debates themselves. One of the biggest things that is problematic normally is having the debaters agree on a set word for a set meaning, and that's something that we've had to do in anthropology and psychology in most scientific fields. I don't know if you guys have ever divulged yourself into reading an academic article that is based off of like chemistry or something. They don't have to go through and explain what a reaction is. They don't have to go through and explain what like molecule is. But you go into something like psychology, they have to explain exactly what they mean when they say development. They have to say exactly what they mean by a mutation. They have to say exactly what because it's not a
it's not a
universal statistic.
Yeah, they don't have universal understandings, right?
Exactly. So in anthropology, it's the same way. So there's a lot of moral and ethical views that you have to go through in order to establish whether or not what you're doing and what you're learning is accurate and true versus your own viewpoint on, like, it's your own bias on what they're doing. So say, for instance, I got to stay with a cannibalistic tribe for a while. I had to, it was a, this is really cool stuff. So
did you try it?
No. And the reason why is because this particular tribe, and I'm not going to name names, I'm not going to give any examples, but this particular tribe would burn the bones of their elders, and then they would put them in soup, and then they would ingest them so that their elders can live on through their spirit. So it's not like they eat the meat of the person. It's
bone broth.
Bone broth, baby.
I just roast everyone out, and that's fine. But it's bone broth, basically. But
electrolytes. It's great for the facts.
Well, real quick before you finish, but that's a very good point because, like, in the field of psychology, you incorporate so many other fields. You have clinical psychology, and then you have experimental psychology. When you get down to neuroscience and things of this nature, and then neuroscience itself covers like 5 different fields. So it's very important. I read a lot of psychology stuff, so I understand totally what you're talking about. You have to make sure that the people know what you're talking about, because you may have a scientist coming in, who overlaps in that field, and they need to know exactly what you're talking about when you're talking about interactions and, things of that nature. So
for me, like, what I kind of always do is I try to assume the definitions of whoever I'm talking to. So that way I can I can hang on it's because I have conversations. I don't have debates.
Straw man.
No. It's what I do is I assume their definitions the best I can to understand them, and then how they're using it. So therefore I can sit there and go, okay, well, I'm going to have a different definition than you. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've been in debates over, for example, capitalism versus socialism, right? And then, like, socialism breaks out into 18 different sects, and then capitalism breaks out into 18 different sects. It's just like religion. Everybody has their own definition. Everyone has, especially in something that's not clear on a set of standards. And then you have a group of people who have this set of standards. You have a group of people who have this set of standards. And it's hard to have those meaningful conversations, I think, in some ways.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
So, Nat.
Yeah.
I got a question for you.
Uh-oh.
Big question.
Uh-oh.
All right. Since you're seem to be very familiar with Chomsky, what's your opinion on Genie?
In what way?
And is there a what's the term? Limit to our linguistic potential? Because I know you know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
What's your opinion on that?
It's not a very good informed opinion because I haven't studied the psychology behind it as well.
That's fine. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
But no, it's okay. It's my uninformed opinion in this case would probably be that we have the capability of doing communication in in a huge variety of ways, but I don't think that we are evolved enough to establish a entirely universal language throughout the entire world or even beyond. And I think, are you going into like the whole concept of like having a universal body language, or is that where you're going with this?
Really,
I don't know where you want me to go with this.
No, I know it's a very broad topic because
it's really hard.
I mean, could I maybe kind of chime in with this just a minute?
Go for it.
A universal, like, and again, I think from this like universal language perspective, stuff like that, right? I don't think we're going to ever. I'm not sure we're not involved. I would say it's probably a feature of who we are, because at some level, right, we're going, like, let's just say we colonize the moon, right? The moon is now going to have a different culture.
Hey,
than we are. Even though we can call it the solar system, right, or something like that, like we're going to have a different culture, just like, the United States, just like Europe. Like, we can have these things, and I think the problem is not necessarily navigating to a universal language. It's navigating the many different.
Yeah, no, we could all speak the same language and not understand each other. Yes. I mean, it's simple as that. Like having cultures. I mean, no matter what, someone from a different area is going to have a different view on how things should be in their world versus your own. And it really doesn't matter. Yeah. What?
I think you need it because that's the way you can achieve insight and different perspectives. Because if you don't have that, like, so for example, if bilingual people are typically smarter than normal people, or
I'd say more worldly. I wouldn't necessarily
like cognitive
smartness is relative, I think, at the end of the day. But like they have a different way of communicating too, because now they also understand, let's say, English, and they also understand French. And so now they can communicate in different fields a little differently. And it's helpful.
Well, it's understanding idioms between cultures as well. I mean, we've kind of jumped straight from the Bible, but to like just understanding each other. But
it's important.
Yeah, no, this is getting into the nitty gritty stuff, and this is more what I'm comfortable debating than the actual biblical book itself. So, but yeah, no, keep going with that. I love that topic. Keep going.
So confession time. I just kind of dropped that on you, Nat, as like a bombshell.
You did. I was like, oh God, I haven't talked about that in ages.
How much I could steer the conversation, because that's such a broad topic. Like
it's so huge.
Is there a threshold for our linguistic capabilities?
I get it. It's an orange impersonation.
But yeah, that's some big shit.
Yeah, that's.
I just wanted to drop in for fun to see what happened. And
under pressure, I'll just blush.
Bye.
Bye,
Jesus. We'll see you next day after tomorrow. He's gonna be on our podcast. It's gonna be fun. Oz, did you have something you were trying to interject in that?
Shameless plug.
Well,
shameless.
Jesus.
Shameless plug.
Fuck you, Jesus, and all your pretty hair. Fuck you.
Oh my God, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous of his hair. So jealous. Like, this is nothing. I just
Eddie and I both say fuck you and your hair. And Justin Timberlake said,
I want to be like you.
Jim, can we have our hair back?
It's gonna be May.
It's gonna be May. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. All right, I'm done.
Too early. Can't do that. What does your sweater say, Oz?
It's Wu-Tang. Green. Cash.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the A. Like, it looked like an R, and I was like, "What's Kararum?"
So,
what is that?
While you guys were talking, I converted to Muslim.
The most interesting dig you've ever been on.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a good question.
So I'm going to be completely honest. I've only been in the field, honest to God, for only 2 years in the archaeological field. Granted, I have a lot of background in other things, but my most interesting dig.
Or
it was probably a village site down in Louisiana, just because it's one that we rediscovered.
Yes.
Yeah, it was right at so we were finding all sorts of cool stuff. I can't really tell you details as to where it was.
Was it like the Acadian people or?
We were pretty sure it was woodland era. So
there's if you in between Phoenix and Tucson is there's the Grande Casa Grande, and they were
large
desert.
house.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, they were desert people thousands of years ago, and they still have this one house that's has most of its walls and everything. And of course, like a lot of indigenous peoples, they have like a window that faces the sun on the summer solstice, and then the winter solstice or summer whatever equinox, and then the winter solstice and all this. And then they have like this whole compound there, and one of them they played like soccer, and it was a big hole in the ground, and it was a bowl, and this is what they kind of put together from the society and stuff, and they would kick a ball around this. You making fun of my hand movements? I'm a visual person, you know, so I got to do. They had this bowl where they would run around and kick this ball inside of this bowl. Anyway, it was so awesome. It's I haven't I don't have any academic background, but kind of, but I love archaeology. I love history. It's anything science. I'm
going to shamelessly name drop someone really quick, because if you really want to get into archaeology, I do more of the. I'm not name dropping Deadpool. He's already here. But there is a gentleman that is on TikTok, and sadly he has a nasty head cold this weekend, so he's not watching or anything. But his name, you can follow him as ArchaeoWolf on TikTok.
Oh, absolutely.
I think he is very, very knowledgeable when it comes to archaeology community. I pretty much just give him advice on geology, but other than that, he is the guy to talk about and to talk to on those matters. I had him follow you like 3 days ago, Deadpool, because I was on the phone with him, and he was just like, "What do you mean you're gonna like watch Deadpool? Like, who's Deadpool?"
Oh,
I was like, "Oh, he's an atheist. You should watch him."
Who is Deadpool?
Who is Deadpool?
Who said
Deadpool? Who the fuck
said?
Before?
Everybody stop right now. Who said?
Is it Archeo?
Is ArchaeoWolf? Yeah, he's following you now.
He's got like 250.
Who asked? Captain, shut up.
That's him.
Who asked? Who is Deadpool?
That would be ArchaeoWolf.
Oh, ArchaeoWolf. You shame on you.
He's been living
he's not on the chat or anything.
I don't care. I don't care.
Well, I follow him back.
He just had. Now you guys are friends, so connections through me. It's fine.
Whatever idea Eddie and Jim had of eternal punishment in hell, that's where you're going.
I'm an annihilationist.
That's okay. He won't care because
I'm a hopeful universalist. I hope universalism.
Actually, I think he's pagan, but either way.
But it's funny you brought up the Shroud of Turin earlier.
Oh God, don't know.
No.
I did.
Who brought
a lot of people don't understand.
I brought it up because I was happy no one brought it up.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
A lot of people don't understand the chain of command there, that there was a bishop who actually was the one who had control of it during the archaeological dig, I think for like 5 years before anybody else could look at it.
You mean theft, right? You're talking about literal theft. It was church theft.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm totally wrong. I'm thinking of
here for this
part of the Dead Sea Scrolls. I totally conflated.
Also theft. I'm going to throw that out there, but also theft.
Yes, there was a bishop who controlled the dig for the Dead Sea Scrolls. So of course, we can all kind of think of different things that may have happened, if they found something that was not kosher or whatever. Anyway, but the Shroud of Turin, that was, if people did any kind of research whatsoever on historical artifacts, they would know every alleged ancient Orthodox church has an artifact. They almost all worship these artifacts with no chain of command, no evidence. There's one church that has nails that are supposed to be from the cross.
Eddie, for the life of me, bro. You know this. I love you. I love you like a brother. I for the fucking life of me, I don't understand how you're still a Christian. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it.
When did it become 3 a.m.?
It's 3 a.m.
It's 1 a.m.
When we realized that they Justin Timberlake, Jim and Eddie have no good reason to be theists other than
cognitive
one and a bald head and somebody convinced Jim that he should look like what's his name from DC Talk.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. You literally put Frank Turek and William Lane Craig in the same set. What is wrong with you? Frank Turek is the biggest fake and fraud there ever was.
Eddie,
I don't have enough faith to be an atheist.
Eddie.
Ron White is we're not talking about him.
I agree with you.
We're not talking about him. Who's this grumpy person?
But Frank Turek and
within
Mr.
arm's
Craig.
reach.
No.
Mr. Turek and Mr. Craig, respectfully, and I've listened to tons of their material.
Craig is a legitimate academic. Frank Turek is a blowhard.
So are you going to do a Darth Dawkins and not even?
Yes, I am. He's a double PhD. Yes, I'm appealing to authority. I'm doing it all.
You're back.
Now go ahead, Oz. I'm just messing with you. I'm trolling.
Great. He has a PhD. I started my master's, and I'm still probably more qualified to discuss what he wants to discuss.
Well, yes, you're absolutely. There are areas that William Lane Craig he relies on other academics. His thing, but he's done like a 5-year series or 5-year study on the atonement and atonement theory. And he's a philosophy guy. He's philosophy of religion. And when he's in that realm, he is a fantastic person. But he does put all of these other arguments from other academics together. And his problem is he way oversimplifies them. But he does it for the audience. But what gets lost in it is the technicality behind the philosophical words and stuff that he uses.
Oh, yeah. So really, he's doing the same thing that a Rod Parsley or a Benny Hinn.
No, I wouldn't say.
No, hold on, Eddie. You didn't let me finish.
I don't need to. He's not
okay. So the next time you're trying to make a valid point, then I'll cut you off. But go ahead.
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. That's what we're here for. Is the cutting.
I have a question. What is the going bet right now at the Atheist Roundtable for our deconversion?
Jim, before we even get to that, we need to cover the point that was brought up with the two jokesters, Mr. Craig and Mr. Turek. No, they're both a joke, bro. They're both a joke.
Because you don't understand them doesn't mean they're a joke.
No, I do. I get their arguments, bro. Like I get their arguments.
Do you?
Just like I get Darth Dawkins' argument. Like,
oh my God, you even went further in the gutter. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's the same, especially with Craig.
Oh no,
it's the same.
Eddie. Oz likes to lick the gutter sometimes. It's okay. It's okay.
Eddie, you don't have to agree, bro. You don't have to agree. You don't have to agree. Just like some people say that LeBron James is the best basketball player to ever live, and other people are like, that's the biggest bullshit in the world, right? Just like you're making that comparison where you think William Lane Craig is this respectable apologist.
He absolutely is. He's respected all through.
By you and all the people.
No, in academia, even by
and all the basketball. All the basketball people say LeBron James is the best ever, but he's not.
Highlight Adam's comment right now. That is so true.
Adam,
I don't see Adam.
Adam, you see his comment right there.
You're all like a
Damn right. Your brother.
Oz, hey, the only reason I'm on here is because Oz is making me drink, and my cup runneth over no longer.
I forgot to go grab
here.
my alcohol before I started this.
Yes,
Michael,
Will, we can get on the same page, baby. I wasn't even a Bulls fan, and I'm 100% with you.
Yeah, it's Michael Jordan forever, just like it's not William Craig, Lane Craig.
Check this out, Oz.
Turek forever. But here, Eddie, if I can, real quick, you'll be proud of this. You'll be proud of this tomorrow. Jesus fucking Christ! Last night, Pasta interviewed me on my story. You were there, right? You were on that stream.
You dang near made me cry.
And I choked up.
Yeah, I know.
That was
I was already
stream.
Emotional, and you almost made me just.
Yes, very much an emotional stream, and I'm glad this happened because I needed some relief because I was like, God damn it, like I'm all in my feels right now. I need some shit to get me out of my feels, and one of the younger channels in the community, atheist channels, was live, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go over here and hang out, talk shit with them, and that'll get me out of this. That'll get me out of this rut, right? And up to this point, like they had these like minor league pre-sup apologists show up, where like I would just help them, like coach them, like do this, say this, don't do this, don't do that, that kind of thing, right? Well, I showed up like and went live with them on the perfect fucking night. The perfect fucking night. I made Catholic traditionalists, I can never say it right, Catholic traditionalist and Darth Dawkins both rage quit within like 30 minutes of each other. It made my night. I was like, I'm now retiring as a YouTube online atheist. I'm retiring. I made both of them like.
Hey, you got all the respect in the world for me because I cannot stomach a presuppositionalist. There is nothing more dishonest in argumentation than a presuppositionalist. That just,
you ain't lying.
It makes me. Now, I have heard people who are far more charitable with it, but those people who refuse to even start with like the axiom that we all have to use logic. The ones you got to steal from my worldview and all this garbage. It just literally just turns my stomach. And I told you that night that Catholic traditionalist was on the stream. I went straight back to my Discord server and I banned him and blocked him. I'm not going to have a bigot on my server. Anybody that uses any ancient text to justify oppressing certain people because they don't agree with their lifestyle is not going to be a part of my community.
Is your wife calling you to go to bed now?
Hold on. I guess this doesn't happen very often. My number one cheerleader, my number one supporter, my best friend in the world that is never up this late.
Oh, thank you, Oz.
Never.
She's telling you to come to bed.
And
you don't need to.
No, she's not. No, she's not. It's we don't even have that kind of relationship. It's not even like that. My beautiful wife, Mrs. Oz.
I told you.
She never gets on this. No, she's not. She doesn't give a shit when I go to bed.
I told you, Oz, that I don't know how you're not a theist because the one of the best arguments ever is if God is real, then Oz would find a wife. Oz has a wife, therefore God is real.
Oh my God, this logic is so sound.
Because A equals B, then B equals A, thus A must be true. Yep, that makes sense.
I got another one for bourbon.
Right there.
If bourbon is real, God exists. Bourbon is real, therefore God exists.
I'm just saying we named it Spirit for a reason.
And it was I think was it a Methodist or
Eddie,
Eddie,
I picked up my mic so that I can hear myself over you.
Talk
because you're so loud.
I'm sorry. I try not to be so loud, baby. What's up,
Miss? I will never talk to you like that. Shut the fuck up.
You can talk to me anyway.
Shut. All I can see is your bald head. Shut the fuck up.
I know. That's why I like it.
Talk to Captain.
Hey, I'll get up on some Captain.
Jesus, I'm trying to talk to my wife, and you keep interrupting, you asshole.
Yeah.
Are you trying to cause a divorce?
No.
What kind of Christian are you?
Wow.
If it means you getting with me, baby.
Well, we know he's not with Mormons. So.
Clearly, Miss Oz wants the D. So if you gotta go,
clearly.
What kind of Christian are you? Oh,
go for it.
See now,
Going through the big D and
Captain, you're part of the Atheist Roundtable chat. You already know it's hashtag CEO of Pound Town. So that's not that's not needed.
Fucking official.
That is what it is. But Eddie keeps trying to break up a marriage. So what I was trying to do is say, I love you, baby. Good night.
Thank you for
Sweet
telling
dreams.
everybody on air that you love me.
It was nice to meet you.
Damn it, Eddie.
Thanks, Mrs. Oz, for showing up when you didn't need to show up and Eddie ruining it.
Hey, I've already stole your answer.
So when you meet his short little ass in real life, you can slap the fucking taste out of his mouth.
Hey, I'm short, but I ain't small, home slice.
He also told
short are
everybody
you?
that he's
How short are you?
packing more than us.
He's
So, like,
5'7".
He's 5'1". He's
I'm
5'1".
5'7". 5'7".
I'm
I'm gonna
6
take
I'm
measure
6
and prove
foot, so
Oh, Eddie, she gotta beat the dog shit out of you.
She's Canadian, eh?
I'm
I'm Nordic.
69 inches.
I was gonna say
Ladies.
she's Nordic. I
I'm Scottish and
swear to God,
Nordic.
I was gonna say Nordic. I said Canadian because the last time I went to Calgary, it was like I'm looking at all the women like, what the heck happened here? So yeah, it's
Cynical. Thanks for hanging out
Please.
with a bunch of
Yes,
knuckleheads.
you
All night.
You're a professional in this
long.
field. Please explain to them that it's the Nordic people and their descendants that are the tall people. It's most of the world is my height for me.
Just
You know, the Nordic people are actually short.
Justin, you can still jump in. Eddie
The
will
world
never see you.
average is like 5'6".
Eddie will never see
I'm
you.
5'7". I'm above
Eddie will
average.
never see. He can't even see over his toilet seat. So you can still come in.
about that.
You have a hard time reaching for.
Come on, Natalie. You know
toilet seat
it's
up and
true.
down.
Don't do that.
Every
Don't
time
do
he
that to
walks
me.
into a wall with a
Just-
full-blown erection,
Just
he
give it
breaks
to me,
his
Natalie.
nose.
Just give it to me. Just
Okay, so
Really,
about
Captain?
that. Depictions of height have been inaccurate throughout history.
Fucking that. About that.
I'm not gonna say what height changes according to what's necessary. I mean, and what's attractive at the time. Again, a cultural thing within the societies.
What about the size here of things?
I mean, I feel like you guys are backing me into a corner.
No,
Like
Hey,
the
No.
statue of David had a small pecker because that
I'm
was
just saying. Oh
classy
God,
at
but
the time,
he's gorgeous, right?
Yeah, but he had a little schlong because that was classy in that culture and time period, right?
I'm not going to say anything about the schlongs. I'm actually going to talk about
Why
height
not?
itself and what is useful during those times.
Hey,
I can't say any races or any particular peoples were taller or shorter than any others. Napoleon was supposedly like 5'8" or 5'9", and so for some reason we think he's short. He's not.
that's what I was going to say. He was considered short, but he was actually like average
Yeah,
height.
he
at the
was very
time.
much
He's like
average.
5'7", 5'8", something like that.
Yeah, and George Washington was only 6 foot, but he's considered really tall. So
Wow.
it just kind of depends on the time period you're in and what's. I can say that his wife was really short. She was like 4'6" or
The
something.
mythology of George Washington. Because of this, I don't know if he's real.
Human height in our world data. The global mean height of adult men born in 96
Oh, you're looking
was
this up.
5 foot 7.5 inches.
So if you look at history, you'll see ancient Canaanite mythology that talks about another president who has wooden teeth. Okay, this is clearly alluding to George Washington.
I think a lot of people had wooden teeth back
You know,
then. Most of the time, they didn't even worry
the whole
about
wooden teeth thing isn't real, right?
I know. I'm opening a
Okay.
can of worms here. I know. I'm
Didn't he,
just-
like,
You know what they
chop
were
down a
actually
cherry
made of,
tree
right?
with an axe?
I do, actually.
Yeah,
I've seen
slaves'
Adam ruins
teeth
everything.
Oh, I
I'm
love
an
Adam
awakened-
Lewis everything. Well,
It's a
until he got
fantastic
called
show.
out on some stuff, but I did love Adam Ruins Everything.
I've actually written into Adam's Ruins Everything a few times because he got a few stats wrong, but they've
Yes.
been correcting him since then.
I was going to
so.
say, I've seen like 6 or 7 episodes where he went back and corrected everything that he was corrected on.
Welcome to the field of science.
Yeah, he did like an
we do that.
Adam ruins everything.
Oh, really? Is that why? Is
The
that why
update.
Einstein was considered a nut job for the theory of relativity because he broke the paradigm?
Yeah. No. Okay. So I don't know if you guys have actually seen. There's a film that came out in.
Shit. We're gonna be
Oh,
here
we're
a while.
back in
aren't we?
science now.
Okay. Sorry.
No, you're fine, Nat. You're fine. Go ahead.
So there's a film that came out a little while back. I want to say in like 2010 or something that was called Eddington and Einstein. And it's about the proof of relativity and the beginning of it, but it happened during the First World War. Second World War. First World War. One of them. First, yeah. I was like, wait, what time period am I talking about? I should know. I don't. But so basically, one of the reasons why Einstein was so argued against was because he went against Newtonian law. And because he went against Newtonian law, the thought process is that the English were miles ahead of everyone else in the scientific field was it was psychological damage to their own people during this wartime if their big scientist was not who he said or claimed he was, although the science is real. Like, we don't like to agree with it. So
yeah,
at least at that time, because we were at war with the person that created that science.
That's human
about,
nature.
Yeah,
we're talking about Einstein and World War One.
I believe so. Yes. No, World War II. No, yeah, no, it's World War One. No, it's World War One. It was when he was first studying.
Because
yeah,
he was
with his first wife.
still in.
Yeah.
He was still in Germany working at the University of
I don't
Berlin.
believe you for some reason.
But that's human nature. So we have paradigms that we look at things through. So
Heuristics.
even what?
Heuristics.
Yeah, there you go. Even in science, everything, the paradigm was Newtonian physics. But that's what I love about science, is because when, there's always somebody out there to challenge it and work the math and this, and, math, we find everything in physics. I say we find everything in physics with math before we actually find it. So that's the great thing about, looking at physics and the physical sciences is, we can, you can predict things, before, like the CERN lab, the Hadron Collider, there was everybody, and this is something I heard on a show the other day. I want to get this out there clear for everybody to understand. When they call the boson particle for the Higgs field, they call it the God particle. It doesn't have anything to do with God, supernatural, or anything. There was a scientist who called it the goddamn particle because they could not find it. And the math said it should have been there. So when all of these people are saying it's the God particle, it's the God, no, the scientists called it the goddamn particle because they had such a hard time finding it. So anyway, given that, when we, that's the thing about science that I love. And that's the thing I love, when we apply like science to really anything, because you can approach so many different topics from,
absolutely,
the scientific method. It doesn't have to be just the physical sciences, and that's what's cool about, even I hated sociology. I've always loved
it's okay. I hate sociology too.
Yeah. But they
different than anthropology.
They are applying, yeah, but they are applying better and better methods of or trying to apply better methods.
Okay, I'll go with that.
Yeah, but the thing is, we're talking about agents. We're talking about people. You just can't. You can predict certain things about groups of people that's very, very ambiguous, but you just can't predict what people are going to do. Which is one of the issues.
We have a bell curve.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
statistically,
even then, that doesn't.
I was trying not to go there, but
no, it doesn't get the L. It doesn't get the It doesn't get the outliers, but that's what we prepare for what's going to fall within the bell curve.
Yeah, I'm not getting into
anomalies.
what's a soft science and a hard science and real science, and I'm
You
not
know what?
getting involved in
I
that.
studied geology initially, and people still tell me that's a soft science. And I only reason why I ever hear that is because of the Big Bang Theory. That's the only reason why.
Really?
Wow. Hey,
Yeah.
Geology is not a soft science. Are you kidding
No.
me?
No.
It's physics and chemistry.
Yeah,
It's
it
very
is.
much a hard science.
But everything's chemistry. That's what I like about chemistry.
Everything is math.
chemistry.
Everything is math.
Math
Everything is
and-
physics. Everything is chemistry.
It's
Everything is
recreatable
biology.
in the
Everything
lab.
is.
That's what differentiates the soft science from hard
Yeah,
science.
well, they use it.
It's
Well, but
recreated
that's the
in the
thing.
lab.
Yeah, but the
And-
thing with geology is that you can't hit every aspect of the scientific method. So
And
that's
you're not gonna
why you have people who will, the hard science or the harder science people would argue against it because there are certain
Oh,
things that you can't
Right.
repeat.
But,
And you're not
okay,
gonna be able
but,
to
but,
because-
then they want us to believe in a religion.
And because the nature of
Right.
how life came to be is almost
Oz.
impossible to recreate in a lab.
Oz, your atheism is a religion.
This is why I
No.
don't.
Stop borrowing from my worldview.
No, I just did exactly what you did. I just
No.
did exactly what you did.
You're presupposing logic. How
I
do
just
you
think-
justify
I
logic?
just
I justify logic just fine. Thank you very much.
He's nuts.
Jim, I hope you caught that, and hopefully Eddie will go back and rewatch
I
that
don't know who said that.
because that shit just got exposed.
What? You're
That
nuts?
shit just got it on camera. No,
He said
no.
he's nuts, and you said that just got exposed.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm lost.
Yeah,
I just lost.
Eddie keeps
Oh, come on.
Eddie keeps reaching. Eddie keeps reaching.
Reach around. What's he reaching around for?
Exactly.
Because I got T-Rex arms. I can't reach around.
We'll figure
No,
something out.
that's why you bought the little TX arm, the little thing that goes.
This conversation went south really fast, and I just
Yeah,
want to
did it?
point that out.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey,
And I'm
on
here
that,
for it.
it's great that I have a captain here because I got to go get my captain. I'll be right back.
No,
I'm also a captain.
hold on, everybody stop.
He's a captain. I'm
Where's-
actually a
where's-
sergeant. He's a captain.
Wait. Time out. Wait. Okay. So
I'm
now
a
I have
fraud.
to. Captain of what? Deadpool. I know yours, but Jim,
Yeah.
what's yours?
Oh, I'm an army. I'm now an army. I'm an old army captain now. I used to be a captain in the army. I
Oh,
got out.
excellent.
So these two plaques behind me, these are you can see my rank on them.
I was talking about my buddy
I mean,
Morgan.
I can see part of them, partial. I knew there was some military significance to him, but I couldn't figure out what it was. Okay, cool.
Those are the two organizations that I had the privilege of commanding and running into the ground at some level because this is what you do, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
You run them into the ground and then let them go home to their wives.
Yeah,
Says
CO,
every
commanding officer.
great
I'm a
Christian
sergeant.
man.
Gosh, you're a dick.
Oz, how much have you had to drink? Like, I
Not
feel
a
like you're getting
goddamn
more and
thing.
more angry.
How much have you had to
Oh,
smoke?
I'm not hearing it all.
That's my question.
I do need a cigarette. God damn it.
Go get a
Look,
cigarette.
I've been doing the drinking tonight. Jeez.
I haven't even had a drink yet. I need to go get one.
Well, I'm about to wrap the stream up.
I was
Oh, yeah,
drunk
okay.
during this entire debate. Heads up.
If not, Eddie and I are gonna end up.
Ooh, private stock.
Probably.
If
At
not,
Good.
Cast
it's
strength.
it's gonna end up being two bald guys with beards talking shit to each other till like 6 a.m.
Oz, let me say this real quick. Thank you so much
No.
for continuing the stream because I really needed this.
Oh,
It's
Right.
it's been a long day.
After that debate. Oh.
It's been a long day. It's I needed something to get my mind. I was dying to get on with you guys tonight, but I listened to the whole thing. It was you know what? It was fun listening to it for once without looking at the comments. So I think I'm gonna try that more often. But I do appreciate you letting me come hang out with you. I definitely needed a change of scenery.
Nope. And even if everybody else doesn't know, like you had sent me a message pretty early, and I was like, no, like I rarely do. We rarely do like after shows, after parties, anything. And you sent me a message like, no, I'm doing this for Eddie. Like I'm doing this for Eddie. I knew you needed that. Sometimes you just need to disconnect.
Yeah,
right?
I
And you
appreciate
need
it, man.
to talk shit and have some fun and be with your people and do that. So like I said on Facebook and TikTok, you the homie, man. You the homie.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. You touch my heart, man. You're a good dude, man. Even it don't
Cheers,
matter.
Eddie, man.
Let me contribute to this real quick. Eddie, I appreciate you being a part of this. And low key, your opinion of me as a person matters to me more than it probably should.
That's awesome, man.
So I value your opinion of me. So
I appreciate
that,
man.
Take that for what it's worth.
Hey, I feel the same way. It's from the when I first kind of met you, it was I knew you were a stand-up guy, and you're cool as hell, man. And Jim's been there for me too, and man, you guys have been awesome, man. I couldn't ask for much better. Being where I live now, and I'm kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and having somebody other than the family to BS with and hang out with, man, it's everything in the world to me. So
yeah, that's exactly right, man. Like most people know, I'm a stay-at-home dad. I have 4 kids, and I have a soon-to-be wife. That's the only adult interaction I get. So I'm super grateful for like you and Oz and other people that I get to interact with and have adult conversations with. It does wonders for my mental health. It really does.
You and me both, man.
Cheers to you guys,
absolutely, man. And I'm so glad that you have the courage to.
I'm out. But I'm gonna go get Bram.
I appreciate you have the courage to talk about your struggles, because that's been an area of mine that I've struggled for so long, man. It's we got to get rid of this toxic masculinity BS. People need to understand how important mental health is. It's
absolutely.
It's so important, man. And you guys in the chat, Grumpy, man, you've been awesome. Adam, you've been awesome. Geo, man, I appreciate it. You guys y'all gonna make me get emotional. I appreciate it. We need to say something funny or something stupid.
Okay, I got something stupid to say.
There you go.
Thanks, Oz. I'm pretty sure you're the one that just did that.
I hate that he beat me to the sound effects, but he's on top of his game, though. So
no, I was gonna say I feel like I'm in a room full of like guys that know each other, and I'm just kind of like the stranger hanging back. But
you
it's
can be
really
one of the
nice
guys.
to talk
It's
to
all
like-minded people, and it's really nice to talk to people that don't, get extremely offended off of just simple debates. It's really
this is the
difficult.
drunk I love you stage.
That's me.
We respect.
It is you.
Respect pronouns around here.
Oh, God damn it, Jim!
Everybody's just one of the guys.
This is the drunk I love you stage. Sorry, I have my dog here. She's wanting my attention.
That's the street.
Of course.
Stick around.
This is my daughter.
You're going to be privy to.
Hi, daughter.
How are you, daughter?
Oh, you're gonna
I'm good. How are you?
You're making me roll.
Good. We've been sending all the mad love to you, your dad, your mama, all day yesterday. We love you and appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Can I take another
Signing out now.
You gonna sign out? Say what?
Yep. So I'm getting ready to wrap this stream. Now that we're on a
3:30 in the morning.
Sentimental moment. We started at 9.
Oh my god!
Iron pizza flies
now-
fast over the west.
Now we're going to wrap it up because that's the responsible thing to do.
Yeah, I gotta be responsible and go to bed like an adult.
As much as I would love to hang out with everybody, I do. I have my kids this weekend, and they're going to be up in about 4 hours.
No,
4
can't
hours.
imagine.
So
That's all you need is 4 hours of sleep. Go hit the bed. Don't mess around. You'll be good.
Hell yeah. Look, I'm bald headed just like you. I ain't got
Real quick on that note, when I've got obstructive sleep apnea, pretty bad sleep apnea. So I got to wear CPAP and all that garbage. But when I was seeing my sleep, first I saw a pulmonologist. He was looking at, or he was asking me about my sleeping schedule, this, that, and the other. And he said, you have real poor sleeping hygiene. I was like, okay, thank you. I knew that.
Hygiene.
But he said, I told him, I said 6 hours is my magic mark. If I get more than that, I'm terrible. If I get less than that, I'm terrible. So he tells me I have terrible sleep hygiene. This guy gets 4 hours of sleep a night. And I'm like,
I think he means habits.
Yeah.
I was about to say, habits.
Hygiene would be,
Hygiene is like, do you wash your armpits and your balls? Like,
I was expecting him to he drools into sleep and it just
But a real quick note, a lot of people don't know that people that have ADHD actually have a problem going to bed at night and at a regular time. So that's actually a sign of it. So if you have a problem with that, or you're a night owl and you stay up and your sleep schedule's garbage, you probably have ADHD.
Yeah, and you couple that with the high level anxiety that I have, you never sleep. Like
I don't know what y'all are talking about.
I just don't sleep. so as we end this,
Deadpool, I saw your video. I felt so. I've been in your spot. I felt so bad for you when you're talking about taking your ADD medicine or taking a nap. I was like, oh my God, I've so been there. That's a terrible day.
You know what? I'm going to be vulnerable for some reason because I want to be vulnerable.
Because you're genuine. Now we come full circle.
Yeah, there we are. That's where we started.
I'm so squirrely.
So make sure we finish on the right note. Jesus is real. He did resurrect.
No, Eddie, stop.
All right.
Now we got to start all over again.
We have archaeological evidence.
God damn it.
Point number one.
Damn it.
God damn it. See now it's 3:30 and I can't get loud anymore because I'm going to wake everybody up. And Eddie wants to do this ball-headed bullshit.
I mean, Oz, I'm always willing to be a host. I'm not very good when it comes to debate, but I am more than willing to be a host and ask questions. Plenty.
None of us are really good at debate.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a master debater.
I was about to say.
Yeah, you're a master debater.
I thought we could make it all night without hearing that Deadpool.
I love that he said it first because I was just going to say, Natalie, I don't know about you, but the other guys on the screen, I'm a pretty good master debater. I don't know about them.
I mean, I'd expect all four of you to
At 42, you don't even know what master debaters are. So it's
but I was specifically referring to my ability to debate and have conversations.
I'm not a debater. I am a conversationalist.
Yeah, that's what I do. I do conversation. I don't like as much as I love watching structured debates, I do like having full conversations with someone.
Yeah, but Jim's like
no, Eddie, stop. Hold on.
He has this eccentric, abstract way of thinking. I love it. It's like Jordan Peterson-esque.
Eddie, no, you're giving that's in sync. You're looking at in sync. Quit giving him credit.
I'm still mad at the hair, but he needs a beard, man. What's wrong with that kid's face? I got to teach you how to grow a beard.
I mean, you can teach me. I've been trying for years.
It's not all it's cracked up to be.
It's really, it's
a lot of work.
It's coming out one end, but it's not coming out the other. So
I had a lot of work. Remember? I had a beard. It was growing. I was a few streams. I had a beard.
Like you've ever had a beard, honnesly.
Jim,
I had a beard.
It's very clean shaven.
Jim, we know you bought a beard at the Halloween store, so shut the fuck up. We're now, Jim. Shh.
He's an army fundamentalist. He's anti-beard.
Okay, Oz has lost it. Hey guys, it's been a pleasure.
All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna wrap it up. We're gonna let everybody talk about what they do because that's what we do here. Real quick, plug your things, and then we're gonna dip. All right. So Natalie, first of all, you lit up the chat. You were a boss in the chat tonight. So you get to go first. You get to go first. So whether it's YouTube, social media, anything you do or don't have coming up, if you want to quickly share that, the platform is yours.
Okay. My name's Natalie. I go by Natty Nat on TikTok. Oh, hey, I got bigger. Dadpool knows me, and I tend to just hop on lives sporadically. I don't really have a big social media background, but I am a big researcher. So anytime anyone has any questions geologically or scientifically speaking, you can hit me up.
Scientifical.
Scientificus. Word. And the fact that you said that, I'm going to save you for last. So, Captain Dadpool, you have a good lineup coming on here the next week or so. What's the deal?
Yeah.
What's the deal?
I'm excited. I just started my podcast with Crimson Barrel, who's my co-host, and he's helping me out with a lot of the technical stuff. We just had an old friend of mine from my Christian days as a guest on our first episode this Sunday in 2 days. We're gonna, tomorrow, right? Yeah, tomorrow's Sunday.
Today
we're gonna have Jagazis on, and I'm super excited about that because I really like him.
Hell yeah.
And then the next day the next week we're gonna have Brady Buddha, and the week after that I'm hoping to have Dave Warnock. So my podcast YouTube channel is taken off finally. But other than that, you can find me primarily on TikTok. I have a link tree in my bio where you can find my Instagram and my Twitter. But I mostly do like personal pictures of my cats and my artwork on those. So you're not going to see a lot of atheist content on there. But if you want to know more about me as a human being, feel free to follow me on there. But yeah, TikTok is primarily where I reside.
Well, and let's make this perfectly clear right now. If you have Dave Warnock on your show, and there's cigars or bourbon or whatever involved, and I'm not invited, Captain, your and I's friendship is over.
Okay,
It's over.
okay. I will have to. I'll have to take
Go
that
with the
into
bourbon and
consideration.
the scotch and the whiskey.
Yeah, so it's over. Just so you know that.
Bourbon and scotch and whiskey and cigars, all four of them.
And
Great.
vodka, beer, just alcohol in general.
Alcohol, all right.
Yeah.
So technically, bourbon is whiskey, but go on.
Everclear. Everclear.
So as we continue the delay getting to the Lord of the Rings character, Jim, what do you have going on? What do you have coming up?
Where?
All right, so I run the Meaning Forge. It's a new channel as well. It is about finding meaning in our lives and forging individuals and wherever you are, right? And so far I've had Oz on the show. I think I'm one of the few people who got him to get emotional and intimate and vulnerable.
He's never had me on.
Okay.
And I recently did I did my interview with Captain Dadpool on Thursday. That will release in 2 weeks. This week we have I have Sean Cox coming on. He's a personal friend of mine from North Carolina for military employment. So if you know a veteran who's looking for a job or something like that, like he has some really good stories. And Captain Dadpool will premiere in 2 weeks as well.
He's never been on mine either.
Oh, so Captain Dadpool's going to be on the show?
Eddie?
He will be. He will be on the show. We had a great conversation, and like I think that just to kind of tease a little bit, he kind of showed me some procedural issues, like in forging, because he is the resident blacksmith comparatively to me, and the importance of genuineness. Like, and that's what I love about these conversations. There's always some underlying theme with every person.
Right. So Jim, would you and I know how I feel. Would you and I both agree that Captain Dadpool is a way bigger badass than little Sweaty Eddie?
I don't know about that.
Why are we pinning?
I would have to go with the Captain Dadpool, and the reason why is because
that's what I thought.
So,
okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought would happen.
We're all being
and-
friends now.
I don't know if I'd agree, honestly.
He's like, as you said, the Lord of the Rings character. He's not really Gimli. I think he's the woman dwarfs that Gimli refers to that don't exist.
Guys, come on.
Oh shit, we're getting into it now.
This is mean. Says
so-
the 6 foot tall woman.
Hey, Nat, that's okay. They'd never say it to my face.
So you know I would. You know I would.
Hey,
But
I'm
the
chaotic.
other,
I wouldn't even do a
but-
double
but
leg
hey,
takedown on you. Just
but hey,
just
but
for
hey,
2
baby.
more seconds, I'd do a single
But hey,
leg.
but hey, baby, I would let you single leg, double leg,
And
all
then I'm
over
gonna
me.
put you in a Uma
Ooh,
Palata.
yeah.
And then
Ooh,
you're gonna
that
be
sounds
like,
kinky.
"Ow! This
That sounds
dwarf is
kinky.
making me yell."
Yeah, that
Nat,
sounds.
this
I
is
need
normal.
alcohol. Like
This
now.
is all normal.
Ooh, I might like that. Yeah.
Only if we add baby oil.
This is the drunk I love you stage.
Real
It's
weird, real
homoerotic stage.
But I'm not drunk, so it's real weird to me.
I'm just playing along. So we have one last channel to talk about. But Eddie, thanks for coming on tonight, and I'm glad you were able to come on tonight and cut it up and have some fun and kind of separate from the shit that life is throwing at you right now. And with all of the jokes and all the funnies aside, I love you, homie. Like you're my dude.
Love you too, man.
And I know you're putting a couple things to the side, so maybe you want to talk about the tournament or a couple of the things you got coming up. But what do you got going on that you haven't cut off your schedule?
Well, I have a shoe shining service. No, it's no.
There's a market for that.
That's the airport. There's a lot of them. I have a hobbit home that I'm building over.
Oh, that makes sense.
You mean it's not like a deep dark cave where you dig too deep?
Yes. No,
Yeah,
I put the show on hold for now. Focus a little bit on my family, but Brute Facts, it's on YouTube. Try to do live every Tuesday, 7 Central, but I'm on all the major platforms, and I'll be getting back at it here in a couple of weeks. I will be in the debate tournament that the Atheist Roundtable is having, and you guys have been just awesome, man. It's Oz, Jim, Deadpool. I mean, all you guys have been fantastic. Whatever beliefs or non-beliefs or whatever, it's all that aside, y'all are some good human beings, and I'm happy as hell I met you guys. But yeah, it's just for now, we kind of got everything on hold. I'm just going to focus on the tournament and try to kind of let loose there a little bit and just test some skills, see what I can do. But we'll be getting back at it here in a few weeks. I just need a little break. Family comes first, and need to focus on them as much as possible. So
Can I ask something about the tournament? Eddie, have you already picked out your subject that you guys are going to debate over?
yeah, Skylar Fiction and I are going to debate the problem of evil. I don't know. It's going to be a coin flip. Yeah, he kind of wanted to do, morality, but that one has been beaten the ground. And, I'm not a big fan of the moral argument. It's at the academic level, it's pretty cool. I mean, there's some stuff, but there's just so much nuance there that you're not able to get it all out, when you're having debates and stuff. Mm-hmm. So I thought this one would be a little change up, be a little fun. And hopefully if I make it past that round, Skylar's a cool guy, man. We've chatted in the emails, and it's, this is going to be purely fun. And, so if he wins, he wins. If I win, I win. But I'm going to try to see what different topics, as the rounds go on, if I make it. And because, all these are the resurrection, the historicity of Jesus, the moral argument. There's they've been beating the ground, you know. So
in other words, the Atheist Roundtable, guys, is challenging modern day debate.
Hey man, I'm gonna tell you what, this was whoever came up with this was freaking ingenious, man. Because Oz Pasta, you know, Pasta's been fantastic too. He does a lot of stuff behind the scenes, you know, and I've talked with Pasta and he's an awesome guy. But Oz and Pasta, I don't know who did it. Oz, I don't know. I never know who does what. It's like one big giant mystery who does what. But think about this, Oz. I got a pitch for you. Once this is over with, you can have a series, kind of like a season, and you got to earn your way into a tournament spot to get into the main tournament. And if that was you, man, dude, I mean, I don't know what happened at that moment, but everything hit just right in your brain because I thought it was a fantastic idea. I think you hit a home run with this one, buddy.
Awesome.
Oh, so what you're saying is I was dumb and my brain just cooperated.
Your eyes, Oz.
Well, you're pretty good at extrapolating things, so I'll let you run with it.
I legit just got scared.
Hey, have you guys seen my beach ball? It's about yay big, and I left it somewhere over there.
Right up there, maybe.
Shit, some over there in that direction.
Oz is an OG too, man. I ain't down with throwing down with OGs. It's nobody wins those. So it's everybody
throwing down with OZs, yo.
Yeah, OGs
and OZs.
He knows what that is.
Okay.
But no, thank you guys very, very much. And there are bigger plans for the tournament. This is the first one. This is the inaugural.
I love you, Mike Andy.
And Mike McGrady, what's he? Is he a chemist or a Muslim or what is he tonight? What the fuck is he tonight?
I love that page he started as the guy who converted to. That's hilarious. That was awesome. That was a great idea he did.
There's what we just couldn't find a purpose for it. So I'll say this, and we're done. I will cut you guys off. I'm done off this. I sent a video to Pasta Mike one night, and he's like, "What is this?" And I turned this like really emotional, like tear jerking, evangelical worship music on, right? And I pulled as many tears as I could out, and oh, I'm coming back to God. And he was like, dude, I was convinced. I was convinced, bro. What are you doing right now? I'm like, no, I'm not going back. I'm not going back. But
that's almost cruel.
He was like, what did you even want to do with that? And I was like, I don't know. It just hit me to make a video. I'm going back to Christianity. But no, thank you guys for hanging out. And yes, the future of the debate tournament is probably going to look a little different on who qualifies and who does not. And if you want, there's a look.
Hey, look at that. Look in the chat. Bruce Lee was 5'8". Yeah, think about that.
He'd kick your ass any day of the week.
Oh, he was all movie stuff. But real quick, I want to say something. Adam, that's in the chat, dude, you're freaking awesome, man. You have been a fantastic guy, man. The messages you sent me and stuff, man, it really touches my heart, man. I appreciate it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Adam's a good dude. I know him on my Discord. He's an awesome guy.
And you have an open invitation, Deadpool. I just thought you were too TikTok famous.
Oh fuck no! I'm not. I didn't mean to be TikTok famous. That was totally an accident.
Well, I mean, you're throwing your freaking abs out there with tattoos and
Jesus fuck. Okay, so you guys can.
I like to please my fans. Dude, Eddie,
you guys can man crush. You guys can man crush with Jim from NSYNC as soon as we're done. Okay.
Oz.
Yeah, dude,
JT Alice, it's Alistair with a T. That is JT the atheist guy. That's not JT the Christian guy that was on here. JT Alistair is a beast. Well, the other night somebody was talking as if it was JT the Christian guy. JT.
No, I had to correct him. Yeah, I had to correct him.
Yeah.
But
Granny. Oh, I need to meet this.
Thanks, Eddie. Thanks, Adam.
Godless Granny is my sleeper pick. She's a beast. Godless Granny.
Yeah, I
is
saw
a
some of her
beast.
stuff. She is.
That name sounds amazing. I need to
Oh
meet her.
my god. She just did it. She just did a premiere video. she just did a premiere video on her channel yesterday that I'm like, you're a boss. Godless Granny, you're a boss.
I'm putting money down on Godless Granny.
Oh, I already did. That's my sleeper.
Just
That's my
that
sleeper
name.
pick. But no, thank you guys for hanging out. I'll hit the rollout videos here, and just know next Saturday, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern time, the tournament goes down, and we're going to start. We're going to begin the journey to see who wins the belt in $666.
How ironic.
It's not ironic.
It's not at all. God planned it. God planned that shit. Just
It's a
know that.
coincidence.
There's like massive metal pacing.
Just know that. Hey,
Totally true. God planned it.
Hey, Eddie, listen.
Wink, wink.
Eddie, listen. You ready?
Yeah.
You ready?